The NFL draft is one of the most hopeful events of the year. We had day one yesterday. Day two, you're going to see even more stars picked that are going to be the future of these NFL franchises, or in some cases, they won't be. A lot of these fans are hoping for the best of the best. Yesterday, if you were with us, Harry, Douglas, and Ben Solak were here. We made a couple of draft picks, adding Cole Cubelic and Matt Sims. Gentlemen, we are happy to have you. Little sniff test, if you will. Can I get some of that, by the way?
Yeah.
I need a little.
On there. Thank you, Coach.
Ready
to go.
Beauty.
Go.
We love it.
Yes.
Love it. Obviously, the big storyline from yesterday was Shedeur Sanders not going, but we had a lot of other things that happened. HD, what stuck out to you?
I'm going to go with the Chicago Bears, and it started with this offseason, not just the draft, right? Bringing over Ben Johnson from the Detroit Lions to be their head coach. A culture shift, fellas. That's very, very important in the National Football League. Then they focus on the offensive line. They have the franchise quarterback. You got to protect him. He took a lot of sacks last year, over 60, which was first in the NFL. But you get him a quarterback-friendly tight end and Colston Loveland at number 10. I love that pick. Kind of reminds Ben Johnson of Sam Laporta for the Detroit Lions. So I love everything that Chicago is about. They're going to change the narrative. And, yes, I said it. They're going to make the playoffs in 2025.
Oh, okay.
We like that. Cole Cubelic, what you got?
We will adopt Colston Loveland, by the way. We're going to show clips of him catching the football. With the way he plays at the line of scrimmage, we'll kind of welcome him over to our side. I'm going to move the skill over here together.
Yes, absolutely.
What stuck out to me, he might not look like a trench guy, but he is. 5 tackles, 5 defensive tackles each taken in the first round. It's only the second time it's ever happened in the history of the draft. The trenches were the emphasis of this draft. These NFL franchises know where games are won and lost, and that is in the trenches. Yeah, you got to have a good quarterback. He went first overall, but the linemen were taken.
3 teams that stood out. Dallas at 12, taking Tyler Booker, their 3rd first-round offensive lineman in the last 4 years. You have Minnesota at 24, Donovan Jackson. They got a new center in free agency, a new right guard in free agency. Will get me a new left guard in the NFL draft. And then Washington at 29 trades for Laramie Tunsil and then chases it with Josh Connerly Jr. There's 2 rules to winning in the NFL. The first is invest in the offensive line. The second is invest in the offensive line again. All 3 of those teams going all in on that unit, following that Eagles formula that was set by the Super Bowl champions.
Sims, what you got for me?
How strange is it that here we are talking about the first round recap, and yet a quarterback went number 1 and no one gives a damn. And I'm concerned about this because I think Cam Ward is an absolute stud, and we are really not giving this man the due that he deserves. We're talking about a gentleman who is going in the later rounds here, obviously, in a Shedeur Sanders, but Cam Ward is that dynamite guy at the quarterback position. We're not giving him the due that he is deserving of and what he has earned at this point. Also, Jackson Dart and the way that he has now found himself with the guru, the man himself, Coach Dayball. Really excited for the G-Men, and hey, I'm a little biased myself. My father is Phil Simms, and damn, go G-Men. So I'm pumped. We got a star DN, we got a star quarterback. Brian Dayball, Shane, hey, they started off the draft just right from my eyes.
Love it, guys. We're going to have a fun night here tonight, and we're going to keep you guys involved with YouTube polls all throughout the night. We've got one right here. Which team had the best round 1? A lot of you guys agree with Sims. We like what the Giants are doing. I can tell you who didn't have the best round 1, Shedeur Sanders. Here's what he had to say.
We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, for no reason. All this is of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
There was a lot of social media reaction last night. My boy Frank Isola right here says Shedeur Sanders has set the world record for being the best available player for 17 consecutive picks. Obviously, a little hat tip to Mel Kiper there. Chris Williamson, Shedeur Sanders to Steelers Nation. Nope, it's Derek Harmon from Oregon as well here. Obviously, can never go wrong with a little Drewski graphic here as well, right? Shedeur watching the Giants trade up to 25. Shocked it wasn't him. And obviously more disappointment here with Shedeur Sanders. But for more on his slide and what teams may be seeing in him, I got my boy Matt Sims and Ben Solak over on the touchscreen. Guys, what you got for me?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm going to go positive here. I'm going to show you all the things that Shedeur has displayed throughout his college career that we really like about him, the traits that we know are going to translate extremely well to the NFL level. And here's one of them. Crucial situation here right before half against North Dakota State. Yes, I said North Dakota State, but that's a really good football team out there. And you're going to see him extend plays, keep plays alive, but then also play with anticipation. One of the things that I think we can't argue with Shedeur, dude is tough as nails.
Absolutely,
Right?
yeah.
Hangs in there to the last second all the time. Now,
The hit he takes on this play
is
thunderous.
ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know what? At times, this is also, hey, it's a positive, but it's also the negative too, because he does hold on to the football too long. He does take unnecessary hits too often. But as he extends the play here, great job re-identifying the line of scrimmage. Outruns the most nearest defender there in that situation. Okay, great. He gets outside. He resets himself. As you can see in this picture right here, you see this ring of North Dakota State defenders? They are going to crouch down on this player, and they're going to eat that space up real quick. What's amazing, though, is his ability to stand there while someone is bearing down on him and throw this football across the field into the middle of the field to a guy that was just open for maybe a millisecond. And these are the traits that I see that are very Brock Purdy-ish, right? And that's what I like about Shedeur. The toughness, the ability to throw with anticipation, to get his teeth knocked out and still make a play to keep the drive going right there. So that's a great positive to me.
You as a coach on the sideline, you're watching him attempt that throw, and you're, man.
Don't do it, don't do it.
There we
Yes, keep
go.
doing that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and that's exactly what coaching is like. Now, here we go. These are more plays that I think we would have liked to have seen in his career in college. Here he is. He's at the line of scrimmage. It's against Utah, a very well-coached defense, right? They're at home, so hey, he has full control of his cadence while he's here. And he identifies the fact that they're trying to mess with him on the defense side of the football. He changes the play at the line of scrimmage, gets a vertical passing attack here by his tight end in the slot. The great thing I love about this, though, we don't exactly know what the coverage is here pre-snap. And he is able to understand really quickly the weakness of the defense, hit the top of the drop, pull the trigger, and throw a beautiful football away from the defender where only his guy could catch it for the touchdown. These are the traits that we love about him. We just didn't see this enough consistently at times with the rhythm passing that we know is so important in the NFL.
Yeah, and you might as a coach say, listen, you know, it's not there all the time, it's inconsistent, but maybe
Yeah.
I can develop it. The problem is the developmental traits, not exactly what you
switch.
want to see. Yeah, thank you.
Look at that.
The developmental traits, not exactly what you want to see from a player in Shedeur Sanders. When you heard Jackson Dart was drafted in the first round, you heard a lot of, he's got a bigger arm, right? He's a better mover.
Right.
The arm strength issues show up in two separate ways. The first is on the vertical balls, right? We're against Cincinnati here, and we got Travis Hunter to the top of the screen. One-on-one coverage. We like a little Travis Hunter one-on-one. And we have a safety here as well that's low. We got to check that safety. So long as he's not getting involved, it's going to be single coverage on a vertical route. All right, I snap the football. What do I see? Oh, safety stays low. Hunter beats him off the line of scrimmage. Hang this ball out there. Travis Hunter can fly, and he's got cushion, right?
Yeah.
He's got space. We want to lead this vertically. We want to score a touchdown on this play. Ain't nobody catching Travis if he catches this on the run. However, the throw shortens Travis. It stops him. He has to get pulled back into it. There's a flag for DPI. He makes an incredible catch. I don't know if you heard he went second overall. He's pretty good. But we don't want to be pulling our receivers down into the defense like that. It's going to be a problem at the NFL level. So that's the first issue we see with arm strength. The second is on drive throws. The second is when we have velocity on the throw. Here we're against Arizona. We're in the high red zone. Concept-wise, we want to tie down this outside corner, and then we want to run 12-yard out cut behind it. This is a far hash throw. The first throw you're going to look at as a scouting staff to evaluate the arm strength of a college quarterback is when he's here on the far hash, throwing to that far sideline.
Right.
Now, Sanders has himself a nice trait. He's got anticipation.
That's
Throws
right.
the ball before the route breaks. So we snap this. Look when he makes that decision, right? That receiver up there at the top is just now getting into the break. So we have the anticipation. Drive this sucker into the sideline. Beat that corner as he recovers. But the ball floats. And as it floats, the corner can get back into the catch point and cause the pass breakup. So we have the lofted throws, and then we have the drive throws. Both of them average arm strength at the NFL level. There are guys that get away with it, but they're far fewer than the guys who have the elite arm.
They are, and this is something that pops up on his film a lot too. If the camera here, you at home, you are the target that I'm throwing to. A lot of the time, Shedeur tries to make these big-time throws with anticipation with his front foot and hip blocking him. So what does that mean? He can't get any of that rotational power through the throw. He gets caught bending at the waist, and when you bend at the waist as you follow through a throw, the ball tendency to lose power, and the ball it ends up usually falling short of your target. And this is something that pops up continuously in his film sometimes. Now, he does get away with it because he has a flexible arm as well, but in most cases, this is where he kind of misses those throws consistently. And this is the debate that we have, right, in these war rooms, right? I'm showing you the positives. He's showing the negatives. Somewhere we got to meet in the middle and decide, is this player right for us in our offense?
Yeah. Harry Douglas, split the difference for us. I'm worried about Shedeur. Matt likes him quite a bit. Where are you at?
What do you think about Shedeur, HD?
So I'll go through some of the plays that they went through. The ones that Matt showed, it showed you anticipation, ball placement, and accuracy.
And toughness, coach.
But
And
the
toughness.
play and toughness. But the play that Ben just mentioned, that's man coverage, right? And that's a smash concept. You have a hitch, lock hitch by the outside wide receiver, and you have a corner route by the slot receiver. So versus man coverage, you have to anticipate and understand that that receiver is going to flatten that corner out. And you do have to drive that football, because if you loft it in the National Football League, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be an interception.
Right.
And the Browns just made the first pick of the second round here, Carson Schwarzenegger from UCLA.
Oh, my boy.
So
Knock
good
it up if you're with
I,
me.
I do want to introduce Ryan, who tonight, look, he's got he's what, your 5th day here, right, at ESPN?
Less.
Something like that?
Less.
This young man has the best assignment I think that anybody's ever gotten in 4 or 5 days of this company.
Yeah.
He is going to be eating an Oreo for every single pick that is made tonight. So do you want to go ahead and kick us off with the first one here?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's do it. Love it. Awesome. Tastes like
Easiest
victory.
one of the night, Ryan. Easiest one of
yeah,
the
they're
night.
only going to get more difficult
Hey,
and,
Harry,
and
hold
more
on one
complicated.
second. Did you just bite half of an Oreo?
I like that.
What are we doing?
Right, let's go. You got to go hard. You go home. There we go. Yeah, throw it down.
He's not in your
All right,
skill group,
baby.
coach.
Well,
right?
well-
He's not in your position group. That's all right.
We'll get there. You'll be seeing plenty of Ryan tonight. I think we've got a full screen here with some of the picks for tonight, I believe. Can we throw that up and just sort of see what we're getting into here as far as the early second round goes? Obviously, we've got a lot going on. I guess we don't have that full screen here, but the Texans are on the clock. Ben, I'll start with you. What do you think that Houston should be looking for here?
Yeah, so Houston, you saw them moving out of 25 overall. It was no secret they liked Donovan Jackson. Oh, baby, they liked him a lot. And then all of a sudden at 24, guess who goes? Donovan Jackson. So I got to keep secrets in the NFL draft. So you expect them moving back now to still be targeting that offensive line, looking for the interior. Tate Ratledge out of Georgia, Jonas Savanaye out of Arizona are going to be 2 of your top guard prospects consensus board-wise.
Right.
But the Texans can really go anywhere along the offensive line. They did a good job this year in free agency, adding veterans and potential players, but not a lot of clear starters. And so tackle, center, nothing would surprise me along the offensive line.
And he mentioned a name, Cole, that rung a bell with me, Tate Ratledge, somebody that when he was healthy, really damn good football player. I'm curious your thoughts on that, given how much SEC football you cover.
He's a mauler. He can move you. He's extremely physical. You love it. He has the attitude and the demeanor that we'll talk about with multiple guys tonight that went in the first round and they're still going to go over the next few rounds, something that I just don't think is coachable. You either have it or you don't. The health concerns are very real, and they're at places that I think when you are physically gifted to play offensive line, they can be reoccurring. So you worry about that down the road, but he's a young man that can come in and put a different attitude, a different demeanor on your offensive line. Solid in pass protection, understands how to shoot his hands, move his feet in the run game. So I think it would be a solid pick. The only thing that you'd be concerned about would be the health.
Absolutely, and obviously we got the chime here, so the pick is in. HD, is there anybody you'd like to see right here?
Offensive lineman.
Yeah.
They revamped their entire offensive line. They got rid of a lot of guys that they had last year. We got to remember, C.J. Stroud, as a franchise quarterback, he got sacked 52 times. That was second in the National Football League last year.
It ain't a Cole, it's a you.
Yeah, you can talk about what you really like now.
Okay, so this is one of my favorite wide receivers in the game right now. When you talk about the college football rankings, 6'4", about 215 pounds. He runs a 4.4. The get off, when he catches the football, violent. Look how he snaps this route off. Pluck the football out of the air, natural hands, can make contested catches, 50-50 balls. But look at the slant and go. We call it a sluggo. Great job setting up that DB and catching the football, then it's off to the races. I don't like him getting caught right there, but show that 4.4 speed a little bit more. And then off the line of scrimmage, you're going to see him, hey, I don't care if you're going to push and grab me. I still have the upper body strength to be able to make this catch. And then being able to line up in the slot and also outside. I love versatile wide receivers. Jaden Higgins is one of my favorite guys in this year's draft.
Sims, you're a quarterback. How do we feel about this pick? Another toy for C.J. Stroud.
Man, I love this pick. I really do. And I'm a total agreeance, too, with Harry. This is one of the more underappreciated skill guys in this draft. This size and all that, you can't coach those things, right? That's what's great about it. And that's what's so helpful, too, for quarterbacks. Because quarterbacks love to drop back and say, yeah, he's covered, but my guy's 6'4". He's a sure-handed catch. I'm still going to throw it anyway and give him that opportunity to catch things, especially in that low red zone area. This is something where Houston, they need to continue to score touchdowns in the low red zone area consistently. Jaden Higgins gives them that opportunity.
You want to know what's funny about this pick? My comp for him was Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And Nico Collins plays for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, they also have Xavier Hutchinson there, who's another Iowa State product, another 6'4", 215 guy. So they clearly have a type, right? And you lose Stephon Diggs, right? He leaves in free agency to the Patriots.
Tank got Christian Kirk.
Tank dealt with a very, very tough, multiple ligament tear there at the end of the season. And so behind Nico, right, you have Kirk, you have Tank coming off the injury. There was room, and they were expected to take a wide receiver early. Higgins, man, top 40 pick, playing his way. This was a Western Kentucky product before he ended up at Iowa State. He has worked his way now into a very nice draft spot.
And looks like we've got our first trade of the night here. Seattle's moved up to Tennessee spot at number 35 in exchange for picks 52
Seattle's
and
up?
82. So Seattle's up, Ben. You're playing GM here. What are we looking at possibly?
That Sam Darnold deal is a one-year deal, right? In terms of quarterback commitment.
That's right.
It's closer to 2, but you could get out of it after 1 if you really wanted to. Say, for example, were he outplayed by a rookie quarterback? You say, well, Ben, 3 years, $105 million contract. This is the same front office that signed Matt Flynn in free agency from the Packers, and then in the third round, not in the second, but in the third round, drafted Russell Wilson. And then they put the ball in the middle, Joker style, right? Said, somebody win it, right? And Matt Flynn goes ahead and doesn't start for the Seahawks, right? Because Russell Wilson outplays him. Would not be surprised if there's an early quarterback investment accordingly. Otherwise, offensive line still needs a ton of help in Seattle, and they do need a corner too. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Will Johnson, the Trey Amos, the Benjamin Morrison, the Zaire Thomas, that run start to happen. Usually you see DBs first half of the second round.
HC, you and I did talk about this earlier today, just sort of talking about what we might see today. There's got to be a team that maybe we haven't considered that might go for Shedeur Sanders. Maybe it is right here.
Yes, but also I wouldn't count out another offensive lineman because you now have Clint Kubiak as your offensive coordinator. And Clint Kubiak comes from that Kyle Shanahan tree. He's the son of Gary Kubiak. They love to run the football, outside zone, stretch, the whole nine, whatever you want to call it. Cole, I know it's different names and whatnot for it.
Outside zone stretch
Doing
play.
great,
You're right
Harry.
there.
But,
Yeah,
I would also say this. You have to have a run game. And last year, they were terrible. And now offensive line was a big reason because of that. But when you have Kenneth Walker III, you have Zach Charbonnet, you have to make sure that you can rush the football effectively.
When you have options here on the offensive line, I think guard or tackle, probably a little bit of a dip from where we were early in the draft. So you've gone down just a little bit of a level. But guys who could come in, potentially play right now, I think you still have a few of those on the board at either position.
Yeah, outside zone is interesting because the guys, right, Frazier at LSU, Savanaye, Ratledge, those are more so your gap power guys and don't necessarily like them as much on the hoof. I will say that a lot of people paired Jared Wilson, the center out of Georgia, who, holy smokes, Jared Wilson can move.
He can move.
He is so fun to watch.
A big screen team. So even though you didn't see him in the stretch play as much, what they do have in their offense, seeing him out on the numbers, out on the hash in the screen game, Ben's right. He can move. He can get out there wide, and so I don't think it would be much of an
When I
issue
was
for him.
3'10", I never moved like that. I'll tell you, that was unbelievable. Wilson at center. They have Oluwatimi out of Michigan. They kind of like his developmental guy. They don't need a center, but scheme fit-wise is pretty as pie. He'd be fun to see.
Now, Ryan, did you already? What we're at 67. Oh, so you knocked a couple out here. I mean, can we do like extra Oreos for like trades, right? Do we get like bonus, right, when picks are swapped?
Well,
Things like that.
We only have 70 sitting here, so
Yeah, but hold on a minute, play. We got bags over on the desk. Brian over there, so we got mint and we got different flavors. We got lemon.
Which
we
ones
got
do you
classic.
like the best? Do you like the tan ones or the dark ones better?
the regular plain ones,
There you go.
Which color is that one?
the dark ones.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have them bring some minty ones over here at some point or another. Maybe we'll get you some smell salts too. Honestly, we should probably get creative with like, what you got, water right there?
Yeah, we need the glass.
We need like milk. We got to get you like Mountain Dew. Right? All double stuff on the trays. Like that's what we'll do. Something there. The pick is in for the Seahawks here. Again, interesting what this franchise is sort of doing. I think the Sam Darnold pickup was interesting, but it still doesn't quite feel like all the pieces are there, Ben. I mean, again, obviously offensive line here seems good, but I think they've got some work to do in this draft.
Yeah, like I said, we talked about quarterback, we talked about offensive line. The same thing was true at corner for them, right? They want to play Devon Witherspoon out of Illinois in the nickel. Reek Woolen's very up and down as your one outside corner, but you still don't have a second. It's Josh Jobe right now. That's going to get picked on, right, if that's your week one play. And that front seven is really deep and really good. You just got to finish the secondary if you're Mike McDonald, second year on the team, running the team. We had our defense handle. We run the ball. We protect Sam Darnold. So I would not be surprised if early corner. That's the last spot that I'm still thinking.
Trey Amos?
Yeah. I mean, Will Johnson's – I love it, Trey Amos. This is where I thought Trey Amos would go, but I didn't think Will Johnson was still going to be available when we were talking here. Yeah.
There's a lot of quality on the board at corner right now.
You shouldn't be allowed to trade up and then do this, where you're just going for 8 minutes, 9 minutes. You know who you want. Call him, pick him, and let's get a name on the board.
Yeah, Sims, how do we feel about their standing in that division right now?
Well, can we backtrack just for a second
Sure.
here and
I was
talk
gonna ask.
about like Carson Schlesinger and him being drafted to the Cleveland Browns, and now they got him and Mason Graham.
Oh, that makes sense.
Now, okay, now we can transition to this.
Yeah.
I mean, this man from South Carolina. This is called a heat-seeking missile here.
Yep.
Love it.
And
We like
to
those.
add this to Mike McDonald's defense and what he does schematically, this guy does a lot of really good things off the ball. He does a great job identifying and breaking on a dime. His physicality and the traits overall as far as just back-end speed are fantastic for this football team. I love this pick right here for the Seattle Seahawks.
If you squint when you watch Nick Amonwari, if you squint and you believe and you hope.
You're going to say it. You're going to say it. I was going to say
You
it.
see a little bit of Kyle Hamilton. You see a little bit of Cam Chancellor.
I was going to go back to somebody that played in that uniform as well. Yeah.
Who's that?
Those are just a couple other guys that played safety that came downhill in Seahawks uniforms prior. I'm with you. He might not be that kind of a hitter, but this is a young man. Versatility is going to be key. He played some nickel. He actually lined up and played some corner for Clayton White at South Carolina. The length is off the charts. He looks like an NBA swingman when you watch him in his uniform. And Mike Matt said he is not afraid to come down and play the run. And in Clayton's defense, you have to do it because they're aggressive, they move, they pressure. You have to basically play linebacker when you're playing safety at South Carolina, and he did it successfully. And by the way, he's a playmaker.
Right.
He is a ball hawk that knows how to take the ball and get it to the opposite end zone. He's been a fun player to watch in Columbia the last few years.
Yeah.
My question for you guys, too, is just like, didn't see it a lot at South Carolina, but I feel like this guy will have the traits in the NFL level to be a pretty consistent, like, nickel or dime blitzer in zone
So
packages.
let me say this. We also got to, point out that his head coach, Mike McDonald, had, Kyle Hamilton with the Baltimore Ravens.
Right.
So that's
why I
why,
said
another
the
reason
name,
why
yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
surprised by this pick by the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, you have a player like this, right? You bring up the blitzing. It gives you the ability to put him on one side of the offense, right over the tight end, and say, cover the tight end man-to-man. I'm blitzing him off the edge. You got to deal with that. I can drop to the deep middle, right? Amonwari has that level of speed and range to be that sort of player. We talk
Quarterback
about
spy.
Yeah, we talk about versatility a lot, and usually you can do one or two things. And Amonwari lets you do everything, right? He doesn't tip any sign to the offense what you're doing when you line him up. Now, he's a year away, right? And that's why he's here at 35 and not going 14 where Kyle Hamilton did. But again, if you squint, you can see it.
Let me add this on even
keep
award
squinting.
real quick.
Yeah.
We talked to Clayton White. We had South Carolina early in the season last year. We kind of said, what was your off-season goal, the off-season emphasis that you had? And he said, we went and watched every NFL unblocked sack from the previous season, every team. And we wanted to add some of those pressures. And this is going to be a recurring theme with players from this defense because we have a linebacker and a couple interior defensive linemen. They're going to be off the board in the next round or two from last year's South Carolina defense. The reason they were able to do it, install all these different things, were guys like Nick Amonwari because they could handle the install week in, week out. It didn't have to be the same package from week 1 to carry all the way to week 6. They essentially managed themselves like an NFL defense last year, and his brain and his football recognition is a big reason they were able
It's a
to do
big
that.
deal for Mike McDonald, yeah.
And Cole, I'm going to stay with you here because we just saw Quinshon Judkins go off the board.
Oh,
Please.
buddy, let's go.
You're obviously very
Y'all
familiar
thought
with
the Browns
him.
were winning the draft before now. Goodness
Yeah.
gracious. They just got a freaking sledgehammer in this kid.
Let's hear it.
Quinshon Judkins, for me, I think it, and this is hard to say because there are maybe 30 backs that are going to get drafted in this draft.
Right.
I think he is the most physical runner in this draft. Very rarely. You got to go back and watch Earl Campbell highlights to see somebody invite contact the way that Judkins does. Watch this. Out of bounds? Absolutely not. He's cutting the ball back inside. He doesn't have your elite game-breaking speed, but he has enough to give you explosive plays. And honestly, I don't think he's looking for explosive plays. I think he's looking for the other colored jersey to go after when he carries the football. He's great in pass protection. He doesn't shy away from that. There was a lot made about his attitude, maybe his demeanor, what he really wanted when he left Ole Miss to go to Ohio State, and what he ended up doing, sharing carries with TreyVeon Henderson. So that's not going to be an issue for him either. This is a young man, when he was playing 2A high school in Alabama, they introduced a new varsity football program when he was in 7th grade. He began varsity workouts and varsity practice as a 7th grader. And he and 2 other members of that middle school football team rode all the way through there at Pike Road High School in Alabama, just south of Montgomery. One of the reasons he's able to physically turn into what he's turned into today, I absolutely love Quinshon Judkins.
And I am not surprised by the team he's gone to as well. When you look at Kevin Stefanski, what does he want to do?
Yeah.
He wants to run the football. They no longer have Nick Chubb, who at one point was one of the better running backs in the National Football League before injury. Now you can use Quinshon Judkins to run behind that offensive line, and you can get back to what you wanted to do previously before last season.
We talk about the physicality traits, and those are really fun.
Yeah.
But I will say this about Quinshon Judkins, and I first saw it back at Ole Miss as a freshman. The thing that impressed me the most was his patience and awareness. He makes you right. He understands how to ride a block. He has patience. He presses the line of scrimmage. And these are things that in different run schemes, and Lane is very creative with his run schemes. And obviously, we know Chip Kelly is. I mean, hell, he's maybe the most creative run scheme guy that's not a service academy out there. He understands how to not just take the ball, run full speed at the A-gap, and try to make something happen, which he can do. But he has a great understanding if it's a stretch play, if it's a zone play, if it's a gap scheme, I need to wait for my guard to get pulled around, ride him, cut back inside. And even if we don't get the block on the second level, make my offensive line right because of what we force the defense to do. It's not just being a hammer. It's not just running hard. It's not just the physicality and some of the speed and the elusiveness in the open field. We use this term vision with running backs a little bit too often, and sometimes we don't fully appreciate it. He's got that vision. He understands how a play is supposed to operate.
Consistently, yeah, makes the right decisions. You go and you watch Ohio State, third down. He has 3 times as many carries as TreyVeon Henderson does. Goal line, he has 2 times as many carries as TreyVeon Henderson does. Backed up, right? So now if we get a TFL, it's a safety. He has 3 times as many carries as TreyVeon Henderson does. Now, TreyVeon's got a lot of good traits, but when we needed the play to go right, with no mistakes here, the ball went to Quinshon Judkins every single time. Jobbins, Chuba Hubbard-like player in the NFL, right?
Love it.
Yeah, sure, at the third level, right? Safety might get him into the sideline, but listen, he's going to get to the third level a dang lot of times, right? You're going to be able to
And he's going to make that safety pay when he does.
20 and 22 and 24 carries. That's what they used to have in Cleveland when Chubb was healthy. It's just, all right, we want to make sure we get 20 touches to this guy every single week. I'm thrilled he went this early. I thought, crowded class, he's not the craziest athlete. Oh, fall for Quinshon Judkins would be unjust because he's such a smart player. Very glad he went this early.
Matt went Giants a little bit earlier, understandably so.
Yeah.
My father grew up in Pittsburgh. My family moved from Croatia to Pittsburgh 2 generations ago. I'm a lifetime Steelers fan. I'm pretty pissed off what the Browns are doing this draft.
Yeah, it looks phenomenal.
They are having a phenomenal
And it's
draft
good,
thus
too.
far.
You protect the older quarterback in Joe Flacco.
Absolutely.
Relying on that run game.
The word that we're looking for right there is trust. And everything you just said rolls into trust. You have to have a back that you can trust when the game is on the line. Those must-have moments, and that's not always a 4th and 1 to secure the ball game late or to score a touchdown late. It's like Ben said, coming out when maybe you have a 3-point lead, 4.5 minutes to go, and you can't afford to give somebody the football at the 50 because that offense is hot. Quinshon is that guy that you trust in your offense.
And we just had the Dolphins trade up, by the way. Took Jonas Savaina from Arizona, a guard there. But I'm still, go ahead, Matt.
Like it. No, I was just going to reiterate, too, like what they're saying. Just as far as the Cleveland Browns are going, all 3 players, very high floors, even higher ceilings. And that's what's great for them. And they also match, I think, the city. This is something we have to keep in mind, right, when you're looking at these football players. They have an attitude, they have an edge. They match Cleveland Brown in that doghouse, dog pound mentality, and that's a key thing for this franchise.
Yeah, Carson Schlesinger, man, I'll tell you. Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa came out on Notre Dame. He said, we want this speedy little backer safety hybrid type. And he was good for them, but he's dealt with a lot of injuries. Carson Schlesinger, you get a guy who's even, I think, further along than JOK was when he came out. Schlesinger, and only 10 starts in his career because he was a safety walk-on convert to linebacker. You tell me this guy only has 10 starts? He's an unbelievably smart player. He's great in the passing game, all 3 downs. They're concerned about that linebacker future because of JOK's neck injury. It might be a career ender. This, I think, is a clear sign that we're going to invest in that position regardless.
Is there a little concern? Is there a little concern from you that he acted maybe a little bit too much as a kamikaze pilot? It just kind of see ball, get ball, just see go. Here's the A gap. Go get it. Go make something happen.
So it's a little like we talked about with Shedeur, right? Where it's if you have a limitation, but you show me some of the skills that you understand it, you get around it. Schlesinger's not a big guy. He's not a dense dude. He's a little bit long, right? He came into the combine at 242. About 7 pounds of that was water, right? He's not playing at that sort of a size. So when he makes those fast decisions and he makes those aggressive reads, to me, I see a player who sees it fast and understands, listen, if I pitter-patter and I wait, I'm going to get eaten up by the trees. I'm going to go be aggressive.
My only concern when you play a team like the Baltimore Ravens, when they put those big boys on the field, is he going to be able to take on those blockers? Is he going to be able to get around to make tackles and be able to roam free?
Well, nobody's taking on 22 when he has.
That's why we got Mason Graham, and that's why we got Myles Garrett. Yep. So now our boy can be that kamikaze that plays over the top.
It's not going to be the prettiest play, right, on that 1st and 10 carry to Derrick Henry, but it's the 3rd and 8 scramble. Lamar Jackson when he gets outside of the pocket.
That's
Schlesinger hawks him. into the sideline. Maybe not get him down in space, but gets him up against the sideline. That's
about to
the
say, you
value.
pipe down.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
You know what?
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's where, like, we
But
see
I get where you're going.
we see Payne Willis right out of North Carolina State a year ago, right, and he goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he kind of has that same type of role as far as his athleticism and his speed, right? But I actually think Carson is a better run defender right now, right, more so than Payton. So I think that's a great add to them because they are worried about that team in their division, right, being physical that way. So he kind of fits both needs as far as being a weapon for them in pass, but also being a really good, easy diagnoser in the run game and being instinctual as a middle
I would
linebacker.
say the good news about it is he doesn't shy away from it.
Right.
Even if he's going to get pushed a little bit because he's a lighter football player, he's not backing off from contact.
Agreed,
and let's kind of put the pieces together here. So you go get Mason Graham early, who can anchor if he wants to. You want him to two-gap? You want him to take on a double team? No problem. He'll do it. But you know what else he can do that a lot of guys his size can't do? He can penetrate and disrupt. You want to put him on the move? He can get past the guard. He can get past the center, shoot the A-gap, shoot the B-gap, and he can be gone in an instant. Now you have two of those guys. If you want to get aggressive and you want to switch, you want to run some different games and stuff up front, you have guys who are capable of doing that and then sitting back and being physical and maybe diagnosed a little bit at the same
You
time.
think Jim
the
Schwartz
difference
wants to get
between-
aggressive on defense? Or you think that sounds like Jim a little bit?
Sounds like my boy
What
Jimmy.
you just mentioned is the difference between him and Peyton Wilson last year. Because Peyton Wilson was a guy that, on tape, you seen him try to dodge a lot of blocks and be shy amongst that contact.
He'll
at
run
times.
right down the middle of a guy. He might not get off of him, but he will run down the middle of him. I mean, we're going to have another one next year named Whit Weeks from LSU. He's going to be the exact same guy. But if as long as you're okay with the contact and I ask you to do those things, we can live with some of the mistakes because the disruption that comes with it is going to pay off in the end.
Now, let's
PFLs.
talk about just what just happened here. The Patriots are on the clock here. They got another 30 seconds. They'll probably take longer than that. But the team before them, the Miami Dolphins, traded up for Jonah Savaiinaea, guard from Arizona, aggressive. What does this say, Ben, to you about what Miami's trying to do, perhaps to help out Tua Tagovailoa?
Yeah, so Miami's guard situation is about as bad as you see in the league, right? Left guard Liam Eichenberg, he's been there for a long time. He's just struggled to find his footing as a starter. Now, right guard, they signed James Daniels. This would be a good signing if he returns from the Achilles injury he had in Pittsburgh, but it's an Achilles injury. So both starting guard spots were a question mark. Savaiinaea at Arizona played, it was 16 games at right tackle, 15 games at right guard, another 9 games at left guard. They just had to move him around, right? He had to solve problems for them. And he's a bigger build, he's a boxy build. You watch Savaiinaea, you know, I could take my 11-month-old daughter and explain to her why he's good. Look how wide this guy is on the screen.
He's a sumo wrestler playing offensive line. I mean, literally, it's what he looks like.
It's tough to get around him. He's that big build, which they were successful with that in Robert Hunt when he was a guard there out of Louisiana Lafayette. He goes to Carolina. Robert Jones, who was their left guard previously, he just left in free agency. They like that bigger, wider build because they do a lot of goofy stuff in pass protection. We just need you to be wide for a second and a half, then Tua's going to get rid of the ball. So it's a very nice fit for Savaiinaea, but critically, it's Miami addressing needs. Kenneth Grant in round 1, that defensive tackle room was in a bad way, and now guard in round 2. They're on it. They know what they need.
Cole, how much does him playing all over the place help him as a player now, obviously going into the league?
First and foremost, you understand the position, not your position, the position of offensive line. So that gives you awareness of, okay, that corner's walked up on the outside. As a center guard, you might not always pay attention to that. As a tackle, you had to pay attention to that because you know now, depending on the alignment of the linebacker, is he outside the box? Is he inside the box? Is he deep? Is he up? All of those things help your spatial awareness and help your awareness of what the defense may be doing, no matter what position you're at. So I love his versatility. He is a guard. He's not going to play tackle in the NFL.
Agreed.
And he is a people mover. When he gets his hands on you, you're going backwards. But he is great in space. They have nice screen game there at Arizona, specifically with the previous regime that was there. And he can get out towards the numbers and run, and you don't want to be in the way when he gets out there.
HT, what do you think about what the Dolphins have done thus far?
Well, offensive line is the most important thing when it comes to Tua Tagovailoa. Number one, offensive line.
Is the what?
Oh, most important thing.
Good.
Oh, I thought you wanted him to say Tagovailoa again, see if he had it.
We're good. When you have your franchise quarterback, and especially when you pay him, and then he has an injury history with concussions, you got to protect him.
Yeah, I very much agree.
Absolutely. What do we think New England should do here? They had the fewest sacks in the NFL last year. Obviously, want to do some investment with Drake May, protecting your own quarterback. Obviously, they got him some weapons, obviously, this offseason as well. Sims, what would you like to see here?
Man, of course, me being a quarterback, I would love to see any one of the skill groups go off the board here for him. And really, it's just, I don't know if they like a guy or a receiver here at this point this high, but still, I mean, I just think that they just need to add more athleticism on the perimeter for this football team. Maybe this is where they go tight end. Tight end, receiver, running back, and I like this a lot.
There you go.
Because he is a home run hitter. Yes, he might not be Mr. Reliable like Quinshon Judkins was for this Ohio State football team, but this guy is a home run hitter. He's explosive. I expect them to use him a lot in the passing game. McDaniels knows how to get the most out of his skill group guys. TreyVeon Henderson will fit extremely well in the McDaniels offense.
HD, we've watched a lot of TreyVeon Henderson, both on TV but also in person over the last few years. What do you think about what New England's getting right here?
Well, number one, it's the versatility at the running back position.
Yeah.
And like Matt mentioned, the home run hitting ability. And you see right here, this was a ball game.
Yeah.
And he had a bad play before this happened. Had a personal foul, kind of stopped the momentum of Ohio State, threw it by the wayside. Went into halftime with a big touchdown. But TreyVeon Henderson is a guy early on in his career. I remember sitting down having a one-on-one with him. Yeah. I thought he was going to be the next great back out of Ohio State. I'm talking about numbers-wise and just, breaking all types of records. He did not do that, but at the same time, I like what he brings to the table.
I think without the injury, we're talking about him the way we were talking about Amarion Hampton this year.
Yeah.
Really?
Just that kind of juice, that kind of wiggle, and then you saw the physicality there in pass protection. He doesn't shy away from it. He's to do it all back with the explosive capability to hit the home runs. I think minus the injury, I had him as a Heisman favorite going into the season 2 years ago. That's what I think of him. And I think in this offense, the multiple ways you're going to be able to use him, especially with a younger quarterback, a lot of value that the Patriots just added to that roster.
And you're going to see him make a big leap in his game as far as being involved in the passing attack.
Yep.
Right. That's something that I think Ohio State really missed out on, really both of their running backs. They didn't really use them in the passing game as much as I would have liked, or as a quarterback-friendly kind of guy would like to see. But TreyVeon's going to be really good in the screen in the NFL game because he is willing to make those hits. And when you are able to do that, it's very easy to deceive over-aggressive defenses. So he's going to fit perfectly with
He
that.
does a great job of understanding the screen game.
Yeah.
Of when to go free from
Patient.
the
he's patient.
patient, sets up the blocks and the whole nine. So I really like TreyVeon Henderson as a person and also as a player.
Ben, I think one of the big storylines coming into this draft has been what is New England going to do to help build around their young quarterback? It didn't look great last year. You've got the new head coach. What do you think about not just what they've done in the draft thus far, obviously, but also their offseason moves to try to help him develop the way that he needs to?
Work's not done. It's not going to be done round 3, round 4, round 5. They got a lot of needs on offense, right? It's going to take some time. The Henderson investment is interesting to me because they have Ramondre Stevenson. They gave him a big deal, and then he put the ball on the ground 7 times last year, right? Big fumbling problems. We talked about trust earlier. It's the quickest way to lose a staff's trust is you fumble the football. And so it very much feels like a message here to Stevenson, right, in terms of, hey, we like you, but we need to protect the ball. And then you have to remember Josh McDaniels from all those Patriots offenses of years past. They loved throwing the ball to the back. Drake May last year loved throwing the ball to the back. He had a touchdown to JaMychal Hasty against the Jaguars, third running back, and he's still throwing the ball to him. He's very comfortable with that quick throw. And so I think there's an understanding of, all right, we know we like the 1B role. We like the pass-catching back role. We like Henderson there. But also we like that Henderson can be the one, right? If Stevenson's just, they benched him last year because of the fumbles. So we're going to invest in that running back spot, get that safety valve. There's still work to do at wide receiver. There's still work to do at offensive line. Don't be surprised if the Patriots are just offense the rest of the way down.
You know who still has work to do? Ryan, who I'm pretty sure I saw you half-stepping again, like taking another half bite of a cookie.
What are we
Is
doing?
it still going on? How are we feeling over there?
I'm feeling good.
Can we just see a house one real quick? Like, let's get a full,
I feel like
let's get ahead of the game.
somebody's got to show them how it's done.
Well, go ahead, Cole, please. I mean, like,
just show them,
like
Cole,
we've really, like, we've got a lineman in the building. Like,
I'll try to help you out here. Do we have
point,
most
actually.
stuff?
Gotta
Do
be
we have
careful.
extra stuff?
These are double stuff.
These are double
Cole's going
stuff.
to be
So
giving
we'll
you
just
guys a lot
double
of
up.
technique tonight. Like, this is part of the demonstration. That's
That
how
was
you
too
do
easy.
it.
Yeah.
Like,
Cole was bragging that
easy
he went
work.
the entire
Cole
pack of Oreos
doesn't
in
even
2
need to wash
minutes.
down. You can get on back over here. That's how it's done. We'll make sure, Brian, we need to get another cookie in that stack. We're
That's
not
a
letting
heavy
you off
hand,
easy.
too, wasn't it? Yeah.
So look, that's great work. That's not the last time Cole's going to be over there, I don't think
No,
either.
it's not.
The Bears pick is in here. Sims, what do you think that we should be looking at with here? Obviously, they're trying to talk about young quarterbacks that you want to help develop and build around Caleb Williams. Big storyline last year, going to be again coming into this year. They see some of their needs there that Mel has listed: edge, running back, defensive tackle. Where do you think they should go?
I'm going to go right there with that first need that Mel put up there in edge. I would love to see a guy like Mike Green here in this position, right? And really just because explosive off the football really is probably the closest one to Abdul Carter as far as just like his overall speed along the edge. So does he have the lower body strength and all that to be great against the run and all that? Maybe not quite as much as some of these other defensive ends that we see across the league, but he does have a quick twitch that you want to see at the edge position to get after the passer.
The rule for Dennis Allen edges, right, back when he was at New Orleans, now he's the DC with the Bears, You line up the edges. You find the biggest one. You say, all right, that one, right? Cameron Jordan, Dominic Passanio, Carl Granderson, big, long guys, right?
Yeah.
So I love Mike Green. He's my highest-rated guy left in the edge group. I look at Nick Scarleton out of Texas A&M by way of Purdue, and then I look at JT Tuimoloau out of Ohio State.
Right.
Two guys with vines who can absolutely set an edge, and that's the mold that Dennis Allen typically goes for. So if edge, that's the names I would think.
Do you question Mike Green's strength?
I think pound for pound, he's impressive strength.
I think he has a lot of power.
Yeah, I do. I'm just talking about.
He's got extremely strong hands.
I agree
think
with
he
you.
holds up well against the run, and he's not somebody that looks to be what I refer to as sort of a sleeker edge guy where he's trying to dip and dodge blocks. He'll run right down the middle of you. He plays the run well. He accepts it, but obviously a very different pick and one that's going to be fun to talk about.
Yes, Luther Burden III. This is a guy
Caleb
coming
Williams
into
doing
the
backflips
season
right now.
that we thought could be wide receiver one in this draft. Obviously, it hasn't turned out that way. HDU and I, this is something we were talking about earlier. Why did he fall in some people's eyes? But what are the Bears getting in Luther Burden?
So, number one, I think when you look at a wide receiver like Deebo Samuel, it's Luther Burden III. I think he's a little bit better from a receiver standpoint. But I think the reason why he dropped out of the first round is that you see a lot of his production being in the slot. You didn't see him out wide or things like that, or his route tree being expanded. All his work came from in the slot, but I like him. You look at it right here, being able to, what we call a Dumbo, a slot fade, catching the football with one hand, the strength to be able to throw the defender off and still get into the end zone, not satisfied with just the catch. I look at that game versus the University of Georgia. It was 2 years ago. He had a heck of a game. Malachi Starks was a slot defender at that time, had a big touchdown catch on him during that period. Screen game, just get the football into his hands, and that's what Caleb Williams is going to be able to do. You want to help your young quarterback out, get him somebody you can just throw the football to and allow them to do the rest of the work.
Two things. Do you not look at the fact of, okay, we have Theo Weiss outside, didn't need him outside, let's put him inside more, and is this not a lot of just where we're going offensively? Is catch and run.
Yeah.
Quick game, screen game. RPOs, I feel like that should add more value. I don't understand why that would make him drop.
I would say this, if I'm taking a wide receiver in the first round, I don't want to have to just line you up in a spot or try to be gimmicky to get you the football.
You just want to throw the football.
I want you to win one-on-one when I want you to win one-on-one.
Yeah, like Tetuar McMillan. We can
100%.
I can throw it to him left-handed and he'll go catch it.
Yep.
It's going to work.
So, Ben, how do you feel about his fit in this offense?
I think the fit is good, right? You're going to see a lot of guys move in motion in a Ben Johnson offense. You're going to be able to get those free releases, those free touches, right? He's protected from a lot of press coverage at Missouri. Ben Johnson knows how to do that. He'll do it just fine. We're running into a one-ball problem here, right? It's a little bit like we talked about with the Buccaneers where they drafted Mika Egbuka. I go, okay, I got a lot of mouths to feed. Colston Loveland in round one. We already have Roma Dunze in the building, top 10 pick. We have DJ Moore. Now, DJ Moore was a different coaching staff when they acquired him, but we have DJ Moore, and now we had Luther Burden. All right, I didn't even say Cole Kmet. So
That's right. One of the better tight ends in the league.
That's a full hand of pass catchers, right? So firstly, you turn to Caleb, say, all right, the scrambling's real nice, but we got to throw the football. And then I also think about how successful Ben Johnson was with the running game and had all the investments in the offensive line. That was the DNA for Detroit, right? Now Ben's his own man. He's not Dan Campbell. He can run the offense differently if he likes. But again, I've got a lot of things I'd like to do on offense now. And so the Burden, I think there's a high ceiling there for sure. I'm very curious to see who gets kind of cornered out of this Bears offense once the chips fall as they do.
Well, I will say also, you look at Jamison Williams, right? How you utilize him in the run game in Detroit. Those are a lot of things that you're going to see Luther Burden III do.
Yeah, some of that reverse game. Yeah, that screen game. I agree. Yeah.
I love the fact he's not afraid to work the middle of the field. Yeah. And a lot of times you get receivers. I mean, Harry can speak to him more than us. They don't want to go to that part of the field. Luther Burden, you go to some big third and fourth down conversion attempts that they had, and Brady Cook looked for Luther Burden on a very regular basis.
And who fits that, right, in the pass for Ben Johnson? That's Amon-Ra St. Brown's role, right? Is they do all that dirty work in between the hashes, right, to work against the linebacker, to work against the nickel, find the soft spot in the zone, and then be physical after the catch and get those 2 or 3 tough yards to get the first down. And I think that's exactly what Luther Burden's role is going to be. Hey, you're in the slot a lot. Hey, stay in the slot. That's where we want you to be because we got dogs on the outside. We got a great tight end. We got 2 great tight ends. And really what they're going to do is they're going to put defenses in a ton of binds. What are you going to do? Are you going to drop back and play zone? We could take advantage of that all day and just tell our quarterback where to high-low defenders and all that. If you play man, there's going to be matchups available to us at all times with the skill group that we're developing.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. The Deebo Samuel role, you brought up Deebo a little bit earlier. You go back to what Kirby Moore does. It's the stretch play as their foundation, the basis, but a lot of times with that comes that lateral motion, be it a jet sweep or be it a split zone. Luther was that guy a lot. So he's gotten the little push pass. He's gotten the ends around. You're not going to build your offense there, but he's very capable of giving you that as well.
And we call it eye candy, right? And what does it do to a defense? That's one more thing you have to think about before the ball is actually snapped. So you utilizing his skill set to your advantage and also gaining an advantage over the defense.
Hey, give me one false step. If I'm trying to reach that linebacker in the box, give me one false step to the right, and then I can get my angle on him, and we're going to be good.
That's right.
I do wonder how much they can get him in the field stretcher role, though, as well. Just simply because in DJ Moore and in Rome Odunze, you have two guys who are both successful in the slot and outside. They're both route runners. DJ Moore is good with the ball in his hands. He's got that running back build. The one thing that Burden does that I don't think you see from Moore or you see from Odunze is go, right? You have the ability to yank that field. So I would hope that we get some of that as well.
Speaking of getting, we have a quarterback off the board for the New Orleans Saints, Tyler Shuck out of Louisville.
Oh, yeah, brother.
Thoughts?
I like it a lot. I really do. I'm not surprised either. I can see why Kellen Moore likes this quarterback.
Yep.
The dude fits all the prototypical measurables that you want right there. 6'4", 220 pounds. He is a really good athlete. He moves extreme. That's not him, but that's okay. When we go through the tape and watch him play, it is just unbelievable how well he is able to manipulate the pocket and
It was him at Oregon.
I
was
know.
2 schools ago. Yeah.
I know. I got confused there for a second. Good catch. But, for the big picture of his ability, the dude's got some attitude. He's a good leader. He's been coached by Jeff Brom. Jeff Brom loves tough guys like this. He can throw from all the angles that you want. He's tough in the pocket as well as it's collapsing around him. He throws a beautiful deep ball. And I really think just the resiliency that he showed, that's the one thing that Jeff Brom continued to kind of read out to me is that dude's just kind of got that chip on his shoulder and plays with that attitude. He's got a good leader. The team loved him. And those are all great qualities that I think Kellen Moore wants in his quarterback on top of the measurables that he displays on.
Come on over to the touch, Matt. Let's go, baby.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're running some touchdowns.
We'll be over here.
Yeah. Y'all look nice from now.
Go ahead, do it. Ben, in the meantime, what do you think about this pick real quick?
So, right, Shuck, you talk about that toughness. He had 3 season-ending injuries, 2 broken clavicles, and then a broken leg. It was a big part of why Shuck is a 7-year senior, all right? 7 years in college is a long time, right? Tyler Shuck was out in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence, who's on his 2nd contract in the NFL. He backed up Justin Herbert at Oregon, right? So we have a 26-year-old here. The expectation for the Saints is that there's pro readiness. The expectation is that, he has seen a lot of coverages, seen a lot of routes. He knows how to be successful. You worry sometimes, though, with these older prospects, right? For every Bo Nix, there's a Kenny Pickett who emerged wonderfully, right? His 5th-year senior season. But it turns out that playing 20-year-olds and playing 21-year-olds who haven't seen it all, you look a little bit better than you might be. You get to the NFL, and that advantage dissipates, right? So that's the double-edged sword of some of these older prospects.
I know we're going to the touchscreen quickly, though. What does this say about this front office the last couple of years? I had a lot of confidence in Spencer Rattler. I loved Jake Haener at Fresno State.
Yeah.
Are we throwing in the towel on those guys? Do we think that that's no longer a part of the plan moving forward?
So it's easier than it's ever been to carry 3 quarterbacks in the NFL because of the Brock Purdy rule. He got injured in the end of the playoffs. They changed it a little bit. So I would expect Carr and then Shuck and then Spencer Rattler. And I think that Haener's probably the odd man out. It's worth noting with Derek Carr, an off-season shoulder surgery that it may be not football injury related. There's some contract conversations. He's very cuttable after this upcoming season. And so I think they're planning on carrying 3. But the Carr contract situation is tenuous right now. And certainly by next season, you would expect the Saints to move on, hand the keys over to Shuck.
Absolutely. And, a lot of people like to spend time in college. But let's get over to the touchscreen. Harry Douglas Sims, what you guys got for me?
Yes, sir. And here we are. We're going to just show the athleticism, right, that Tyler Shuck shows here in the low red zone area versus Clemson. This is a game that he played extremely well in and really did a great job of managing the football game. And we see it here in this low red zone area. Louisville is trying to attack Clemson defense with a full flooded attack here to the field here. Now they get a 4-man rush. Clemson decides we're trying to play coverage. They're going to double up a few of the receivers here in this situation. But I really just like the fact that Tyler Shuck, he goes to that backside one-on-one matchup. He doesn't like it. Then he feels the rush around him and does a great job of not looking at it, but just feeling the space. And then when he sees it, he takes off and goes. But I love this about it, though, too. He accelerates really well. The brave courage that he shows there jumping over it. And then this right there. There's a little, something to, I can't do that, but Harry knows what I'm talking about, right? But he can. And that's what I like about 9 right there. He has that attitude that you want in your quarterback that people really can support and really take control of a locker room. And then this is the other aspect too. The throwing on the run to me is one of these things like in modern NFL quarterback, and Ben, I hope you agree with me on this. Like, if you can't throw on the run successfully in the NFL, you ain't gonna make it very long, my friend.
True
and this
story.
is the biggest thing right here. We see countless reps of this where he's outside the pocket, on the run, off balance, and he's making fantastic plays down the football field. So we get a 4-man rush. He does a great job evading again, gets outside the pocket, directing traffic, does a great job of staying calm while he's doing this. But I love this. As he is running full speed to the sideline, he keeps his shoulders parallel to the line of scrimmage. And why is that important? When my shoulders are parallel to the line of scrimmage, that allows me to be more accurate as I throw down the field off my right foot. He just stepped off that right foot. He is driving the football high and hard to the sideline here, Ja'Cory Brooks. Fantastic throw on the move, away from the defender, down the sideline for an easy pitch and catch. These are things that Tyler Shough shows on film continuously.
And this play right here, we call this a scramble drill. Great job of directing your wide receiver where you want him to go.
Right.
Now, Matt, check this out. You understand that they're only rushing 4.
Yep.
They're dropping 11. Okay, let me buy my guys a little bit more time.
Right.
Right? Everything is not going to be there off initiation. Climbs, goes in the pocket, goes outside of it, 2 hands on the football, which you always see him, direct, throw the football, ball placement is everything. To the sideline where only my guy can catch it.
Right.
Go back to the first play really quick, Matt.
Yes, sir.
And what I love about this one down in the end zone, hey, if you're going to make a decision, be decisive with it.
Yes, sir.
Don't hesitate, don't wait because it can end up in the sack. Give us a chance. 2 hands on the football in the pocket. Once again, decisive. It's not there. Let me go and then let me leapfrog, front flip, yeah, and watch me whip. And then I'm going to do that nay-nay.
Keep dancing, HD. Just keep,
Tyler Shough.
keep,
Hell yeah,
keep dancing
baby.
for me. Let's check in, excuse me, with Ryan. It sounds like I've eaten an Oreo without any dang water right there for a second. We're at 61 left. How are we feeling?
Too bad yet.
Hey, man, he's going to be leaning over in that chair in about 20 picks, ain't he?
Just feeling good. He says feeling good with just the tone of absolute death.
Yeah.
Feeling
So
good.
now, with the Saints taking Tyler Shough, right? Mm-hmm. That's not Shedeur Sanders.
It ain't.
He's still on the board. So that is also saying that, hey, New Orleans, we graded Tyler higher than Shedeur. Mm-hmm. Something else to keep in mind, guys.
And Milroe.
And Milroe.
And Milroe.
Yeah, I was going to say Milroe as well.
Can I close one thing out on Tyler Shough? I want to get you guys, specifically Matt, to just kind of add in on this because I don't think a lot of people understand. Would it be fair, would you agree with, this young man by far has the most arm talent in this draft?
I can't say that he has better arm talent than Cam Ward,
Yeah.
but he
Some
definitely
of the off-balance throws that I've seen, I mean,
he is the next
it
tier.
is uncanny.
He is the next tier guy, and I think that is the reason why a lot of scouts fell in love with him too during this process, right? He jumps off the page a little bit more than Shedeur does as far as the physical attributes, right? And then of course when you talk to a guy like Jeff Brom, who is, you know, he's not a soft football coach. That guy is tough. He's old school.
You played for him.
We played for him. We know him. And he likes guys with a little, you know, something to him.
Yep.
And he fits that billing. And I think that's a really important part for the New Orleans Saints right now. They need an attitude at the quarterback position, right? Derek Carr has been great. He served his purpose, right? We're going to see what happens as far as the shoulder and all that goes. But Tyler Shough gives you a little bit more of a presence, I think, going forward and an attitude that kind of matches, again, just what Kellen Moore is trying to bring to the table at the quarterback position.
The YouTube poll that you saw there just a minute ago was not a fan of the pick. Not only was it not a D/F, it was a D/E on the poll. So the Jets are up on the clock here. Possibly a spot for Shedeur, maybe. Still might be high. I mean, Adam Schefter was earlier on SportsCenter talking about he could go as far as, I believe, 83 or 84 is when the Steelers are picking.
82.
Is it 82? Okay, the Jets pick is in here. You know, Aaron Glenn, new head coach there. They definitely do not have Aaron Rodgers on that roster anymore.
Can I drop a word on the Bills?
Absolutely.
41, TJ Sanders, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Cole made a great point about that defense. Highly versatile players. You need to be able to do a lot of things. TJ Sanders lined up from this tackle to that tackle and everywhere in between, right? He's 6'3". He came in the combine over 300. Pretty sure he played more in the kind of the 290s, but he's got length. He can two-gap. He can one-gap, do a lot of different things for you. Remind me a lot of Zach Sealer with the Dolphins, right? It's not a sexy name, Zach Sealer, but it's just a very, very handy player.
Right.
Buffalo next to Ed Oliver's had a lot of, as needed to have a second guy, a defensive tackle, who can handle the one-on-ones, handle some of the run game stuff, let Ed eat, right, and some of the games and the stunts and the twists. That's TJ Sanders. It's earlier than I thought for Sanders, but stylistically, it's very good for Buffalo.
Tonka Hemingway, there were a couple other guys up front that just did a lot of the dirty work and made things a lot easier for a lot of other players. But this young man has the ability to give you some wiggle. He can win those one-on-one pass rush moves. He can hold his ground. He can two-gap. And I think that he's just going to be a solid football player. Handy. I love the word that you used right there. A very handy football player in the middle of a defense. And he's got the boom bada.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what the boom bada is. Come here, Harry. I'll show you the boom bada real quick.
Yeah, let's see this.
We
Go ahead,
talked
Harry.
about this with Clayton White.
I don't want any part of that.
And Clayton White basically said we had to come up with different pass rush moves because everybody's seen, a swim move or a spin. And so TJ tried to tell us that he was one of the best basketball players in the state of South Carolina when he was coming out of high school. So he said, I remember when I was playing basketball, I always go cross you over. So we just hit the same thing. And I said, I hit the boom bada on him. So he gives you the one little hop to the right, and then he comes back with either the rip or the swim on the opposite side of it. And that's kind of one of his go-to moves in pass rush situations. But he does have the ability to be loose when he needs to win those one-on-ones.
And obviously the Bills, Sims, they were close last year, man. Obviously, this is the great addition. Addresses one of their needs. I think Kuiper only had a couple of needs for them here. Like, what is it going to take for them to get over the hump?
Guys like Maxwell Harrison and TJ Sanders, right?
1,000%.
Depth on the defense side of the football, I think, is the biggest concern for them. And I think we all watched the Super Bowl, right? And we're thinking, man, can someone else? It might have been uglier if the Buffalo Bills were out there in that situation, just because I don't think that they have the same amount of depth as some of these other football teams like a Philadelphia Eagles. And that's what everyone in the draft is worried about. How can we keep up with the Philadelphia Eagles? How can we take what they do and make it work for us in some sense? And that is depth at the defensive line. TJ does a fantastic job. And I think what's great, too, McDermott's not like a plain Jane defensive coordinator. He's going to move that guy around. He's going to put him at 5 technique. He's going to put him at 3 technique. He's going to give him one-on-one opportunities against the center and nose tackle situations. So I think he's a versatile football player. Like you said, he's going to be able to be moved around and used in a lot of different ways on first, second, and third down in passing situations.
I'll tell you, that Buffalo defensive line, they added Joey Bosa in free agency. It's a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
A.J. Epenesa's got 1 year left. Daquan Jones, a defensive tackle, 1 year left. Larry Ogunjobi, they had in free agency, 1 year left. And now you draft T.J. Sanders. They're pushing, right? There was an expectation last offseason, we need to do a reload here, right? We need to shed some money. And then a lot of their young guys stepped up, right? Josh had a great season. That running game improved. And all of a sudden, they were back in the AFC Championship game. Go, right? Let's put some stars on defense. Let's go, actually get to this big game.
What did they say?
Really
But it
quick,
was that
as
AFC
a joke
Championship
here,
game,
first
though.
Sanders off the board was TJ and not Shedeur.
Oh,
Unnecessary shade. Go ahead with that thought.
No, but it was that AFC Championship game, right? Patrick Mahomes had his way with that secondary and the inability for that defensive line to actually get to Patrick Mahomes. That's why you draft away and also bring guys in free agency on the defensive side of the ball, too.
What did T.J. Sanders call that move?
Boom bada. You can use it.
He renamed the Eurostep. You can't do that. You can't go with a new name for
There's
Eurostep.
no
Act like it's
Eurostep in
yours.
football. It's the boom bada.
Yeah.
Just
Oh
take
my
it. Every
God.
great idea is stolen.
I feel like I've watched Travis Hunter Eurostep a couple times.
It was the boom bada, coach. Yeah. But you know what? I really, again, to go back to this pick, though, for the Buffalo Bills and to go off of what Ben said, I think they've done a great job of replenishing that defense. And really also, I think what the first 2 picks shows you is that our quarterback, we feel really confident in the fact that he is that guy now.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter who we put around him. He's going to make the proper play when we need him to. He's going to make the right decision when we need him to. And he also has the skill set to still take over football games. And if we can get him the ball more, right, we're going to win more games. And that's what the first 2
I
picks
go back
are
to
showing
what
us.
you said, Matt, about depth, and then what Ben said about getting there. They're getting there.
Right.
They're not doing it with top 5 picks. Dalton Kincaid comes in from Ole Miss, a former high school quarterback, and he's become a great tight end in the NFL. Ray Davis is not your feature tailback out of Temple, Vanderbilt, Kentucky. We have to get them all in there now.
Yep.
And he is going to be, I think, a long-time quality back for that team. He doesn't have to be a 200-carry a season back, but he's going to help them win games. So I do feel like the front office is making moves for those role players / depth players, especially in the playoffs, that you're going to need to get some quality reps.
And let's get mobile here because Mason Taylor was just selected
my guy.
by the New York Jets. So Ben Solak, would you like to take the floor over here on the touch screen?
Let's go, Ben.
I'm not fast. You got to talk while I'm going.
No, man.
Yeah, we got you. Don't worry.
You've got it. Ryan's over there munching on some cookies, but we're gonna get back to him. You're a mobile guy. What do we got here on Mason Taylor?
Now the Jets at tight end, they had Jeremy Rucker and Stone Smart. They needed a player at this body, right? They talked about Tyler Warren a little bit in the first round. Mason Taylor, a wonderful consolation prize in the second round. First thing to say about Mason Taylor is that he's wicked smooth. I was talking to Cole. We talked about him on a call. He is a smooth route runner. This is a 4th and 10 against Ole Miss. It is a close one-score game in the fourth quarter, baby. We got to have it. Mason Taylor's in the slot. They love to line him up in the slot. He's going to run an over route, but what I want you to see is that step right there. That step on the over route, Harry Douglas. It's called a stair step, isn't it?
That's right,
We
baby.
got a little
You better
stair
step him in man coverage, Ben.
Instead of just running this over right here, what we're going to do is we're going to give a little step up on the toes of that cover man. Make him feel like he has to move back just a hair. And then we're going to finish the over. It opens up his hips, creates some space for Mason Taylor to go and catch that ball. Watch this catch as well. All above the rim, over the face mask. Again, 4th and 10, a critical catch, Harry.
So I love this. If you do not stair step, Ben, you're the defender right here. I'm Mason Taylor. If I just go up and I just run right over here, that DB is all he's going to do is cut me off, and he's going to bat it down. It's going to be a PBU.
Yep.
But like you mentioned, come here, you stair step him, get that DB to freeze his feet. Now you go across the field and you make the play just like Mason Taylor.
Hey, Harry, it's almost Boombada-ish.
It is Boombada.
Look something without the over.
You got to wonder if Pops Jason Taylor taught him that one. Jason Taylor rushing the passer. Now, another one on Mason Taylor for you. Scramble drill play, Harry. I love a scramble drill play for a tight end because I need my tight ends to be quarterback friendly. I need you to work with the quarterback. I need you to be that safety blanket for him. And he was that for Garrett Nussmeier. Again, here in the slot, you see him lined up out wide quite a bit. In break and route, oh, my quarterback's out of the pocket. Downfield, there's somebody there. Come back, and again, watch the catch up against the sideline above the rim. Mason Taylor, very, very comfortable catching the football outside of the radius away. So a very natural hands catcher in Mason Taylor. Now, the last rep is the least exciting to watch and is the most important. This is against UCLA. He's got an edge rusher here in Femi Oladejo. He's going to go probably today. This is an NFL caliber player. Mason Taylor's not too thick. He's not too big. He's like a Tyler Higbee body type. But I need you to be able to block. If you're going to play tight end for me, I need you to be able to win at least some one-on-ones. So Mason Taylor, we're here in pass protection on Femi Oladejo. They're going to leave him isolated, and he's going to win the rep, controlling the full slide. There are not a lot of great blocking reps on Mason Taylor's film, but there's enough. You take him with a top 50 pick, you get a few sandwiches in his belly, and you hope that potentially he's going to become that 3-down tight end. So again, Tyler Higbee type, maybe a Dallas Goedert ceiling for Mason Taylor. He's a fun one to watch.
And you know what we call this? We take everybody to IHOP, baby, because that's a pancake.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, it's the least exciting of the 3 reps, but if you can do this consistently on film for me, you're going to play 100% of my snaps. You're going to be a great draft pick in the second round.
The biggest thing, a lot of general managers that I talk to, and also NFL owners, they love second-generational kids.
Yep.
His father is one of the best to ever do it.
Heard of him.
Rushing the passer. Second-generational, grew up around money, understands the work ethic. That's why he's going to be a phenomenal player in the league for the New York Jets.
Mason Taylor, man. Justin Fields got a new friend there in that offense for sure.
You know, Ben, you were talking about eating. You know, someone who has done a lot of that is Alfred Collins, who was selected by the 49ers.
I thought you were going to say Ryan.
Ryan is as well, but he's got a lot more to do. Hopefully he's sick by the end of the night. Cole, what do you got for me on Alfred Collins, 6'6", 332 out of Texas?
Let's do it just real quick. I want to finish Mason Taylor.
Sure.
Just showing highlights of him real quick here. We'll go to Alfred Collins in a moment. But you guys mentioned all the stuff about Jason, and I don't know what you call the stair step when it's at the line of scrimmage and there's an edge defender in front of you. Very different from other tight ends, though. Mason Taylor has a way of eluding jams and eluding bumps at the line of scrimmage, which a lot of those edge defenders, defensive ends, outside linebackers, their job is to reroute the tight end. Don't let him get free to get open quickly where the quarterback can get the ball out. Whether it's a little swim move, kind of a dip and rip, he just has a really good knack of avoiding that contact, and it allows him to get open faster. And Ben, I think the word that I would use for what you were showing there late, willing.
Yep.
He is a willing blocker. There are so many tight ends that just fall down in front of guys, and he at least is willing to get out there and give it a good effort and try to just square somebody up and shoot his hands. Alfred Collins became one of the most dominant defensive linemen in the SEC as the season progressed last year. When you put his film on about halfway through the season, probably just before the Vanderbilt game and then on, the offensive lineman in front of him was usually off the ball the wrong direction.
Right.
And he could eat up 2 blocks. He could find a way to get a push and dent the pocket and sort of force the quarterback to be uncomfortable, even if it wasn't a hit on the quarterback, batted balls. He is a space eater that is a man mover, and he is a giant human. He turned himself into a great defensive lineman last year, And I think his ceiling is extremely high.
What do you feel about what the 49ers have done here? You saw there on the screen, they also selected Michael Williams out of Georgia.
They're going to look great off the bus. Jeez.
But your thoughts on
I
him,
like
too?
this pick better than I do the Michael Williams
Right.
pick, mainly because of where it was. And plain and simple, it's production. And I do think that there is context around the word production that we need to pay attention to. Take a young man like Shedeur Stewart out of Texas A&M. Not a ton of sacks, not a ton of pressures, but when you put the film on, he's forcing runs to bounce. He's forcing quarterbacks to move. He's forcing quarterbacks to reset and find a different passing lane. He's pushing offensive linemen back. Michael Williams didn't do as much of that. And there wasn't the productions of just getting ball carriers to the ground. When you stand next to Michael Williams, you want him on your football team because you see him and you think, that's a Vince McMahon first-round draft pick. He looks like he should go straight to WWE and start wrestling and be in WrestleMania tomorrow because he should not be able to move with the girth that he has that God gave him. He's got to turn into a better defensive lineman, though. Technique has to come around. Fundamentals have to come around and be something that are consistent with him. The God-given ability is there. His ceiling is high. We consistently, availability is your best ability. And I do think he was banged up last year, and I think it's a reason that it hurt some of that productivity. But I have not seen enough consistently to justify where he came off the board to San Francisco, in my opinion.
Yeah. So with Michael Williams now and Alfred Collins, I think you have a player you want to get a lot better in Michael and a player you saw start to get a lot better in Alfred Collins. We got to remember 2 Texas defensive tackles went early last year. Byron Murphy, right, to Seattle in the first round, Tavondre Sweat in the second round of the Titans. So Collins was only 1-year starter. If you want to get a guy right in the NFL on the defensive line, you cannot make a better call than Chris Kosarick, who's the defensive line coach there in San Francisco. Been doing it real well now for a decade. And so 2 guys who I think have parts of their game that they can improve, both landing in a spot like San Francisco. It's great for those individuals. Chris Kosarick, that's what the money's for, baby. Let's make it work.
The thing with Collins that I love, too, is we mentioned the Boombata earlier. We had fun with that. There's so many defensive linemen now that their favorite thing to do is turn their shoulders and turn their hips and try to get to a different gap or get by somebody. Alfred Collins can sit there and play you straight up all day long. Those shoulders are going to stay square. Those hands are going to get shot into your chest, and there's not going to be a thing you can do about it. And that's what I love about that young man. That shows me that if I need to play down the middle of you all day long, I can do it, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it.
The guy that the Cowboys just selected, Donovan Ezeraku out of Boston College, did a couple of his games. Let me tell you something. This is a guy that college football heads will tell you he can hoop, okay? Like, you want to talk about production, the numbers were there for this guy. Cole, what do you see out of him?
Oh, you mentioned hoop. First and foremost, Harry, he has an NBA wingspan.
Yeah.
And you don't need to measure it. Just watch him on field. Look at his arms, like dragging on the ground when he's rushing the passer there. Like his fingertips literally go past his kneecaps. It sticks out. It's a glaring thing about his game. What stuck out to me when I first put him on and watched him, how willing he is against the run and then how good he is against the run. I do think he goes down the middle of blockers a little bit too often. You see the elusiveness to be able to slant inside on a stunt right there and be able to penetrate and make things happen. He gets stuck on tackles at times, but he has the length to go down the middle of offensive line because usually he can use that stab, get you off of him, and keep separation. I'm a big fan of his. I'm going to be honest with you, Ben. I'm surprised he's still on the board here.
Yeah, man, Dallas just can't help themselves, can they, right? Sam Williams in the second round a few years ago. Marshawn Nealon in the second round a few years ago. We signed Dante Fowler in free agency. You know who we need? Another one. Listen, Donovan Ezeraku. You brought up the 34-inch arms, right? On a 6'2" body is preposterous, right?
It doesn't look human when you watch him. It doesn't.
Yeah, he needs pockets at his kneecaps, right? But the other thing, athletically, he ran a sub-7-second 3-cone. 3-cone is a drill. Cones are shaped like an L. You got to run all around them, and it tests that bend, that change of direction. Sub-7 seconds is the magic, right? That's like 90th percentile. So we have a bendy guy with length. I agree with you down the middle, but if he can get a little bit more power on that long arm, the potential for that 10-plus sack player is here opposite Michael Parsons. Going to have a lot of fun against right tackles with Parsons taking doubles. It's a good spot for him.
You kind of don't blame him because, like Ben said, with that length arm, it's hard not to just own people like this. Because once I do that, you can't get your arms on me. So I pretty much just take control of you. And I don't like to get carried away with the way edge guys play in space because we're not drafting you to play in space. But he was great when he was asked to be in space. He gets out there, has great recognition of where the football is. He finds it quickly, doesn't seem to get lost. There are multiple aspects of his game that I'm a fan of.
This is the team that lost to Marcus Lawrence, number 1. What stands out to me about Dallas already with their first 2 picks, right? They want to try to regain the line of scrimmage again and own that. Something they didn't do last year. 29th versus the rush. You bring in more players that can have you stop the run, and then you get an offensive guard that can help.
Well, they
you be
definitely did it
better
on the
in run
offensive
game.
side. They got the guy to do it on the offensive side. So, yeah, Tyler Booker is that guy. If anybody is not aware of it, he is that dude.
Were you impressed, too, by his ability to kind of hold down the fort on the edge against some runs that were at him, right? Being a guy that maybe isn't.
And again, it's the arm.
It's the arm length.
Like you get a tight end
The
up against
hand
you, or a
strength
tackle
as
up
well.
against you. He gets that stab, shoulder square, nice base.
Right.
There's nothing you can do about that.
And not everybody has that ability, though.
you
When
don't.
you can one-arm an offensive lineman and still play the run and see what's
Look
going
at
on.
the next guy off the board,
Right.
JT
Come on, man.
Tuimoloau. He doesn't have the similar capabilities. Now, he has other aspects of his game that are nice, but he cannot do those things with his arms. He's not in the same way.
Right.
And I mean, clearly a great move there by Indianapolis. JT Tuimoloau, he was a guy that improved throughout the season, especially during the college football playoff. Cole, like they're going up against the best that college football's got to offer, basically. And he was running through everybody, him and Jack Sawyer.
Whatever Ryan Day did after the Michigan game,
Right.
every head coach in the world at every level of football wants some of that, because there were 5, 6, 8, 20 guys that all of a sudden looked up. I didn't think they were going to make it out of the first round of the playoffs, because what we saw in the playoffs, we didn't get that consistently the entire season from Ohio State. This is a young man that has been a takeover player at times. Would I like to see that a little bit more? Yes, but you've seen him right there on a 4-down front playing a defensive end. You've seen him in a stand-up situation. He's got enough quickness, enough juice off the edge to be able to get home on a consistent basis. I do think he's physical enough to hold up on the end, and this is the playmaking ability that you get that just – it's that Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed aspect of his game of just knowing how to go attack the football and making a big play when it counts. It's not coachable, but he's got some of that in him.
That Colts defense, as you can see, was hot garbage last year. HD, you were talking yesterday just sort of about the talent that this Colts team is stacking. Another guy right here.
The numbers you see on this screen are not the numbers you're going to see this season.
Right.
We got to remember, they drafted Latu last year. You got JTT now. DeForest Buckner, who is a man's child inside. Grover Stewart, I like what he brings to the table. Quiddy Pay, another Michigan product. Shavarius Ward, Cam Bynum, they got in free agency. If they can get the quarterback position right, whether it's Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones.
Hey,
Shedeur
good
Sanders.
news is they
Look out for
drafted a
this
tight
team.
end that can play quarterback when he gets tired.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Hey, let's throw Shedeur Sanders
It's
in.
actually could possibly be a real possibility
seriously.
here. I'm serious.
They're
Like,
going to do backfield
yeah.
stuff. It's going to be very goofy.
No
yeah.
doubt.
No, JT Tuimoloau, man. Like I brought him up with Dennis Allen, right? Because of the rugged style, the play style. It's the same thing. Chris Ballard, he can't help himself either, right? It was Deo Odangbo in the second round.
Yeah.
It was Quiddy Pay in the first round. They love these big, long defensive linemen. And Odangbo got a bag from Chicago, right? So they wanted to add another guy to that rotation. Tuimoloau was country tough, dude. I mean, he will scrape paint for 4 quarters. And the pass rush, like it's not going to be where he's best. He's going to be better on early downs. But that back half of the season gets you like, all right, you were a third rounder. You were only early down. You're a second rounder because of some of those final rushes you saw. So I was very impressed by the way he ended his final season.
This division is always a wild card, and sometimes it's very bad. But just given what we've seen out of Houston, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, what everybody's done, the Titans obviously had the number 1 pick with Cam Ward. HD, where do you sort of see the pecking order as of right now with this division?
I'm still going to go Houston because they have the better quarterback, and that's always going to trump everything else, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised at the Colts. Like I said, if they can get the quarterback position right, I think everything else falls into place. Now, another wild card in that division is going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. What kind of job is Liam Cohen going to be able to do to get Trevor Lawrence playing consistent football to where he's not up and down, turning the football over 5 games in a row? We see him be phenomenal. 3 games in a row, he's all over the place. I think that's what you have to eliminate. But you drafted Travis Hunter to take some of that pressure, some of that attention off of him, and you move forward. So I'm looking forward to seeing them. My Tennessee Titans, I was with them for 3 years. They have
Hey,
their
don't do
quarterback.
that now. No, you're mine. Falcons.
That's right.
I understand. I know.
Well, hold on now. Like, the bills at my house, they have been paid by both organizations.
Hey, but we live by Mr. Blank, don't we?
True story.
All right.
That's true. That's right.
Hey, but
Y'all in
look,
different
you
area codes
mentioned
than
the
we are.
Colts quarterback situation. If they were to get that correct, Sims, given what they've got Anthony Richardson, they've got Daniel Jones, maybe they select somebody in the draft, but what does that need to look like aside from better?
Well, overall, the team does have all the pieces. And you're right. We just need the confidence a little bit more now in the quarterback and being consistent in that mark, right? Daniel Jones, to me, I mean, this is me growing up as a Giants fan and all that. I believe in Daniel Jones. I really do think that he could still be a very viable starter in the NFL. And I do think that Shane Steichen is one of those offensive gurus, too, that can really develop an offense around him and his athleticism and still spread the football around. Because I look at guys like Alex Pierce and Josh Downs. These are guys that, like, I think are underappreciated, undervalued a little bit in the grand scheme of the NFL game. But I do think that Shane Steichen has the ability to spread the football around, to make it at least a balanced offense, to take care of the football with Daniel Jones as his quarterback, and let him use his legs at times. And now with Tyler Warren as well in the mix as far as their offense, I think there's a lot of really good pieces for them to build on and create some consistency on that side.
All right, Ben, we got one more chance, Ben. One more chance to mention the best football player on their team if you want to get him out there for us.
Go ahead, Coach. Go ahead.
You look at the quarterback.
There you go.
Who? This whole conversation and not mention Quentin Nelson. Finally, we got him.
That's why we got
That's
you
why
here.
you're here, Coach. Damn.
I give him the credit.
Let me say this about Shane Steichen. He's been able to coach Jalen Hurts,
They don't want to talk about Quentin Nelson.
Justin Herbert. Yeah, Quentin can wait. He's been subpar of late. We need him to get back to, all-pro Quentin Nelson.
The 23 season, the foot was not so good. 24, he was back.
He was back. He was back. Everything else wasn't. That's the problem. That's
Oh,
why he didn't
okay,
get-
hold on a second. This is a guy I like. Like, the numbers weren't there necessarily for him at Oregon,
Yeah.
but Terrence Ferguson, actually, you remember the first time we watched him play out there at Washington? It was like, yo.
Like his size, too.
Like, this is a dude that looks like an NFL player. And it was one of the reasons, and Ben, I'm sort of curious from your perspective, when I look at the list of the tight ends in this class, Cole, I would hope you would agree. I look at 7 or 8 guys down, and I'm like, I'll take them on my football
Absolutely.
team. This is one of those guys to me. Ben, I'm sort of curious what you've seen out of Terrence Ferguson and if you feel that this is a strong tight end class in general.
Yeah, sometimes you watch a player and you see the naturalness of the movement, you see the hands away from the frame, just the comfort with the ball in his hands, making guys miss, and you go, man, you played more than football, didn't you? And you go to Ferguson's high school background, he was like a 4-year hooper, and you just see the comfort, right? The body control, the hip sync. There's like Tedrow McMillan was the volleyball up in the air, right? You can kind of see the old skills in these guys. So Ferguson's that way. I talked about the smoothness of Mason Taylor. You got something similar in Ferguson, a little bit taller body, thicker body, and he's also better playing, I think, in the line of scrimmage right now with some of the
100%.
people moving. Yeah. Now, Ferguson's got one gear, right? He gets off the line, he gets up to top speed, he has the ball in his hands, and then that's pretty much it, right? But the Rams, you think about what they got from Tyler Higbee, who's expiring contract, right? Might not be with the team in
Also
26.
injury history, too.
Yeah. So you think about what they've got with Higbee, just run shallows, just run flats, just run delayed releases, be reliable for me, always catch the football. We're going to handle the downfield stuff with some other players. And so the role makes a lot of sense. It is a crowded room right now. They got Higbee, they got Colby Parkinson.
Yeah.
They've clearly been looking around, right? They drafted Davis Allen out of Clemson a couple years ago.
Yeah.
They're trying to find a guy at tight end to be the future there. Ferguson, a big investment.
Harry, I'll just follow up on the inline part that Ben hit there. There are 2 tackles on that Oregon roster last year that will play in the NFL, and it was impossible not to notice him in some of those combo blocks.
Yep.
And he added a lot at the line of scrimmage when they wanted to be a north-south run football team. I think he's more than willing. I think he enjoys part of it. Now, he's a tight end, so he didn't enjoy all of it.
Sure.
But he's more than willing to be a blocker, and I think physicality is something he'll help add to that roster as well.
Definitely meets the measurables. He was basically the top tight end in everything. Also, speaking of notable picks, Will Johnson finally off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. HD, thoughts?
I love everything about this pick, and also their head coach is a defensive-minded guy. When you look at Will Johnson, very instinctive, playing zone coverage. Now, I don't know how much man you want to put him in, especially with the injury history, but you're asking him to read combinations from a wide receiver set, whether you have 2 receivers to one side, 3 receivers to one side. He doesn't waste any movement. You watch him right here on this play. Notice that it's going to be a screen. Okay, let me be instinctive. Let me jump it, and I'm going to take it to a pick 6 to the house. I mentioned yesterday about Will Johnson. When they played Ohio State a few years ago, he's playing cover 2. He knows that Marvin Harrison Jr. wants to run this under route. No movement whatsoever. He jumps it, intercepts the ball, jumps everything off for the Michigan Wolverines to be able to get that victory and spark everything.
Now, Ben, you're sourced up. Obviously, Will Johnson, we did not expect him to fall to 47. I mean, this is a guy, we've been watching him the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, like, he's going to play in the NFL. Like, he's great. Like, how much for him to fall to the second round here does the injury have to be a concern for these teams? Like, do you feel like you have a good feel for, like, how much clearly that weighs in?
So the issue is that it's 2-headed, right? He left this season with a toe injury, and toe and foot is always sketchy. It's real small bones, right? So you're always worried about those long term. And then he had a scope back in 22 on the knee, and then the knee got checked out again in the combine, and teams don't feel good about the longevity for the career. So now I've got a knee and a toe problem, right? There's kind of a two-headed concern. It's funny because somebody told me the week before the first round, they said, listen, Will Johnson's fallen, medical not too good. He won't make it past the Cardinals at 16, though. They love him. Made it past the Cardinals at 16, but then at 47, clearly one of those teams that felt like, all right, we're willing to take the risk on it. And for the Cardinals, they have, I really, really like this for the Cardinals because the Cardinals, for top 11 on defense, are all delightful players. They're all great. They have a good unit. Every scheme fit, it's nice. They don't have a lot of ringers. They don't have a lot of just stars, right? Guys who make you come up with an offensive game plan to get around this guy. They go Walter Nolan in the first round and Will Johnson in the second, taking the big risk and saying, listen, if we can get a healthy rookie contract out of Will Johnson, he's one of our outside corners. Max Melton out of Rutgers last year is there. Garrett Wilson, like they got some of the tent pole pieces, Josh Sweat in free agency, that this defense really, really needs. That the Cardinals got to make the playoffs, right? Monty Austin, John Gann, it's been a couple years now. When we talk about January football, we talk about stars. And to me, that Will Johnson's that caliber of a player.
Yeah, Cole, I mean, when we see there Walter Nolan and Will Johnson, I mean, college football heads were looking at that. It's like, hey, they're doing all right with those selections.
As you said, we mentioned Will Johnson as being the number one corner off the board for years, it felt like. He was just going to be that guy. But I'll go back to what Ben said, risk. I think it's there with both of these selections. I love Will Johnson. Who did he come to college to play for? Jim Harbaugh. He's physical. Right. He's going to come up and attack a screen. He's going to come up and make a tackle. He will not be a liability there. But as Harry said, man coverage, maybe that's not going to be his strength. Could that hold you back? Walter Nolan was taking naps at practice at Texas A&M. You got him in contract year, and he tore it up. And he absolutely shredded college football. Can he be that on a down-in, down-out basis for you in the NFL? We see what he can do when he is. He is a game wrecker. And he is physically a guy that can impose his will with quickness, with power, with size, but you have to consistently get him out of it. Pete Golding was able to do it last year. Will he do it in the NFL? If both of these hit, it's going to be a mega draft for the Cardinals.
It is. And Sims, curious how you feel about their fit in this division. Obviously, Ben mentioned, hey, this is a team that we need to start looking at the playoffs here, but just what they've built.
I think Ben just hit it like nail right on it because this is a football team that really does just they need that star power. They really do. They really need to be able to rely on superpower players in key big time moments. And Walter Nolan has that ability. And that's why I'm happy that you answered that, Cole, because I was going to ask you that. Is he a big risk going forward for this franchise? And right now they're just saying, hey, we need to get it done and we're okay taking that calculated risk. I really do hope it works out for them because I do think they have a lot of good pieces involved. And really, I think the biggest thing, right, is can they get consistent quarterback play from Kyler Murray going forward as well, right? But,
I'll draw an unfair comparison, right? When the Lions were building it under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, they did such a good job, fourth-rounders, fifth-rounders, finding starters, guys that are handy. But then eventually it came down to Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Right.
January football, you need the guys. The Cardinals have done the first half beautifully. They have found so many guys, bargain bin free agency, middle rounds of the draft, good coaching staff. They go last year, Paris Johnson Jr., Marvin Harrison, we're going to do it. Paris Johnson Jr. has been banged up, and then Marvin Harrison Jr. did not have the big rookie season. So now the heat gets turned up a little bit. So, all right, Walter Nolan and Will Johnson, we need impactful players right now if we're going to make this push. And so it's those four names I just said, and then it's Kyler Murray, who obviously this staff inherited, but that's your wide receiver one, your star tackle, your quarterback, one of your go-to pass rushers with Josh Sweat, and then your corner one. That's playoff team. Those are the premium positions. If those guys are good, they've filled out the linebacker and the guard and the safety. They have all the ancillary pieces. You need the tent poles.
The good news is if you're a Cardinals fan, you take what Ben's saying there, the front office is drafting correctly. You are going out and adding pieces that can get you to where you need to go. Now, a lot of it then falls on the individuals of whether or not they actually take you there.
And the one other star that we're forgetting to mention, and another player that I think is underappreciated in the NFL, Trey McBride.
Yes, sir.
Highest paid tight end, I probably should have mentioned that one.
At the same time,
games last year,
a lot of fans don't really know how dynamic he is of a football player, and because, hey, he hasn't reached the end zone. I mean, it was a thing at the end of the year last year. Let's get him in the end zone. How crazy is that? This is a guy that's getting 1,000 yards a year, and we can't even get him in the end zone, but he is another superstar that is waiting to get on the mainstream of football fans and just hasn't quite reached that moment yet. And again, this is where you hope that the defensive side and these impact players give him more of an opportunity now with Kyler Murray to take advantage of the sudden change moments.
He jumped off at the tape every time I watched one of their games. You talk about the ability to get open in the middle of the football field, whether it was deep overs, coming out of corner routes, or also option routes as a tight end. They ran them with speed sweeps, gave him handoffs as well. So Trey McBride, man, is a guy, a jack of all trades that can do a lot of different things on the football field.
And before we get to this pick, the text Texans pick is in at number 48. Let's go to Ryan here because we've got a YouTube poll. How many Oreo cookies could you eat in one sitting? Most people think that they could eat 10. Second place is 20. Like, what y'all got, baby?
Y'all selling yourself short there.
Right. 21% of y'all, 70 plus. Right now. So, some people are going big, and most of you are going home, clearly. Ryan, you've got 54 more to go. How are we feeling thus far?
Feeling good, but I'm not a fan of the speed with which these teams are picking right now.
The clock gets shorter in the third round.
It's going to get shorter.
Yeah,
right.
I know.
Yeah, we're going to get shorter. But scale 1 to 10, how are we feeling?
Not too full yet, so.
Not too full yet. That doesn't sound very confident.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you were trying to bluff sort of your draft position, I don't know that you could be a very good GM. This pick here, Ariante Ursary from Minnesota, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen. Cole, the floor is yours.
I worry about him at tackle. What I do love about him is technically he's pretty strong.
Yeah.
He has a very clean, very patient pass set. You'll kind of see it right there.
Abdul
He
Carter.
loses his base very often, which means his feet come together. When that happens, you become top heavy. You lose your balance, you go to the ground. But when he sits on you, it is over. When those feet stay apart, he keeps that base. His hands have to be some of the strongest hands in this draft because when he engages defenders, they do not get away. He misses his hands quite a bit, but like I said, when he hits, he's on, and it is a problem. And I don't know about you, but the quickness is not really there. The twitch is not really there. He's big enough to give you that sort of runaround factor at tackle, and I do think technically he might be sound enough to make it there. I'd love to see him play about 15 pounds lighter than what he is right now.
Yeah, so he had a high school growth spurt, right? He was 240 as a freshman, and they went to 265 as a sophomore, and they said, put on some pads, young man, right? He wasn't playing football yet. And so it is very impressive to see his feet. He's got a 45-degree set. He's got a vertical set. Like someone got him right. You can tell he's been well coached. He's put on a lot of mass. I do agree with you. I'd like him to play a little bit lighter. I'm not sure just how much explosiveness is in there, but we've seen 330 pounds with length and with vices for hands work in the NFL. Every day that ends with Y, right? We've seen the DJ Fluker types just for so long. That's to me, the sort of player he feels like. So if you're Houston, you're saying potential starter at tackle. We're here in the second round. We're in desperate need of offensive line help. We understand the problem. So if you can hold it down for us for a rookie contract, that's excellent.
Let me ask you this. What about the guard position? When I see guys like Mekhi Becton, who started at tackle and is now playing guard, won a Super Bowl last year with the Philadelphia Eagles, is that a position you can move him to?
One thing that I thought Mekhi Becton got in trouble with was relying on his length a little bit more. So he was a waist bender. He was a reacher. He tried to win with his upper body. I don't see the same issues here. Oh, goodness, I can't wait to talk about this next kid that just got drafted. I'm sorry. But I mentioned that patience early, Harry, with his pass set, which means he doesn't rush it, and he allows defenders to come to him. Now, a lot of people would hear that and say, what, are you just going to get run over? If you try to attack a defender specifically with your upper body, you are done. It is over. There are multiple ways that they're going to be able to beat you, and he has that patience with his fundamentals, which I think could allow him to survive at tackle in the NFL.
Is he a day one starter for the Houston Texans?
At left tackle, I think they're going to play Cam Robinson, and then he's not going to necessarily be there. Right tackle with Blake Fisher, who was a second-round pick for them last year in Notre Dame, had to start a few games this year, and it was rough for Fisher out there. He's a rookie, but it was rough. That'd be the spot where if they're willing to move him to the right and see what that looks like. He's never played on the right, if memory serves. That'd be the spot he might be able to win it. Guard is interesting. I think you want to fail him at tackle first. He is 6'6". Sometimes those tall guards.
You lose leverage.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's a
you
problem.
lose leverage. But the other part is, like, let's take the DJ Fluker comp. Okay, DJ Fluker lacked lower body flexibility, so his ankles didn't allow him to get in the proper stance, and his lack of ankle and hip flexibility forced him to open up on almost every pass set immediately. I don't see the same issues here. So, like I said, some of the things fundamentally could allow him to be successful early as an NFL tackle.
Very quickly on Ariante Ursary, I did the Duke's Mayo Bowl. It was Minnesota, Virginia Tech. And you know how these pre-production meetings call, you talk to a lot of the players. He didn't play in the game, but when I talked to a bunch of the Virginia Tech guys, they were like, dude, this is the biggest line we've ever seen. And he was a part of that line. I've never just seen so many college football players be like, oh, man, are you kidding me? They're huge.
Well, it's been that way since Daniel Faalele. I mean, it's like every year at Minnesota, they just have these redwood trees out there playing tackle and guard.
It's different in the Big Ten, for sure. But, Cole, you mentioned Demetrius Knight coming out of here from South Carolina, somebody that you're very familiar with.
Where do I start with this young man? I called him the most interesting man in the SEC last year, and he's transferred twice, not transferred for the reasons that you would think. while he was playing football at Charlotte after transferring from Georgia Tech, he was an Uber Eats driver. He and his wife would do Uber Eats runs after games. He told me he was afraid that he would have to deliver food to one of his teammates, and he would be embarrassed when he showed up working because they got married early. And when we asked Clayton White, his defensive coordinator, about it, he goes, oh, this dude had a plan. He knew who his wife was going to be. He knew he was going to marry her. He knew they were going to have kids early. So they knew each other in high school, and then during COVID, they ended up texting one another, refinding each other, started to date, and then actually ended up marrying each other after they knew each other, and she kind of stayed away from him in high school. He doesn't look as big on film as he is when you stand next to him. He's 235-plus pounds, and when you see him track down plays from across the line of scrimmage, it doesn't feel real. I asked Clayton White, how fast does he run? What's he hit on the GPS? And he said he's this close to 23 miles an hour. That is wide receiver speed for a 230-plus pound linebacker. He is the coolest human that you will ever meet. He listens to Frank Sinatra. He listens to classical music. He listens to country music. He listens to rap. He loves to go to museums. That is his favorite thing. He told us that Savannah, Georgia and Charleston have become his two new favorite cities because there's so much history there. He likes to go just walk around and learn about the cities and learn about the histories. He's not a normal college football player, but he loves ball. We mentioned the intellect that it took to play on that South Carolina defense last year. Nick Emanawari did a lot on the back end. Demetrius Knight did it all at the second level. He managed the defensive line. He managed the linebackers. He's physical. He's fast. He is an awesome human being. I'm just happy for him that he's off the board this early, and I think he's going to be a good football player for Cincinnati.
And honestly, Cole, I think you would agree with this sentiment. Anytime I see a Shane Beamer coach player coming out into the NFL draft, I just think the sky's the limit for the guy. Because he does really good at developing guys and getting the most out of them. And you sort of see that with certain college football coaches, that those guys tend to continue to grow in the NFL and become the player that they need to be.
Shane has taken the baton that Mark Stoops held about 3 years ago. And that was almost batting 1,000 in the portal. The difference now is Shane is doing it with guys we haven't heard of.
Yeah.
You tell me what the buzz was on Kyle Kennard going into last year.
Right.
None.
Yeah.
Absolutely zero.
Ended
Mario
up being a
Anderson,
monster for him, though.
Mario Anderson, who
Great
ended up
example.
transferring to Memphis, was almost a 1,000-yard rusher for South Carolina from D3.
Yep.
Right.
You could make an argument that Joshua Simon was South Carolina's MVP last year. Tight end from Western Kentucky because of how he blocked, how he ran routes, the things he did in motions and alignments and shifts. Now, I know it's probably still Lenore Sellers or one of the guys on defense, but he made that offense go. And Dal Loggins, their offensive coordinator last year, who's now at App State, would have told you that. Shane finds these guys like a Demetrius Knight from Charlotte, formerly at Georgia Tech. By the way, triple option quarterback in high school. Went to Georgia Tech as a quarterback. Had a coaching change. Jeff Collins gets fired. They're like, hey, bud, you're going to defense. And he's like, I've never really done this. And then he actually told me, he said, I went out there, we hit the first couple of days in practice, and I called my mom and I said, I'm done. This life ain't for me. He said, stick with it. Keep going a little bit. He said next couple of days, he did it a few more times. He actually started to enjoy it. So think about having quarterback intellect playing inside linebacker as well. I'm just telling you, he is a fascinating prospect for Cincinnati.
So when you look at this team overall, right, we know they signed Jamar Chase to a big deal, also T. Higgins. And I think the difference between when you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, who are paying all their offensive guys, and you have a lot of guys on rookie contracts defensively, is that they've been able to develop and hit on their draft picks defensively. It's the opposite for the Cincinnati Bengals. When I look at guys like Myles Murphy, who's a first-round draft pick, McKinley Jackson, Chris Jenkins Jr., Dax Hill, Jordan Battle, DJ Turner, those guys are going to have to step it up a little bit more now because you're paying so much money on the offensive side of the ball. But I love to start Cincinnati drafting two defensive guys to add to those young ones that they already have.
Yeah, Jermaine Pratt is a rising free agent, requested a trade this offseason. Pratt and Demetrius Knight, very similar sort of roles, right? So you can see the vision. If we move on from Pratt now, we plug and chug with Demetrius Knight stepping in.
And Sims, we just got Elijah Arroyo off the board here to Seattle. A nice target there for Sam Darnold.
Yes, sir.
What do you feel about sort of what they're building? There are obviously a lot of changes in Seattle this upcoming year.
Yeah, Elijah's a really solid football player. Elijah isn't going to be the sexy tight end pick, right, that is super explosive off the line of scrimmage, right? It does take him a little bit to get going and to create a little bit more momentum, right, as he's going. But you can see the 6'5" frame and did a really good job of doing a lot of different things and roles, right, for this Miami offense. You see right here a little fake screen there to the outside of the receiver. He bluffs the defensive back, goes right by him. Good catch after, right? And then from here, does a good job of kind of playing slow off the ball, then accelerating through the cut, and then really sure-handed catcher, right? You see him go back past the defenders here in this one. You don't see that a lot in his film, and sometimes you would like to see a little bit more attitude and just like physicality when people are trying to tackle him. But the hands are for sure, right? He's going to be a good red zone target for Sam Darnold going forward, and he runs solid routes. He's not exactly the sharpest route runner or explosive out of the cuts, but he does a good job of using his body, creating that boundary between the defender and the quarterback when he's being thrown the football. And again, that vertical ability
and he can run.
Well, I wouldn't say that he can really like just blow by people.
Well, no.
Consistently,
Hold on now, Matt.
right?
When the ball's in the air, because your 40 time might not say that.
Correct.
But when that football is in
Correct.
the air and you can hit a different gear and that acceleration is at another level, hey, I'll take my chances with
No
it.
doubt. And who was throwing him that football, by the way? That's right.
Cam Ward.
That's
He
right,
feels
player.
to me a little bit still like athlete learning tight end.
Yeah.
I talked to Aaron Feld, Miami strength coach, about him at the bowl game, and he said he's in here every day, wants to learn, trying to get better, watching film, working on his footwork, working on different things. So I don't think he's a guy that's just relying on that athleticism to be a good football player. He still wants to turn into a great football player as well.
Yeah, no doubt. No
Speaking
doubt.
of great football players, Nick Scorton off the board to Carolina. Ben, let's put this one on video, man. What do we got out of Nick
Is
Scorton?
it all the Missouri game?
No, so I got one from the Missouri game. You want the Missouri game? I'll show you. Armand Membo, I don't know if you heard of him, went 7 overall to the New York Jets. This is him here at right tackle. Nick Skouerton's getting a run his direction. Missouri, they loved to run off Membo because he never gets beat like that at the point of attack. I'll take this to end zone view. This is zone. Membo's trying to reach Skouerton. Arms through him, tackle behind the line of scrimmage. The thing that Skouerton impresses most with in the run defense is how productive he is. It's not just the penetration, it's the ability to get the runner down as well. So that's Membo.
I want to ask you a serious question here
Hit
real
me.
quick. Was that the first play of the game?
This was, it was first drive. I know that for sure.
The first play of the game, Scorton did something similar to this, and when I was watching the film the next day, I said, he just set the tone right there. And then he did it again and again and again. So
Watch what happens to Membo's. Membo is big. He doesn't get hit like this. The heavy hands, the way it arrives, control and then through, right? He's very active with the rip, Skouerton is.
like you said right there, Membu could not get that second step in the ground. It
Nope.
kind of hung in the air right
Yep.
there, and that's why he got turned around, and Scorton's doing that with his hands and his jam right there.
Now, this is Mississippi State, so we're going to get to a Will Campbell rep later, but this is Mississippi State. I want to show you what a chop looks like for a pass rusher, and then the ability to bend to the corner. This rep at 280 pounds had me laughing. You talk about that, the Missouri rep. This rep right here on the left side, we're going to chop down the tackle's hands, and then it's the tight corner that he takes around to finish at the quarterback. Watch the get off. Chop, and then flatten and finish. That's stupid. You shouldn't be able to do this at 280. I couldn't believe this rep when I saw it. So the chop, dip, flatten, and finish. Now, Skouerton is 280, right? So he's not going to consistently win as the speed rusher, as the high side rusher with the arm talent. But what you see in that inside arm flashing, I now want to show you against Will Campbell and LSU. Will Campbell, 4th overall pick. So he's doing this against future NFLers. Take it to the end zone view. This is going to be an inside spin move from Nick Skouerton. Again, we're talking about that inside arm that he's going to show Will Campbell. And then boom, hit him with the inside spin. You did not see Will Campbell lose a lot of one-on-one pass rush reps, did you?
No,
Cole?
you did not.
And this one is a loss. Right now, the ball's out fast from Garrett Nussmeier.
But that's a win.
Yeah, but that's a win.
That's a win for Scorton. I'm going to tell you what's most impressive about this, Ben, and I'll kind of bring you over here to show you this.
Yeah.
The first rep that you showed, he gives you kind of that one-handed chop.
Yep.
All right, well, it's easy to help keep your balance with the other hand because you can off-center that. The fact that he's doing this with 2 hands and then spinning out of it, that's not a move that you see from a lot of guys in general at all. They don't even attempt this because you're giving yourself up. When I swat with both hands, I'm giving you my chest. You better win that rep or Will Campbell's going to own you with that punch. And then to be able to spin out of it, that's just freak show athleticism right there.
Now, the first thing I talked about was his ability to finish in the backfield, right? We saw that play against Missouri. This is 2023 Purdue. He's here at the bottom of the screen. I want to show you what it looks like when the inside spin gets to finish. Again, the bend and the athleticism, the ability not just to get a pressure, but a sack, not just penetration, but a TFL. It's going to put stats on the board. It's going to end drives. Bottom of the screen here, Virginia Tech. He was 19 years old, by the way, when he hit this inside spin. And then finishes at the quarterback, gets the player down. We're forcing punts. So again, I showed the Will Campbell rep, but now him actually getting an opportunity to finish the rep with tackle radius. Skouerton is going to be a sack getter at the NFL level. At Purdue, he played roughly around 260. Texas A&M brought him up to 280. Carolina Panthers, I would expect, they like bigger bodies. They're thinking more so that 270 range for him. But still, the balance, the body control, and the hand usage is going to be a high sack player in the NFL.
I think the one thing I like about that last rep, too, you can go back and watch it one more time. To me, it shows awareness of back to your side. You're probably going to get a chip. So don't waste your time on an outside move. So watch the back come over, wants to help. Nope, not going to be able to help. That's just that's football smart, football awareness, understanding situations, understanding formations, all just little sprinkles on top of the icing of what Nick Scourton could be in the NFL.
He was so productive in Purdue. When he was younger, he transfers to A&M, not as productive, but still. The young breakout age, to me, it describes a very high ceiling in the NFL.
Absolutely. We had another edge rusher go off the board, Oluwafemi Oladejo to the Tennessee Titans. We've also got a trade here. The Broncos giving up 51, 84, 122, and 208. The Panthers giving up 57, 74, 111, and 230. 8 picks involved there. Nick Scourton is a dog. That is correct. A big dog, if you will. So, obviously a great point here. Interesting username there. Mike Green still on the board as well. We will see when he gets picked. Tampa Bay is currently on the clock, and the pick is in. And Ryan has 50 more to go, by the way.
Where'd you say Femi Oladejo went?
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah, how do we feel about that?
Definitely a need.
Yeah, I was going to say lost
Harold Landry III,
lost
went
Harold
to
Landry.
New England.
Right. They signed Draymond Jones in free agency, but he's a one-year deal. Arden Key's on an expiring contract.
Yep.
Their edge rush room was already light and might get lighter in 26. Oladejo's a project, right? And so I don't think you want him taking too many snaps in 25. This was a stacked linebacker, high-caliber athlete at Cal. He transfers to UCLA. We don't have a lot of room at stacked linebacker. We got Carson Schlesinger. We got Kane Madrano, who might hear his name called here on day 2. So they move him down on the ball. A lot of the reps, he's thinking on his feet. A lot of reps, you can tell it's slow for him. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. And then every so often, there's one where you're like, I just do that all the time, right? The high-caliber athleticism. He got more comfortable with contact with bigger bodies as the year went on. So the arrow's pointing up. But again, I would not expect 25 returns on Oladejo. You're thinking more 26 and beyond.
Is it situational when you have a project like that for the 2025 season? Because I look at the interior defensive line and how great they are. When you have a Jeffrey Simmons, you have a Devondre Sweat. Like, you have a lot of guys in there that's going to eat up a lot of space. So if you're one-on-one with a tight end, right, do you think he has that ability to be able to make a play every now and then for the tight end?
Yeah, so I think Mason Taylor, right? He was the opposite guy in that Mason Taylor block, right? And so even right now with the one-on-ones with the tight ends, he doesn't really know what to do with his hands just yet. He doesn't really know how to sink his hips just yet. There are moments, right? You go watch the early film from him, right? They played LSU earlier in the year, Minnesota earlier in the year. He's getting split zone action, block down, step down. You're unblocked. He doesn't know where to go, right? His feet stop. He turns his hips into the block or whatever. You get to the end of the year, square the line of scrimmage, drop the hips, put the shoulder into the boy, right? So he's getting there. You're seeing like, all right, I've now seen split flow action a couple of times. I know what this looks like. But reps are so important to development, right? You need to be on the field and kind of get the bolt's got to be live a little bit. So he's going to take some snaps. Like I said, they got room in that rotation. I just, again, think it's going to be too fast for him at the NFL at first. The hope is that mentally he can catch up. Great physical gifts, Femi Oladejo. You got to cash in on those.
I think part of that, too, is they asked him to be in space, maybe a little more than you would like. More than I'm comfortable watching an edge guy be in space. I kept kind of wanting to see more pass rush reps. And then, as you mentioned, got later in the year, you got a little bit more of that from him. So you talk about situationally, I think it hurt his development slightly, just not able to do those things at the line of scrimmage as much. But once he got more comfortable later in the year, showed you athletically he's capable of it.
How difficult is that, obviously, trying to do that, or not perhaps developing that in the college game and then going to the NFL, where it is 0.5% at every position on the football field and trying to develop that?
I think it also hurts, though, right? When you have to go to class and you got to, then you're trying to learn a new thing.
They're all online now. They don't even have to go anymore.
But like at the National Football League level, right, you're eat, sleeping, and pooping football.
Yes.
Right, so you have way more time to learn things. You can work one-on-one with coaches a little bit more. You can get an older guy to kind of help you out along the way too. But
I go to what Ben said, speed, and that's where it's going to take a little extra time to catch up. The things are going to happen a little bit faster. That tackle reach block is going to be across your face a little bit faster. That split zone action is going to come hit you a little bit quicker. And if you don't react immediately, you're going to lose the rep. And that's going to be the biggest difference.
I think I heard Ryan let out a little sigh when you said pooping. How are we feeling over there? 20 ins. I mean, like scale of 1 to 10. Now, how are we feeling? Like an 8.
8 good, 8 bad.
Yeah, that.
8 good.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Nice.
We need to make this more.
Start doubling up
bro.
then.
He's chilling a little
He
bit too
is,
much.
yeah,
I want to
this-
see some anguish over there, with all due respect. The Packers pick is in here. Ben, really quickly, any guesses as to who this might be?
So they went wide receiver early,
Yep.
which it leads me to, or excuse me, they went, Matthew Golden. Corner now is what the expectation was in the first round. I thought, maybe Benjamin Moore, maybe Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky, Trey Amos out of Ole Miss. So now here in round 2, right, Jair Alexander doesn't seem like the future is there in Green Bay for him at this point, right? They kind of let corner sit in free agency. People expected them to hit it. If Alexander's not in the team right now, the starters are Carrington, Valentine, Keyshawn Nixon. They went and got Nate Hobbs for the slot. They got 3 nickels and no outside players. So I'd like outside corner here. The pick right before then, Benjamin Morrison went off the board, and that would have been a lovely Green Bay Packer. He's going to be a good Tampa Bay Buccaneer. That was a
Low-key
very
good
fun
player.
pick.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, so good.
Yeah, I know that's one of your guys. Like, what makes him great?
Everything but the hip injuries, right? I mean, for Notre Dame, he walked out there as a freshman, shagged 6 interceptions, right? All-American. All right, this is going to be it. Extremely comfortable in the press. He'll also throw different punches. He'll walk up, use different techniques on you in man coverage. He'll get physical, and then he'll flash in, he'll move away from you. So an advanced player, he understands what you need to do at the position. He's comfortable off as well. He has good eyes. You can see it. That's important in a Todd Bowles defense. The issue is there's been multiple hip injuries, right? And that's why he's a second rounder, not a first rounder. Plain and simple. He would have been top 20, top 30 pick otherwise. And so they needed an outside corner. Tampa Bay did, right? Now you have a Jamel Dean playing the other, or excuse me, Zion McCollum playing the other side. They'll probably move on from Dean contractually. And then Tyke Smith, 3rd round at Auburn. Tyke Smith.
Yeah.
He was so good last season. Oh, man. They've got some nice corners there.
Benjamin Morrison's smooth, and like Ben said, length. He knows how to use his arms, and he has success using them. And if it's not for the injuries, we're having a totally different conversation about him.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that you could say about that. We got Anthony Belton here out of NC State for the Packers. What do we think about that pick?
It's I think, a little bit of a work in progress. I think that you're talking about somebody who's probably a little bit stiff at tackle. Does have some athletic ability, does bring a ton of mass, as you can see, 6'6", 336, but getting beat around the corner a little bit. I don't know. We talked about some of the quickness traits that you need to have at tackle early. You see them there outside zone, strong hands. He does have the demeanor that you like. He finishes blocks, but here we'll take a look at his pass set. You see that little inside stutter step? Shows me some confusion and a lack of confidence in whatever set it was that you predetermined you were going to use there. And that's one thing that I saw consistently. Lower body flexibility, something I'd like to see a little bit more from him. But he's got ability, and he brings mass. It's just some of the technique and the fundamentals that have been very clean with a few other individuals we've talked about. You're not going to get here with Belton. And the hit rate with the hands, the punch rate with the hands, I thought was a lot lower than it really needed to be.
I'm very surprised he's a Packer. Packers, you go look at that offensive line, and you're looking at Zach Tom at right tackle, who could play center, could play guard, could play tackle, fleet of foot, flexibility. They got Rasheed Walker there at left tackle, and both those guys are rising free agents. They were looking at this tackle position, but Rasheed Walker as well, a little bit more of a lighter finesse player at tackle. Elton Jenkins, right? They got Jordan Morgan last season. They have not been the team that's the 6'6", 340-pound guy, right? And so it feels a little bit like a departure from their mold, which, maybe they just really like the dude. But Belton, to me, is a year away from being a year away, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of work to be done here in terms of the technical aspects. And then physically, I think, right, frame-wise, you'd like to make some changes. So they needed to invest in tackle. They knew that. You give me 10 guesses which tackle that the Packers are taking, I don't think I would have gotten to Belton.
Yeah, Twitter seems to think that this was a reach. That looked like a consensus there from a lot of people.
He can move you in the run game. He can steer you in the run game. And what I mean by that is when he needs to strong arm you, specifically with his right hand. So if we're going to the left and he needs to use that right hand to sort of turn you, he has the capabilities to get those hands on you and do that. Now, how often does that benefit you in pass protection? It really doesn't. That's not something that you need to rely on. It's something that's going to be a strength of yours. But when he gets his hands on you in the run game, it's over. You're not detaching. You're not getting away from him. You're not getting him to the ground because he is a violent mover of other humans. It's just a lot has to go right before he gets in position to be able to make that happen.
And it's kind of scary, too, when you have a quarterback with the athleticism of Jordan Love, and also you look at the offensive system and how they love to get the quarterback out on the edge. Kind of dicey there, in my opinion.
I want to go back to what Ben said a moment ago quickly, Ben, because this is interesting. Jordan Morgan has all of the physical mass traits, I think, that you're getting here. The difference was, and Jordan Morgan had the injuries in college, but he was super clean. His pass set was clean. His fundamentals were clean. His footwork was clean. He was also a freak show Olympic weightlifter, and he had raw power that way. But kind of like what you pointed out, fundamentally, this is a different direction, it feels like, for Green Bay here than what they've done in the last few drafts.
Yeah, they wanted Morgan to be a starter for them at right guard. They wanted him to win that job, right? So they came into camp, said, we like our tackles. Go ahead and beat Sean Ryan. They didn't get it from him, right? He got beat in camp by the incumbent fourth rounder. And I think a pick here with Belton indicates to me that they aren't super in love with what they've seen from Morgan so far in the building, which is tough. But sometimes you want to cut a little bit sooner than a little bit later because you want to build that offensive contender.
Yep.
Ben, while you're over there, could you give me some film here on Trey Harris? We've got a new weapon for Justin Herbert.
Oh, he's a Charger? Oh, he's a Charger. That's a very good pick. Daniel Popper said he was going to be a Charger. That was a good prediction. Trey Harris is a big receiver. He's 6'3", 210. He's not the fastest, but he is actually very, very good in his routes, and that makes him successful. First snap I want to watch is against South Carolina. Little double move, little stutter and go. The thing that Harris, he was a high school quarterback, the thing that he does best at the top of the screen, the routes are nice. You know, sometimes the burst isn't amazing, the long speed isn't amazing, but he's very good tracking the football. So there's our stutter and go. Here's the space. Now, Jackson Dart has put the ball in the air. Ideally, Matt, as a quarterback, you see your wide receiver win on a one-on-one like this. Safety's low. You want to hang this sucker out here, right? Catch this thing on the run. Let's go score 6 points. This ball is going to come in from Dart too close to the sideline and too short, and it's going to force Harris to adjust. The way that he adjusts is very, very important. Yeah. Because instead of opening his hips to this ball, he keeps it on that outside shoulder. And Harry, you can talk about this. That's a hard track, man. When you're running, you have to lean this way to go get that football. That is a difficult track to pull
It
off.
might be the hardest catch because if you don't take your eyes there, you're definitely going to drop it 100% of the time.
So the fact to me, again, as a high school quarterback, the fact that he didn't just revert to the easy thing, open my hips to that, try to catch it up here, but instead executed the harder track, indicates to me we got wide receiver skills here. This guy's a talented player for the position.
Absolutely. And what I love about that clip that you just showed, too, and something that he displays on film continuously, is just the ability to slow down his feet to adjust to the football while it's midair. So his tracking ability as a football is midair, to slow down, to track with chin to shoulder like that, and the eye discipline it takes to do that. All three of those components, fantastic work by Trey Harris. And you see this time and time again, his ability to catch the football over the shoulder and not lose any speed.
Yeah. Now, this Ole Miss offense, Lane Kiffin offense, they did a lot of sight adjusting in their routes, right? So they would change the way they ran their routes. Very common, you would see them run go. They just run vertical, right? We throw the ball down the field. Yeah. If we're not running that, we might be running the post, right? So we'll get to 14, 15 yards. We'll break this thing inside. We're still trying to go vertical. Right. This route is neither. What it's going to be is a blaze out. Harry used to run these for the Falcons under Kyle Shanahan, right? The Julio Jones route, baby. So we're going to sell as if we're going to the post. We're going to sell as if we're running this route here, and then we're going to stutter, and break to the sideline. This right here, this route is a challenging route to run. It's a hard route for NFL receivers. I want you to see, man, how he separates on this blaze out, they call it. Trey Harris, he's in the stack here. Let's get it going. Yeah, there we go. There you go.
So,
Trey Harris here. Sell the post and then break into the sideline. Ball with anticipation. I'm sorry, that's the corner on the ground, right? I'm seeing that correctly? That's a couple of broken ankles right there. So we have, again, in a taller and bigger receiver, a route runner who, the stutter go, the blaze out, it impresses me. I like what I see.
Talk about the eyes, too, as far as Trey Harris goes and running that route.
So the ability, number one, to sink your hips as a big guy. So as you're coming here, you know that deep, you go, boom, 1, 2, boom. Yep. But you want to also keep vision on that DB, because you don't want to turn back out and you run right into him and collision him.
Right.
So you got to have that awareness too. As soon as you hit it, boom, boom, come back downhill flat, catch that football.
We like that hip sync?
Yep, I love it.
Again, for 6'3", the ability to get low into this, you'll see some better route runners, but for 6'3", it's very impressive.
It is.
Now, the one thing non-negotiable to me, if you're going to be big, you better play big. I'm sick and tired of watching these 6'3" receivers who play if they're 5'10". They don't like contact. We're in the red zone.
The Chargers have one, and that's the reason why they got Trey Harris right now.
So we're here in the red zone right now. Trey Harris is in the slot. He's going to run that route that initially looks like it's a crosser, right? It initially looks like it's coming to that linebacker, and then bang, it goes to the post.
So we call that a dip route.
Right.
Right? And normally it's ran on linebackers or safety, whoever you have in the middle of the football field. But you got to do a great job of attacking that defender before you dip it.
Yep. They call it a dip route. What does it look like? It looks like a little dipper. So we have the dip route. Now, again, from Jackson Dart, we'd like to see this throw face mask or higher. We're in the red zone. We're trying to throw the ball face mask or higher.
Yes, sir.
It's not the most accurate ball, and it pulls Harris back into contact. Ain't no problem. Don't worry about it. I'm going to make my quarterback right in the scoring area. He makes this catch through contact on the linebacker, gets down, celebrates on him in a little bit because he must. But then again, if you're going to be a big receiver for me, I need you to win in that red area. And so Harris, they had a receiver there in Josh Palmer. He was a bigger body. He ran nice routes. Justin Herbert trusted him. We're got a player here I think has more juice as a route runner, more juice down the field, was excellent against man coverage there at Ole Miss. Lan McConkey, Trey Harris, very, very nice for Justin Herbert. I'm excited about that.
Man, do you know how many touchdowns I've seen Tony Gonzalez and Julio Jones catch on this dip route?
I've heard of him.
Just because of the catch radius. But that's what you want to see. But because this ball, in actual reality, should be placed right here on this outside shoulder.
Yeah, we know.
Away from that
guys,
defender.
we
No.
know where the ball was supposed to
Well,
be
you
placed,
like Jackson
all
Dart,
right?
so
receivers are allowed.
It's okay to point out his
move and
flaws
adjust
as
to the
well.
ball.
Did I pull routes where Jackson Dart didn't throw the ball super accurately? Who's to say? Who's to say? That's the first round pick of the New York Giants. Whatever. Yeah. We, again, like I said, red zone, we go face mask or higher, right? We like to be able to get our quarterback up here, or right, and we want to also turn those shoulders, bring it to the outside shoulder, away from where the coverage is. This ball is throwing at the linebacker's numbers. Trey Harris makes his quarterback right.
But that's one of the things that I had in my notes. Contested catches, really good
That's
at
what he
it.
does well.
Yep. Yeah, Trey Harris for the Chargers, man. I made a sound. I don't know what sound I made,
I'm
but I was
pretty pumped
excited
about it.
But
Yeah.
I'll say this about him. You have to stay healthy. It's hard to have production if you can't remain on the football field. In the National Football League, it's going to be next man up. So make sure you stay out there, take care of your body. It's the most important thing.
You know where you can't make the club?
In the tub.
In the tub, yes.
And you know what? A really important thing to add to this, too, Greg Roman, offensive coordinator, very complicated, right? He does a lot of different things, motion shifts, right? He relies a lot, too, on his receivers to get dirty, right, and to block.
That's right.
And that's something, too, like just being with Lane Kiffin and all that. I think his experience of being in an NFL-like environment with Lane. Now, Lane's not exactly running an NFL-like offense still.
They were trying to sell it yesterday. They were like, oh, it's West Coast. No, it ain't West Coast now.
It's not, there's some wrinkles in there that look like that, but I think this is a player that is capable of being a Greg Roman type of guy, right, as far as his physical mentality, right, and just being able to do a little bit of everything across the board for this offense going forward. You know Harbaugh, he's going to be tough on all his football players.
And I love it that way.
Hell yeah.
Just to fill a gap here, Ozzie Trapilo from Boston College, 6'8", 316, just went to the Chicago Bears. We've got a YouTube poll here. What would you grade the Chargers' pick of Trey Harris? Most people gave that either an A, but most people favoring a B there. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh in this front office trying to get some weapons around their quarterback. We've got Mel Kiper's best available here. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders stands out there up at the top. Noteworthy that the Raiders are coming up here at 58. Perhaps that is a spot. Mike Green, obviously, still on the board. Darius Alexander of Toledo, Trey Amos, and Jared Wilson out of Georgia, guys. Does anybody really stand out there aside from Shedeur Sanders? Give me something else.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd have to go with Mike Green just because of his physical ability. So now I guess we get into that question of are teams maybe worried about some things that are off the field and not necessarily between the lines. But Mike Green is definitely a player that is better than where he is available currently.
The YouTube poll feels like the best landing spot for Shedeur here. The Raiders, Steelers, Browns, Rams. It feels like we've mostly been hearing at least those first three
Raiders
at some
are up
point,
big
perhaps.
after this one, man.
So, yeah.
They want him, they got him.
I know
Yeah.
one thing. If he shows up in Las Vegas and thinks that he's going to be the dude, he is going to be very surprised when he sees Geno Smith at practice and just how good Geno Smith is in person, because dude is tough. He has a rocket for an arm and really has gone through every experience you could possibly have in the NFL.
He's a pro.
So he is a pro. And I think that's also something, too, that would be really good for Shedeur, right? To see someone that is similar to himself as far as just the way that he has been raised, right? The way that he carries himself and the ability that he wants to possess at the NFL level. Geno displays all those things for him. He would be a really good
and has seen some
leader for him.
adversity. And
That's what I was going to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
and so it takes me to, this is a little bit off topic, but on topic with the position that I wanted to ask you, Matt, and I'd love to hear everybody else's thoughts on this. I do think with the number one pick at quarterback this year with Cam Ward, because of the lack of other elite or maybe even really good quarterback depth, we've overlooked some things with him. But to go past that, you just referenced having a vet when a rookie quarterback comes in.
Yeah.
I do radio in Birmingham, Alabama, and Trent Dilfer, obviously the UAB head coach, he's come in, sat with us multiple times, and he's talked about towards the end of his career that he was basically the guy that showed the younger guy how things operated, and that there were younger quarterbacks at 4 or 5 p.m. that said, appreciate it, man, see you in the morning, and Trent would say, no. put another cup of coffee on or another mug of coffee on. Like, we're just doing our third down install now. We're going to be here until midnight.
Right.
It's not happening just yet. We're still got a long way to go. It doesn't feel like Tennessee has that guy right now. Does Cam Ward need that guy? How important is it for maybe the Titans to bring someone in, or can they get away with it? I mean, he's 25 years old. He's played a lot of college football, multiple places, so maybe he doesn't have to have that. And he does have the mentality that I think you need to be a successful NFL quarterback, but do they need that other guy in the facility, similar to what maybe Shedeur might need wherever he ends up, to find a way to one day be successful?
It's extremely important, and I appreciate you bringing this up, Cole, because let's go back to Geno Smith as his example. You know who was in the quarterback room with Geno Smith when he was a rookie? Me. All right. You know how much I knew about being an NFL quarterback? Nothing, right? Not a damn thing. So we
would have thought you knew a lot about it. Honestly, we would have thought you had a really good idea.
Yeah, now, hey, surface level, absolutely. But then what it actually takes to go about it in a day-by-day process and earn the respect of your teammates, right? And just to be able to grind in that meeting room, to understand exactly what the coaches are asking you to do, and then to go out there and do it every single day, that is where, yes, he is at a disadvantage. He does not have that lifeline to say, hey, man, what does coach really mean when he says this, right? Especially with certain looks or even just the way of leading a football team. The good thing is that we saw him take over a team in less than a year in Miami.
Yep.
We saw that same thing with Jaden Daniels too, because we could have said that same question marks for him. Now, he did have Marcus Mariota, who has also been through some things and has experienced being a starting quarterback and all that, and then having that taken away from him and keeping his career going by doing other things really well. Right now, Cam does not have that, so you have to rely on the fact of Coach Callahan being one of those guys that really can say, hey, Joe Burrow was like this. This is how he went about his work. This is how he goes about it. And that's really what it's going to be. It's going to be those two gentlemen in the meeting room, hour after hour, spending a lot of time with each other, having those discussions. And it's going to be interesting. But the good thing is the talent is not a question. So that's not it. It's about just establishing what does the schedule look like to repeat it and to rinse and repeat and be successful.
So I believe it's one of the things that hurt Caleb Williams, right? When you have a backup,
didn't have that guy there.
You didn't have that older veteran, and when you have a backup almost close to you in age that's trying to compete and
really
grind
wants
out
your
things.
job.
True story. It's a different ballgame, man.
I want to share this story before we get to this, because if it is Shedeur, obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on it. Following up with what you said about Cam Ward sort of taking over, and we all know how difficult it has to be to walk into a new place that you've never been and assert yourself as the leader, as the alpha in the room. Talking to Xavier Restrepo, one of his receivers at Miami before the bowl game. He didn't play in the game, but he was kind enough to spend some time with me and just talk about Cam. He said Cam Ward's first day on campus, there's a group text to all the receivers. We had never met him. We had never spoken to Cam Ward. And there's a group text to the receivers that said, we're throwing at 7 a.m. tomorrow on the practice field. I expect you all to be there. You're going to love this. One receiver chimes back to the group and says, hey, I'm up here throwing with Lamar, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll catch you in a couple days. Cam Ward responds to the group, every receiver on the team and every quarterback on the team, and says, good, I hope he's throwing you the expletive ball next year because I won't be.
Right.
Day one in that facility at Miami. So does Cam Ward have the makeup? You're damn right he does.
No doubt.
100%. And that comes from Mario Cristobal, Aaron Feld, the strength coach, receivers on the team, O-lineman on the team. He is that guy, but it's still the NFL. And it's still just a little bit different. You would love to have that guy to just say, hey, man, not right here. Handle this that way. Like you said, someone that you can lean on and say, does coach really mean this right here? You'd love for him to have that, and that's why I wanted to ask you just how important will it be to either not or maybe have it one day?
And I'll say when Marcus Mariota was drafted number 2 overall, I was there with him. But we had like a guy by the name of Ben Jones who came, I think, the year after. And Ben Jones, who played at the University of Georgia.
He ran the show.
You talk about a solid veteran that Marcus Mariota could lean on through thick and thin. And it was pivotal for Marcus, man. Because everything isn't going to be peaches and cream early on in your career, especially when you're a young quarterback. There's a lot on your plate. It's more taxing than the collegiate level. So sometimes you may feel overwhelmed. And then also, E.J. Manuel told me this, the importance of having a solid veteran in your room. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you may feel like everything is your fault. And you just need that vet to say, listen, young buck, you got it.
Yeah.
You know, this is what he means. He's not angry at you.
That receiver broke that route off too early.
Let go. Exactly. It's so many words, though, right? Because you don't want to lose the young guy as well.
That's a great point.
Having that solid guy in the meeting room that you can talk to about any and everything, whether it's outside of football or at the facility or on the football field.
Well, so I want to continue this conversation too. I just want to fill in a couple of gaps here. Tate Ratledge went from Georgia picked to the Lions, and Jack Besh was picked by the Raiders. So still no Shedeur Sanders. But to stay on this topic though, I'm curious because I feel like we've seen, and I think this sort of speaks to also sort of why people perhaps view Cam Ward higher now. I feel like because of, I remember when I started in writing, sports writing, I did Land Grant and Holy Land, covered Ohio State football way back in the day, SB Nation, and I so vividly remember one day people being like, oh my gosh, you know how cooked we're going to be if Joe Burrow ever has to play quarterback for us? When in his very early days at Ohio State, I so vividly remember that being a thing, and it's like, oh my gosh, he threw 60 touchdowns, had one of the best quarterback seasons of all time.
By the way, there were LSU fans saying that after 2018.
Exactly.
Right. So when he was their short yardage back.
So you've seen a Joe Burrow evolve. You've seen a Jaden Daniels evolve. You've seen that from Cam Ward was a zero-star incarnate word, Washington State, Miami. Like even the way that people talking about him last year, HD, was like, oh, well, maybe he'll be a late-round quarterback. And now he's the number 1 overall pick. I guess I say all that to say how much value is there now, because a lot of people view the transfer thing as a negative. You've been able to see guys, okay, maybe they don't have it early on.
Right.
But is there value in, oh, okay, well, you can develop this guy clearly? Is how much of value is that?
This is the one of the few. There's a few positives about the NIL and the transfer portal and all that being in the Wild West that it is in college football right now. And one of them is we see players go from maybe a smaller market to a bigger market and play up to their skill set, and maybe even more so, because now teams aren't like scheming just against that great player, right? It's not them against the rest of the team. Now they actually have some help on the other side of the line of scrimmage and other great players that are going to be playing on Sundays potentially as well, and that helps them. And I think that's what we saw with Cam Ward, right? Everyone thought, oh, yeah, he's a good player. He's a nice football player from Washington State, right? He's good. It's Pac-12. It's different. They don't really, and then he goes to Miami and there's no doubt about it. He's the best football player in the country week in and week out. And yes, does he make a few head-scratching plays? No doubt about it. But you know what I also love? When he did those plays, guess what they did the next time that he came up? He said, hey, just keep throwing it.
Yeah,
don't worry. We got you. And to me, when I watch Cam Ward, I'll take it back to 2 years ago. I would pick him over Caleb Williams.
Oh, wow.
I really would. I think he has a better feel of the game already. So if you put them senior to senior next to each other, I think that Cam Ward has a little bit better feel, a little bit better pocket presence that makes a little bit more sense to the NFL style of the game than the way that Caleb Williams played his senior year I
think a lot of it
USC.
makes sense. We do a show on SEC Network on Monday nights with Roman Harper, and we were talking about DJ Lagway for a couple of weeks, the Florida quarterback right now who will be back for a few more years. And Roman said, I played with Drew Brees, played with a lot of good quarterbacks. There was one that everybody else played better when he was on the field. His name was Cam Newton. And maybe what you're saying about Cam Ward going to all these other places, yes, some of the players are more talented, but maybe he's the one helping everybody play better. And he rises the level of everybody else around him, which I think is feasible. The thing that I love, and I also think this tracks with what you're saying, is Cam Ward's body language.
Yes.
I think it is one of the most unwritten rules, one of the least talked about things really in all of sports, specifically football.
Yeah.
Say it again, especially for the quarterback position, because that was one knock I would have on Caleb Williams last year. The body language on the bench.
It wasn't any different at USC, and I'll talk to Jalen Milroe, who goes over and gets in Ryan Williams' face when he throws an interception in the Oklahoma game.
Right.
And you can see him visibly cussing him out on the field. And as a center, former center, the first thing I said to myself is, you can't do that on the field in front of 80,000 people.
Right.
That's not what you do. Cam Ward's sitting there pointing in the A-gap multiple games, telling the defense where they're running the football.
Right.
That's the confidence he had in his offensive line, in his backs, in Shannon Dawson, and everybody else. Cam Ward throwing an interception, like you said, he comes out and throws the ball the next play. You know what I never saw Cam Ward do? Go get in one of his receivers' face after he threw an interception.
Right.
Body language to me is critical, specifically at the quarterback position, and it's one of the things I absolutely love about Cam Ward. He takes a big hit, he pops right back up. He's not sulking on the ground. He's not like an NBA guy that got fouled and looks like he needs to go to the emergency room, then he's shooting free throws 7 seconds later.
You want to talk about leadership? We've got a leader on the phone with us right now in Dan Lanning, head coach at Oregon. Coach, we are happy to have you on the show, man. How you doing? Coach, do we got you?
Yeah, doing good. You guys good?
Yes, sir. You've had a few guys selected here. Derek Harmon went 21 to Pittsburgh, Josh Connerly to Washington, and one of my favorites that you've coached over the last few years, Terrence Ferguson, went 46 to the Rams. What do you think of what your guys have been selected so far? Obviously, a very successful group, more to be picked here, but what are your takeaways from the draft so far?
Yeah, really excited for these guys. You as a coach, Josh is a great example. That's one that I got to be here when he first got recruited, right? Going through that process in the same living room we're sitting in last night is the same living room that I was sitting in 3 years ago when I was recruiting him to be here. So pretty awesome experience to get to see that play out. And Derek and Terrence are both going to be phenomenal players. So really jacked for those guys.
Coach Harry Douglas here. You're a phenomenal leader of men. I want you to touch on a little bit when you talk to your players about expectations. When things don't go as expected, how to handle that, how to face adversity. Touch on that a little bit for us, Coach.
Yeah, the first thing I would say is that we set our own expectations, right? I don't think anybody has a higher standard for us outside of ourselves, right? We want to perform the absolute best, but to me, the best is doing the best that you can do. It's not based on what somebody else thinks. And the best players, Josh is a great example of it. What I thought he did an unbelievable job of this year was getting to the next play, because the next play is the most important play. And, Derek, Terrence, all those guys have those traits. Anybody that's been in our program, they really have those traits to say, so what, now what? What's the next play? What can we do next for our team to help us be better and improve?
Coach, Derek Harmon joins your team from Michigan State with 3.5 sacks in his most recent season. He gets 5 sacks, 10.5 TFLs, plays his way into a first-round pick. What did you see bringing him in on the portal, and then how did the light bulb go on for him in his final season to emerge as this first-round pick?
Well, one, I got to give great credit to Derek. This guy was an incredible worker. He busted his tail every single day. When he got here on the field, he knew his assignment, immediately. He wanted to attack it. We pointed out some areas for growth for him that we thought he could improve on, and he attacked those. He became a much better defender against the run. He became a guy that was going to be in the backfield every single play, and a dominant force, was always available, worked his tail off, never missed a practice, never missed a game. And I think those are all traits that are going to, carry over to the NFL for him.
Coach Lanning, I want to ask you about a little bit more leadership, but also the quarterback position. We were just talking about some of the quarterbacks that have come off and maybe will come off the board in this draft, and how important body language is at that position. I can't wait to get your answer on this, because you've had a couple of elite field generals in your time there at Oregon. We know what Dylan Gabriel did this year. He's the all-time passing leader in multiple categories in the history of college football. However, Bo Nix had a little bit of a problem with this when he was at Auburn. It literally seemed to vanish when he came to play football for you at Oregon. It was gone. Some of the things that happened from a body language perspective or maybe attitude perspective, they disappeared under your guidance there at Oregon. How do you put some of your leadership specifically onto that position and help them with that part of their game?
Well, I think the first thing is just identifying it, right? You're 100%. I think body language is a huge piece. The people around you are going to play harder for you when they know how much you care about them, and when they own the results that happen on the field. And Bo and Dylan, two completely different players, but one thing they both were unbelievable at is they had great poise on the field. There was no moment this past season that was too big for Dylan. It didn't matter if it was 4th and 9 in the Wisconsin game where we needed a completion to get the lead. When we're down and going into the fourth quarter, he was able to handle that moment. Bo was a different player, unbelievable passion for the game, but directing that passion to be a benefit for our team. And I think that we've all seen that carry over for him with the Broncos in the NFL. So these guys have to be themselves. You want that as a coach, but both those guys have great traits on how they make the people around them play and how they make the people around them feel about them.
And then overall, just the evaluation process for Dylan Gabriel. What are your thoughts on why maybe he's been lost in the mix as far as this quarterback class goes? Because we've seen a lot of classes in previous years, guys like Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, smaller stature QBs valued at a first-round rate. And it seems like Dylan Gabriel as productive as any of those guys for a longer period of time. What has that discussion been like with you, with some of the scouts and some of the GMs, as far as, the importance that he can bring to an NFL roster going forward?
Yeah, every year is different. I would just tell you that I think it looks like more teams in the NFL have an established quarterback, and I think that doesn't necessarily play for Dylan, unfortunately. But I know this: there's a lot of teams that love Dylan, and when they get him, they're going to get an unbelievable player that's been in multiple systems, that's had multiple coordinators, that understands the game. And when they do draft them, they're going to be really happy with the result. The great thing we know about quarterback, it doesn't necessarily matter where you go in the draft. It's a matter of when you're on a team, are you with a great organization, are you with a great coach? Because I know they're getting a great player.
Coach, I want to ask you about another one of your players that's on the board. We hear the word fit when we talk about the NFL, specifically in the NFL draft all the time. When I watch Jordan Burch on film, it looks like he fits at defensive tackle. He looks like a 3 technique. Then you see him lined up outside, and he's got the wiggle and the twitch to be an edge defender. Give us sort of your scouting report on Jordan, maybe what you think he's capable of at the next level.
Yeah, I think the sky's the limit for Jordan. You know, one of my favorite plays from last season is the punt fake that we snapped to Jordan, and he looked like a running back. And it reminded me of his days in high school, you know, back in South Carolina running the ball. So he is unbelievably talented. He's got all the tools that are necessary to be successful at the NFL. He loves the game of ball. And I really do think he's the kind of guy that can be an edge rusher, you know, and an edge player on early downs and then become a sub rusher on 3rd down. Really talented player, unbelievable family. This guy's going to be one that has a lot of success and has a chance to play for a long time. I still think his best football is in front of him as well.
Coach, going to ask you one more question and get you out of here. We got some college football heads like myself here on the show. Just want to know how it's looking. I know you don't know what your final roster is going to look like until fall camp, but tell me something good, man. We love watching your team play football every year. What are we going to see in 2025?
Yeah, I love our group. It's going to be a young group, a lot of talent on the field that we got to go get that experience. And tomorrow we have our spring game. Unlike some people, we're going to go play real football tomorrow for our spring game and compete and see what these guys can do. And I'm really pumped to see what that result is. But we've had a great spring practice so far. The guys are becoming really cohesive. We're not looking to add a lot of pieces in this transfer window. I like the team that we have. Now it's time about just, you know, for us to continue to get better and improve.
Coach, we're looking forward to seeing it. We appreciate you taking the time.
Can we just say thank you to Coach real quick? Coach, thank you for – we don't have to reference it as like activities related to football in the spring. It's actually a game. We missed the spring games, so thank you for actually putting that out there.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Coach.
You guys are welcome to come watch whenever you're done with the draft, man. We're going to play.
Tell Phil to send the jet. We'll all be there.
Yeah,
right.
Don't miss the night. We'll be out there.
But don't make the quarterbacks
Love
live.
it.
That's it. Yeah.
Thank you,
Hey, we
Coach.
did it last scrimmage, so who knows? Maybe we'll do it again.
We appreciate your time.
All right, have a good one.
Oh, boys, we had some picks go off the board.
Yes, we did.
While we were talking to Coach there. Mike Green going to the Baltimore Ravens. I think Ben's eyeballs fell out of his head. R.J. Harvey going to the Broncos also did the trick. And then we had Trey Amos also go off the board to Washington. Ben, let's start with you. What sticks out to you here?
Yeah, so Green, the fall down the board is pretty obvious, right? From he's got 2 sexual assault accusations against him, one from high school, one from Virginia. He transfers to Marshall. The football talent is undeniable, right? He played his top opponents, Ohio State, Virginia Tech. He's winning with outside spin moves with power, as Cole brought up. Wiry, strong, right? Like, you know, he's carrying 250, but he plays like he's carrying another 15, 20 pounds.
He looks 280 when he plays.
Yeah, impactful. Dude, the hands land with a thump, right? And he's got vines as well. He's got some good length to him. And so there's a 3-down defensive end in there. There is a high-caliber pass rusher. I said on the show last night with Harry and Harry, if there's a non-Abdul Carter edge rusher to get 10 sacks in his first season, to me, Green has the talent to be that sort of a player. Baltimore last year with only 4 rushers. They were the 4th worst team in terms of quick pressure rate, right? This defense under Mike McDonald, now under Zach Boy, is all about the simulated pressures, the creepers. Oh, you send 3 guys over here, 2 guys over, move that guy, drop him off the line. Sometimes you need someone to beat the left tackle. Just beat him. Off the line in 1.5 seconds. That's Mike Green. It fills a big need for them.
HC, you were laughing when this pick went through. Tell me what you think.
Because it's the Baltimore Ravens doing what the Baltimore Ravens do again.
Right.
Malachi starts in the first round, and now Mike Green in the second round, man. They find a way to do it every single year. And you look at, this is a team that was second in sacks last year with 54. So they're only going to continue to get better when you have those young, fresh legs coming off the edge.
He fits the mold of guys that have been drafted a little bit later that have excelled, like a Courtney Upshaw that they brought in out of Alabama a couple years ago that just maybe people didn't expect a ton out of, and I think they're going to get real production from him. The lower body is what sticks out when you watch him. You can just tell his rear end, his quads, he has a lot of power in that lower half, and he can generate it, and he can turn that into either a power rush move or a speed rush move. He's He's got a ton of ability.
Yeah, Kyle Van Noy and Odafe Owe both rising free agents, right? And so there's going to be a rotation early. But I tell you, 2026, Mike Green's going to be playing 80-85% of the snaps.
So another pick I really do love, the Denver Broncos, R.J. Harvey.
Yeah.
You talk about a guy that can do it in the run game, 5'9", about 210 pounds, does a great job of setting up blockers. He's already hiding behind those offensive linemen because he's short as it is, but a guy that you could really utilize. And now when it comes to pass protection, you might want to take him out a little bit unless you're going to have him out in routes or whatnot, so he can be a weapon in that capacity. So I like R.J. Harvey for the Denver Broncos and playing for Sean Payton.
And Cole, you brought up Bo Nix to Coach Lanning. You're very familiar with, his time at Auburn. You want to talk about a guy that has improved and just the rookie year that he had last season. I'm just sort of curious, what is your overall perspective of the player that he's become? Because I remember us sitting back last year when he got drafted, whatever it was, 10 or 12, and just thinking like, you could have never told me in a million years that dude was going to be a top 12 pick. And just to see what he's come out and done, I'm just curious your thoughts.
Well, specifically when the head coach comes out and says they drafted him because of his backpack and what was in it when he came to a meetings. But I meant what I said with Coach Lanning, and I was on the sideline for multiple games. Obviously, I played at Auburn, so I've been there and been around the program. He was petulant as a football player when he was at Auburn. He really was. Now, I don't understand the pressures of wearing the same number with the same name on the back of a jersey that my father did, playing the same position at a place who was also successful. I don't know what comes with that. It was obviously a lot for him. I give him all the credit in the world for going to Oregon and resurrecting himself, molding himself, changing himself. The ability's always been there.
Yep.
The competitor has always been there. And I think like what Coach Lanning said, it's how you can find ways to rechannel that. It doesn't need to be directed at your offensive line or directed at a receiver. It can be directed towards the defense or yourself. But there were moments he would come over and go sit by himself on the sideline. He had his own chair, and the offensive line and the receivers and running backs would go sit 5 yards away from him. And I didn't understand those things. There were times he stood on the other end of the sideline. When the backup quarterback was in the game, he corrected all of it, and he's changed it, and he's turned into a hell of an NFL quarterback. It's been magnificent to see. It really has, because so many of those guys, you just don't think it's ever going to correct itself. It's ever going to be different. And for Bo Nix, it is. And he's had the scrambling ability, the toughness, the arm strength. It's all been there. He just had to find a way to channel it into being a better football player, and he's done that with the changes he's made in his attitude and his demeanor.
Sims, what has it been for you? You're a quarterback guru here. Like, what have you seen out of Bo Nix? And obviously, they're surrounding him with talent.
Bo Nix is one of my favorite young football players in the NFL. And I think really mainly because of what you were just talking about. I love people that just, as soon as you put them in the corner, as soon as you kick them when they're down and all that, and he just continued to fight through it. And I think that's the most important trait that we have discussed really here at the quarterback position. And it is just straight up will. The will to say, I'm not going to fail. I'm going to continue to succeed. I'm going to push past whatever this boundary is that people have set on me. His talent has been there. The person, too, that I think really deserves a ton of credit to, not only Dan Lanning, but Will Stein. I think Will Stein has done a phenomenal job of building a balanced offense. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. Right? As far as just a balanced offense that really teaches quarterbacks, right, how to play the position as cleanly as possible. Full field progression reads consistently, right? Now, a lot of people knock Dillon Gabriel and Bo Nix, like, oh, it's dink and dunk. There's not a lot of downfield pass, all that. I didn't really quite see that a lot when I evaluated both of their films and when they were coming out. I saw guys that made the right decisions consistently, and then they take calculated shots when it was necessary.
Bingo.
And that's the biggest thing, right, is that both of these guys have learned how to play the position cleanly. And when you do that with an offensive coordinator that really knows how to look at it through the same view of you, because he's a former quarterback himself, a walk-on guy who was also counted out as well, right? He is a guy that you can lean into and just say, hey, like, what do you think here? What do you think here? And he can really say, you know what, don't worry about it. I know hey, it's a tough start to the game. Don't worry. Let's get you a few screenplays. Let's get you a bubble. Let's get you this. Let's get some completions going. And then we'll build that momentum and be more aggressive as we go. And that's something that I think a lot of people miss out on as far as quarterback development. It's just easy completions. Let's create easy completions for our quarterbacks, and then they can continue to grow in the position, gain confidence, and make big plays. And Bo Nix, Dillon Gabriel, both have done that under Will Stein.
So Bo Nix at Auburn, I can honestly say I didn't think he trusted everyone around him.
Anyone?
And let's face it, too, it just wasn't a great offense.
No, that's what I'm saying. But that's the difference in Bo Nix at Auburn than the Bo Nix I've seen at Oregon. He trusts the pieces around him. I hate when people say, oh, all he does is dink and dunk. Well, okay, I know a coach in Sean Payton who loves it, who had a guy named Drew Brees who did it at a very, very high level. And when you have a Bo Nix that understands that's what his coach loves, but has been in that offensive system when he was at Oregon, then you have a rookie quarterback that has the ability to lead his team to a playoff berth in his first year.
I'll go back to one more thing. Matt, you brought up positives with the portal, and one thing that we don't really talk about a lot. When he left, I had a long conversation with Brian Harsin, and he said, Cole, he needed to leave.
Yeah.
And that's not because he was doing things wrong or getting in trouble. Like, he needed a reset.
Yep.
That's right.
Mentally, emotionally, geographically, just everything around him. There was just so much going on. He said this is going to be great for him because it's a fresh start. All of the things he's dealing with here will not be present at Oregon. A small positive that we don't bring up, that sometimes guys just need to get away from what's there.
That's right.
And start again. And like you said, get a new offense that allows you to be you and allows you to trust the people around you. And Bo Nix was able to do that. And now he's one of the better quarterbacks in the
I was
NFL.
at the game when his father threw a touchdown pass to Frank Sanders.
Frank Sanders.
It was Sanders.
Probably the best wide receiver in Auburn football history.
Yeah, Harry.
Unbelievable. Hey, I didn't go
The
to
Alabama
Auburn.
game when he went up and got it.
I was a Florida fan.
He went up and,
I was
and
an
got it
elementary
and
school.
dove
Yes.
over the pylon.
Yep.
That was the Iron Bowl. Yeah.
Like unbelievable, man. Like to follow your dad's footsteps.
yeah.
That's rough, man.
And listen, to be the son of a really good quarterback, I don't know what that's like, but I'm sure it's very difficult, right? It really is. Like just the fact of, how can you be yourself, right? And how do you go beyond those things, right? And kind of leave the shadow of a great individual. These are tough things for young men to do. The great thing is, though, identify that, right? Reset themselves. And now, hey, that's a thing of the past. It happened. It's over. And now this guy's going to be a Pro Bowl football player for him, and potentially, a team that competes consistently for playoff spots and upseating essentially, right, one of the best quarterbacks in their own division as well.
You know who's not competing anymore? I have been told by our producer, Chris Colon, in my ear, that Ryan has given up.
Wow.
Is tapping out. So, like, what's, no shame in your game, but
Yeah,
what
there
is
is.
where have we arrived?
Get him a Chris Russo gummy, all right?
Because we were an 8 15 minutes ago.
I got my little cocktail.
We got through 33 with a little bit of help here and there. Got through one round, but it's not holding up.
Did you say you had help?
I ate
Couple,
when I walked
one or
by,
two.
but I'm hungry, so.
Wow. Oh, so and you cheated. Okay. Well, that's all right. A for effort, I guess, right? I mean, Cole, this is
Got
more
through
your
one
analysis
round.
than mine.
I'm just disappointed. I mean, Oreos are a great thing, something we should all take pride in having the ability to eat at certain points in time, and to be able to just completely gorge on Oreos on television and essentially have that be part of your job. I don't know why anybody wouldn't take pride in that, but hey.
He's talking about Oreos when he talked about Bo Nix. Same level of intensity.
Some guys just don't want to compete.
I know Tyler Booker wouldn't be quitting.
No. There's a lot of guys on the board that I think would probably be able to go through, 70 Oreos that you're supposed to go through? I mean, dude, Barry Bonds hit 70 home runs in a season, man. Like, I know he was cheating, but, like, come on, man.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Right, exactly. We got YouTube poll results here. What grade would you give Ryan for eating 30 out of the 70 possible Oreos? All right, 26% A. I really want to know the height and weight demographics of the YouTube chat here. 27% C. Most said, I'm just impressed.
Congrats, Ryan. Big for you.
We appreciate your presence, Ryan. This is quite the welcome to ESPN. I don't know that anybody has had a more unique welcome than, hey.
Enjoyable welcome?
Right. Yeah. Sit down and just eat Oreos until you decide, maybe not.
Ryan, where are you from, bud?
I'm from Greenwich, but I went to school.
Is that Connecticut?
Yeah, Greenwich, Connecticut, and then went to University of Florida.
Hey, see,
So you went to UF?
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, see, he said.
So my favorite pizza place all time, it's no longer on University. It used to be Leonardo's.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard about it?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
He had us sliced.
Your best pizza ever was in Florida?
Ever.
Yeah.
See, he said Greenwich, like me.
Yeah, I don't
Cole would
like
be
it.
Hey, Gadsden.
I don't like it
Or
in
something
New York.
like that, right? Or
Matt.
Albany.
I don't like big fat rats walking around pizza shops.
Listen,
in
we
New
don't
York.
have much to claim in New Jersey and New York, but pizza's like one of them. So we got to hang on
Got
to
rats
what
the
we got.
size of dogs.
So you're from Greenwich, Connecticut. If these were like pedophores, could you go harder on these or?
No.
Okay.
Fair enough. I feel like I could crush 70 Oreos.
Yes.
Yeah, especially after a lift.
No,
Hey,
there's no way I can do that.
hey, I'm all there.
I can't even eat 10 of them.
Ben, your Eagles are on the clock. Any wishes?
Oh, I give him Kevin Winston Jr., the safety out of Penn State, every time I get to 64. He's a young player. He was banged up this year, so he's very inexperienced. But, dude, Long, fast, physical, comes into contact, loves to tackle. He's got coverage chops, plays into the catch point. I'm surprised he didn't go back to school. To me, it looks like I'm going to be a round one player with 1 more year of experience, but he decided to come out. I will say, though, this is a telestration guy for me.
Yeah.
I mean, the floor is yours.
He will knock your block off.
I love Andrew Makuba, and it's not because he's my size. It's because he's a very good football player.
Let's listen. I know this is somebody, HD. We got to see him play in person a few times, and he never disappointed.
Well, Cole, we did the SEC championship game, and that's when who was the quarterback at the time? Was it Carson Beck?
Carson Beck.
Yeah, Carson Beck. He knocked out of the game.
He got knocked out at
Yes,
halftime.
yeah, he's the one that knocked him out.
Jahad Campbell and now Makuba. Man,
Yeah, a pretty solid.
I
pickup
hate
for
the
them.
Eagles, and I just hate them so much. I love them, you know.
Go Birds.
Let's hear it, Ben.
Andrew Makuba, safety out of Texas. I joke that he's my size. Unfortunately, he's not the biggest player that you ever saw. And they hit him a little bit deep, right? He played a lot of times Clemson in the nickel. But then in Texas, he played a true safety spot, and they would play him off the roof, right, and try to protect him from those big tackling moments. But you see here, man, he loves some little contact, Pete. He knocked the helmet off the guy there in the short area, right? The quickness as well is a very critical part of this, right? He sees it very fast. He closes to it as well. So good in those robber rolls right there. You saw him. He was a short zone player, but he went and found a route. This play is actually one play that, I'm going to break down for you on the All-22. So spoiler alert, this is a game-sealing interception against Arizona State in a playoff game that, man, Texas was in a high danger of losing. Let's take a look at that play right here, because Makuba is playing over what we call number 3, right? When we name the receivers, we name them number 1, number 2, number 3 from the outside in. So because the formation that Arizona State gave Texas, they forced Makuba, who's usually a safety back here, into a position where he has to play now in man coverage, right? You need your safeties to have some versatility. They got to be able to do different roles. This route here is going to fade to the front pylon, right? It's going to come through all this traffic right here. Makuba, you'll see the moment the ball is snapped, so comfortable. He's not looking at the receiver. He looks at the quarterback, and he gets a feel for, I see you're opening right now your hips to the far sideline. I see where this route is developing. I'm not going to close down fast because I know my down and distance. I know you want the line to gain. I'm going to keep depth and, again, get my eyes on that quarterback and then play the football like a receiver. Way too many DBs in this moment right here are eyes on the receiver, and they are trying to play into the catch point. They want to get the pass break up. Makuba, the positioning looks wide receiver-esque. He knows I want to make a play on the football, and so he does. And then wave a little goodbye to the crowd. Get out of my game. Again, you got to be able to play man coverage if you're going to be this small at the safety position. He can do so. However, the most impressive thing, Harry, first thing he said when he was picked was what? He'll hit you, right? He will knock some paint off your helmet. You got to be able to make tackles for me, Andrew Makuba. Here he is over the number 2 player in Georgia. He's peeking, he's looking. Here comes the back into the alley. Make the tackle in space. We call this the alley, right? If you're going to be a nickel defender for me, or if you're going to be a safety for me, sometimes the back is going to get up on you. Sometimes the first level is going to be blocked, the second level is going to be blocked, and there's going to be a space that I need you to fill from depth. You'll notice that the receiver wants to go block the safety. Georgia said the dangerous guy, it's not Makuba. The dangerous guy is the bigger guy. Go block him. Leave Makuba one-on-one with the back. And Makuba said, you sure? You sure you want me in space with your back? And he steps down, makes the tackle in the low red zone as well. So, in the high red zone, in a short yardage situation. So again, we're trying to fill the alley here. We're watching Trevor Etienne get the ball. If you can't make this tackle right here, this is Pater. This is 6 points. Gets him down in the tight areas. Extremely good at picking the ankle. You don't want to be an ankle picker as a tackler. You want to be bigger, but if you have to do it, you got to be good at it. Andrew Makuba is. Last rep for you is this one. Andrew Makuba, middle of the field, looking down at the receiver. Bang! Pass breakup. This quickness I talked about earlier, the ability to see it develop fast. Look at the body positioning right now on Makuba. Look how he's framed. Look at what he's up to. He's ready to go right now because he understands down and distance. He's smart. So as our quarterback is preparing to throw, I'm expecting a quick slant route on 3rd and medium. I am already closing like a rocket, man. He's out of a cannon. And then when you arrive to the catch point, I closed it by accident. When you arrive to the catch point, you arrive with physicality. force the pass breakup, force the incompletion, and that's a 4th down for you. Andrew Mukuba plays with his hair on fire, has a highly versatile skill set, and punches way, way, way above his weight. This is a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson type player. He was an Eagle last season. This is a Buda Baker-like player at the NFL level, a composite safety. He does everything you need him to do, despite the fact that he is not the biggest guy on the field.
And I got to tell you guys, Ben was a little more excited because this guy's a Philadelphia Eagle, okay?
Go Birds!
Now, before
Bro,
we get
I
into
get it,
this third round, me and Cole, I think we're going to hit some of these smelling salts again just to get us through another round
We
here.
third round already?
I got a fresh batch, man. Nah, bro, it's 9:31 Eastern time. I need to...
Woo!
Now, I missed a part of that, Ben.
Yeah.
Big picture from Mukuba.
Strong.
Do you see him in Vic Fangio more as a true safety?
So he's going to fill the exact Chauncey Gardner-Johnson role.
He is,
right?
okay.
Where when they brought Chauncey in free agency, they said, listen, Chauncey can play the nickel for us. He did it well at Florida. He did it in New Orleans.
Sorry.
But we want him to play, more of our box safety role. Reed Blankenship is going to be our deep safety.
Yeah.
And then the draft came and Cooper DeJean fell. And they said, hot dog.
Right.
We're going to draft us a Cooper DeJean. Then he played over the slot. Chauncey now kind of had this more rover role, right? Occasionally over the slot, not so much. Reed's a rising free agent, though. And so I bet you in year one, you see Mukuba play in the box with Sidney Brown a little bit. He's a 3rd round out of Illinois for them.
Yeah.
Sidney's a big physical presence. Mukuba's more of the slot cover man. But then I wouldn't be surprised when Reed leaves potentially in 2026.
Yeah.
That free safety spot opens up and Mukuba takes that spot. He can play everywhere for you.
Now,
Which I love about that pick.
While we're doing home cooking, the Giants picked Darius Alexander. You were very excited about this pick. Tell me about it.
I'm excited about the pick because I think this is one of these guys, and I can't wait to hear a little bit, too, about what Cole and Ben have to say about this player. But I think he is a really talented football player. I think he has tremendous upside. I think the length in his upper body, too, is really important in the interior part of the defensive line. And I just see him matched up already with Abdul Carter, right? Brian Burns, Sexy Dexy in the interior. You're adding a lot of bulk and athleticism to this defensive line that is trying to keep up with our friends down there in Philadelphia. And this, I think, is a big part of the reason why. And you're going to see this guy right now. He's going to win a lot of one-on-one matchups against guards because of his ability to extend those guards away, to shock them, to push them back, just like you're seeing here in these clips. And I think this is something that the Giants defense has been missing out on a little bit outside of Dexter Lawrence's production. So adding another guy like that is productive, that is athletic, that can move into multiple positions potentially and be flexible with your defensive line now with the other guys that you've drafted. I love the versatility now that the Giants have to play with their defensive line.
Yeah, so Darius was recruited to Toledo. He was offensive line, defensive line.
Right.
He was offensive line the first year. They moved him to defensive line, and he's a 6th-year senior, and he didn't start until the season previous. He didn't really start to get productive until this year. And the staff at Toledo is pretty open with the fact that, listen, his head wasn't necessarily screwed on straight at first, right? And then it took a while for the light bulb to come on for him. So he's raw, right? Because he's just starting to come into his body, come into his play style. He's high-waisted, right? And so you see that offensive tackle building him a little bit. However, right? We got length, we got a first step. We can make something out of that, right?
No doubt.
And you give me length and you give me explosiveness into one gap, and we can go get penetration, right? The Dexter Lawrence build, short, squatty, take up a lot of space, right? Walk
Great
that
leverage.
tackle back, right?
Yeah.
The Darius Alexander build, put him in a gap, go get to a shoulder, go compromise pocket integrity, and then one of my excellent edge rushers will come clean things up. So it's a different body type, which I really like in a rotation.
And I think the great point, too, to remind fans at home, right, and it's not that we're asking this player to be in the stat sheet all the time. Just disrupt the football play.
Cause problems.
Cause problems. Shoot the gap, like Ben said. That is the key for a lot of these interior players where, like, the NFL's not worried about, if you fill the stat sheet. We're worried about, do you disrupt plays? And that's actually one of the stats that I think people should be keeping an eye on more. It should be a real stat, actually. Do you disrupt the offensive line play and the integrity consistently? This player has the ability to do that alongside the other guys they have.
We've talked about Dexter Lawrence. You really hit on a later draft pick with Dalvin Tomlinson out of Alabama a few years ago, who was very similar to Lawrence. That gave you all those same traits. Now you bring in Darius Alexander, who reminds me very much of another defensive tackle player in this draft, Deion Walker out of Kentucky. When it's right, it's right. When it's wrong, it's very wrong. Giving up the chest, pad level getting too high, turning shoulders to the sidelines. But you saw in the clips there, fundamentally, when he stays square, when he's explosive off the line of scrimmage, and more specifically, when he uses those hands, when he shoots those hands, he is a problem. You also saw the versatility. Outside, inside, over the center, over the guard. Similar with Deion Walker out of Kentucky, who probably is even higher waisted, I think, maybe than Darius Alexander is.
No one in the world has ever been built like Deion Walker out of Kentucky.
Not even ankles are
man.
literally this big around. Also for a 320-pounder. He can be that guy. It's just consistently has to keep coming. Like Ben said, raw. So the actual fundamentals that go into it, down in, down out, still coming around a little bit, understanding the motor that it takes, down in, down out. But you put him on and you love a lot of what you see. It's just you really don't like some of the things you see. So that the consistency has to come on if he is going to be a full season player for the New York Giants. But he's got it in him. There's no doubt about it.
You know, a player that I do like that I see is Ashton Gelati going to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, of course he's a Chief.
They love those like heavy-handed,
The Chiefs want an edge
shorter,
rusher.
squattier edge
right.
defenders.
They want their edge rushers to do
straight
everything but sack the quarterback. They don't give a hoot about that, right?
Well, it's working.
When I watched Gelati, I wrote down George Karlaftis' name like 3 different times, right?
very similar build.
Exactly. His hands hit you like a ton of bricks, right? He's got that squatty, thick build. He has some moments, right, of the bend, of the quickness, but in general, he's very sound against the run. And Gelati, he's a hand grenade. You just kind of toss him into the pocket. Somebody else is going to clean this up, but it's the initial disruption. Yeah, no, he's a handful and a half.
Why more production the year before than this past year?
They role-wise, this Louisville defense, they use Gelati in 19 different spots, right? They would have him in a defensive end spot, and then they would walk a stack linebacker down to an edge position, and now he's got to kick in over the guard, and he's a looper, he's a quarterback spy, he's a crasher, right? They were very chaos-oriented, and so on a 3rd and 8, the objective wasn't let's get our future NFLer a good matchup. It was 5 guys, 6 guys flying around, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But man, dude, the Gelati versus Ozzie Trapillo film, Boston College versus Louisville this year, NFL against NFL. Trapillo's got big length to him. Gelati's getting underneath him, right? And you can tell he's hassling him. He's good against the run. He's causing problems, stressing him out with the gap changes, right? The stunts in the games. This is a handy player at
Heavy
the NFL
hands.
level.
Yeah, heavy hands, handy, can be used in more ways than one, so I love that term, but also heavy hands. He can use those hands. When you see his build, obviously he doesn't look like a twitchy, speedy edge rusher. He's not a James Pierce type guy. I was pleasantly surprised with him off the ball. Just awareness, understanding how to find. It wasn't just get back into a zone and kind of stay there and wait for things to come to him. Great awareness when he was asked to do that. And as Ben said, he was asked to do a lot of different things in this defense, so he offers some versatility. But just don't think when you see edge, I think a lot of people immediately think, oh, we're getting twitch, we're getting upfield pass rush, we're getting all these different array of moves. That's not what you're going to get with Gelati, but does have a high motor, and he's going to give you effort on almost every play.
How do we feel overall, though, about the combination of Norman Lott, and Gelati now on that defensive line for the Kansas City Chiefs? I mean, because I think Omar is a really good football player, a little undersized for the defensive tackle position, but is a very disruptive football player. Didn't see him play a ton at Tennessee.
Well, that was going to be the first thing that I said, Matt. And Ben, I'll get your opinion on this.
I was going to say the first thing.
They were so damn deep on the defensive line. He didn't have to play.
Right.
Like, they would literally almost roll a 3rd group in at times. Tim Smith had it made last year with the numbers that he had defensively. So I don't think he was asked to do all the different things that maybe another prospect in his position would.
Right.
You had Pierce, the flashy edge defender. You had multiple bigger body defensive tackles that could come in and be your heavier players against the run. So I'm interested to see how he lands in this defense because he's got some versatility. And when he goes, he goes. It's just he wasn't asked to do it near as much as some of the other defensive linemen in this draft.
Right. The lack of a full body of snaps, right? You don't see those 4th quarter, how conditioned are you reps. You don't see those, I was setting up the guard with the bull rush, and now I got the push-pull on you, because there's just not enough snaps, right? And so he unquestionably needs to be in a rotation to start out. Now, they need help besides Chris Jones, right? Tershawn Wharton leaves in free agency for the Panthers. Derek Noddy leaves in free agency for the Jets. They lost about 800 snaps there at the defensive tackle spot. And so I would not be surprised to see a double dip because they want to have a rotation. And then in Norman Lott, you have a decently high ceiling guy, right? So you say, all right, Chris Jones is over 30 now at this point. We got to start thinking about what the future might look like. Let's take a guy with a good pass rush profile, see if we can bring him along and get something a little more bang for our buck here. At end of the 2nd round, they took Norman Lott.
And overall, are we concerned of him being a 3-technique type of defender, but being closer to 290 than like a 310, 320 type of football player?
He's played some football over 300. I don't feel like fundamentally, technically, he is a hold-the-point guy either way.
Right.
If we could get him to 320, I still don't think that's not his makeup. That's not the strength of his game. His strength is a little more disruption, quickness, and doing things like, I mean, he's lined up outside the tackle a couple of times for Tennessee, so he can do that. I just don't think he's that type of a player.
Right.
So I would think Kansas City wants to bring him in. use the versatility, move him around, do some different things that way.
Yeah, the Chiefs don't give a hoot about technique alignments when they get to third. They'll put Chris Jones at 5 tech. They'll put Karlaftis inside of him. You know, like Spags gets in the lab on some of that stuff. And so they're a bring the guy we like into the building and solve the problem when he's here sort of a team, right? You're going to see with Gelati, with Norman Lott, with Spags, with Charles Amen, who's still there for you, you're going to see fronts that make no sense in terms of narrow guys in front of wide guys, whatever. It's because they got games and twists and blitz coming down the back.
You can do that when you score a lot of points.
Yeah. Spags knows it's pass all the time. The other team's trailing by 17. It's nice and easy.
Yeah, and guys, we are 4 picks now into the third round. Harold Fannin, the tight end out of Bowling Green, went to the Cleveland Browns. And Darian Porter, the cornerback out of Iowa State, went to the Raiders. So those are 2 teams that we thought perhaps Shedeur Sanders could end up going to. The Patriots are not going to take him right here. Neither will the Lions, Saints, Bills, maybe the Jets at 73. But we're starting to get into that range. What are the Steelers picking here? 83.
Yep.
Maybe it's there. I think, do we have the best quarterbacks available? We want to see those anyways, just to see who else. Again,
Shedeur,
does
Milroe.
somebody else go above?
Milroe's still on the board. Will Howard's on the board. Quinn Ewers on the board. Kyle McCord. Riley Leonard is on the board. Curtis Rourke, who I think can be a good NFL quarterback.
Sure.
The health is the problem.
And right there, that list, I know there's a lot of scouts and GMs too where it's just like, Kyle McCord is well liked and well respected and is considered to be like, he is going to be a solid backup for a really long time in the NFL. And we know how important that is with the amount of QBs that play every single year, right, because of injury. Kyle McCord is definitely a guy that, like, don't be shocked again if he's someone that maybe jumps ahead of some of these quote-unquote more talented or more touted football players.
Man, if the Steelers get on the board and both Milroe and Shedeur are there, that's going to be really interesting.
How much does it play in here, Ben, though, with a couple of positions that are still pretty deep? Like, you look at edge, it's still very deep right now. Running back still very deep.
I can't believe so many of the running backs are still on the board. I thought we'd see more go than this, right?
I'm surprised.
Caleb Johnson's still up. Dylan Sampson's still up. DJ Giddens still up.
Devin Neal is on. Damian Martinez, I think,
I love Martinez.
One of the best running backs in this draft.
Damian Martinez is a handful.
No doubt.
He's not a sledgehammer. He is a jackhammer.
I mean, we might see a run of them here late in this round.
That's why I asked the question of, if you've got some quality edge defenders there, we know the value there. It feels like running back value is being reintroduced in a little bit of a new way. Have more than one, do different things for us, lean on you at certain times.
Respect the position.
And you got a Brashard Smith, you got a Trevor Etienne, different style running backs also.
Yeah.
It just makes me wonder if we did get a run on 1-2 positions, not quarterback, does that maybe push them down even further?
But potentially, and I think if the Steelers like a running back, right now it's just Jalen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell. They need a guy. Edge rusher, TJ Watt's on a contract here. They need a guy. That quarterback room is currently Mason Rudolph, all right?
No,
and Skylar Thompson.
Do we have to talk about it?
Ben, the truth is, your boy A-Rod, he's coming to town.
I don't know what I did to deserve your boy.
You're right. But he's probably more closer to my boy, right, with some of the habits that I have off the, but still, A-Rod,
you going camping?
He's no doubt. He is going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback, right? Now, I can't say that for sure, but just like everything that we've seen and just the way that Pittsburgh has gone about their business so far, like it just makes me think A-Rod is coming to town.
If I'm saying with any certainty that Aaron Rodgers is doing anything, then I'm in a bad way as a team. I want to plan my life as if that is a great uncertainty there.
I also just feel like because he still hasn't committed yet, though, and we're in the middle of round 3. Like, do you want a guy like that to play quarterback for your football team?
I mean, if he's Aaron Rodgers, then yes. I
think
a few teams do think that way.
But which Aaron Rodgers is he going to be, though? Because I don't think he's going to be the Aaron Rodgers that I
Let's say Rodgers signs, right? Rodgers, if he gets guaranteed money in the second year of his deal, I'll eat my hat. Like, that's going to be, my expectation, it's going to be a 1-year deal. Maybe do incentives, you do contract, whatever. So if he's very good in the second year, that's great. Regardless, he's 42 years old. He had a massive Achilles injury at the beginning of the 23 season. You have to have a quarterback behind in terms of development. And that's not Mason Rudolph and it's not Skylar Thompson. And that's why, I have great respect for how the Steelers have built their team. And they are always through the trenches, right? And they have a good personnel evaluation. Like, they get it. They for sure do. However, you need to add to this quarterback room. It is a non-negotiable. And so that's why I say if both Shedeur and Milroe are on the board, that'll be very interesting because you've heard there's interest in Milroe from the Steelers. Their experience playing Lamar Jackson twice a year, the value of the running quarterback, kicked the tires on Justin Fields last year. That's a pairing that's been made, but it hasn't really been made in the context of, hey, if Milroe's there in the third round, And so is Shedeur. Which one do you want?
And I think, to your point, yes, like if you get even just like a decent Aaron Rodgers, like, yeah, that's fantastic. I still just can't get over the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers, like one of the marquee franchises of the NFL, just have had absolutely zero plan and zero structure at that position since Ben Roethlisberger has retired.
We can't say they don't have a plan. They clearly have some sort of a plan here.
They had a
right?
plan.
It's still a stopgap, though.
It is. And, like, listen, Mason Rudolph, all right, now I get it. You don't want him to be your starter the entire year, and you're not going to be like a playoff contender and all that. But Mason Rudolph is better than I feel like what we kind of say as far as our evaluation.
Okay, and I'm going to stop you right there.
Right.
Matt.
What?
Because Mason Rudolph is not going to go toe-to-toe with Lamar Jackson. Mason Rudolph is not going to go toe-to-toe with Joe Burrow, nor Josh Allen or anybody else in the AFC from a quarterback perspective. So you have to address this need.
I understand that.
And I
get that.
and I'm not trying to disrespect Mason Rudolph. It's just, if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers and you know that this organization is known for excellence, I just don't see how you go into the 2025 season. Do you know TJ Watt has not won a playoff game since he's been in a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform? Like that, to fathom that?
With what you've already drafted to, you're probably going into your last year with Cam Hayward. Would you agree with that?
That's right.
You're probably getting ready to move on there. You've already had some injuries with TJ Watt, so how much further is that going to go? There are a couple other guys that you thought were going to be lifers in that uniform that have moved on in free agency.
Right.
It feels like there's a window there that have you already reached the end of it, and a complete reset may be in order. I don't like saying that. But
I would say this. For Pittsburgh, they have to exhaust every single possibility, in my opinion. If everything hits the fan, if you have to, Omar Khan, if you have to get on the phone and call Terry Fontenot,
He'll give you whatever you want.
From the Atlanta Falcons, you got to go get Kirk Cousins. You got to go get him.
It's Kirk Cousins at 38 years old off of an Achilles, right? It's a little bit we're in the dredges now in terms of some of the options right at quarterback. And that's like the quiet part here that you got to say out loud is that Mike Tomlin has been running this team for a long, long time and has run this team wonderfully. And Mike Tomlin is an excellent coach. If you are unwilling to modernize your thought around the quarterback position, if you are unwilling to accept the realities that this position defines if you are a real playoff contender or not, you got to get serious at this position or you're playing for second place. If you are unwilling to come to that realization, it doesn't matter how good you are at, kind of dealing with some of the interpersonal issues, how good you are getting the defense oriented. You're going to put a hard ceiling on this team. And I've been a full-throated Mike Tomlin defender for years. But it is the inevitability that, as Cole says, a full reset will come to the building, will come to Pittsburgh, because the man calling the shots is denying the reality of the quarterback position. It must be investing with early picks. Now, we have to remark, they spent the pick on Kenny Pickett. They spent 20 overall. But again, that was sitting there and kind of letting the board come to them and saying, Kenny Pickett's here, that's great. If they get a guy in the third round, it's going to be, because Shedeur fell, because Jalen Milroe fell. Maybe get lucky with those. At some point, you must get aggressive and go invest in the position. They continue to be passive, and that continues to put a limit on the team.
Yeah, I feel at some point you got to try.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be their quarterback next year, right? I mean,
they better hope they get good Rodgers, man.
But I do agree with you. You don't sit back and not draft a quarterback right now and don't have a plan. And it's not just plan A.
Right.
You have plan A, B, and probably C in place as well.
I think that we're not giving enough credit to Tomlin and thinking that he's just winging it right now in the 11th hour, right? And
I don't think he's winging it.
So that's why I feel like there's more behind the scenes that maybe we're aware of, and what makes me think that that's why they went and got Harmon there in the first round, right? That's why I think that they're not going to draft Shedeur here coming up here in the third round. And I
think it'll be Milroe? We're that was a big rumored connection before the draft. And it was a rumored connection. No one knows. I'm curious.
That Milroe conversation is really interesting because, yes, I like it in a sense, but also, Arthur Smith, I don't know if I really believe in him building an offense that fits Jalen Milroe to bring him into the NFL.
He did it for Fields, right? They were very minimal on some of the quarterback run stuff. It was occasional on a third down.
And it wasn't super creative. It wasn't like what Greg Roman did for Lamar Jackson and recreating a new offense that was never seen before in the likes of the NFL before and making him one of the best running backs in the NFL as a quarterback and then slowly establishing him as a better passer. And that's where I just feel like it would be very difficult for me to say that, they can do that with Jalen Milroe, given the fact that I haven't seen that from Arthur Smith in his career, to be able to do that with a player of that caliber, nor do I really feel like Jalen Milroe will be able to do that right off the bat for this football team. Because remember, Lamar sat for a little bit and watched Joe Flacco, a pro, learned how to be a professional. Jalen Milroe, I love the attitude. I love everything that he brings to the table. That being said, he's still a developmental guy with a high ceiling but a very low floor as far as his ability to be a pure drop back passer.
I would just say this too quickly about the whole gadget thing or building a run aspect around Jalen Milroe as your quarterback.
Yeah.
Jalen Milroe's desire to be a running quarterback is also not definitive.
Right.
Put the Oklahoma film on, put the Michigan film on, and you will see a quarterback who is not certain in having that aspect of his game be the strength of the team or be built around. So we don't even know if he is going to accept a role like that in the NFL.
Right. That's a good point.
100%. I mean, I think either way, if you're the Steelers and what you're building right now, hopefully you do get Aaron Rodgers. I do think, though, that it would be wise to have somebody that, look, like, hopefully you can build them up. He can learn from Aaron Rodgers, even though I don't think he seems like the type to want to teach somebody that's behind him. I don't know that. But there's going to be a year after 25, and they're going to have another.
I agree with Ben, though. Like, at some point, if you're the Steelers, like, you got to be aggressive. You got to be aggressive and go get the guy that you feel like can be the future of your franchise.
And listen, they might not see the guy that they think is the future of their franchise.
And that's understandable in this draft.
Right.
And the problem is that, like, for the Steelers, they're never a team that's going to be picking in the top 10 because they always overachieve.
It's going to be 26 to 28 about every year.
And they don't like to make the big move ups in the first round, right? It was Devin Bush in 2019, and then it was Troy Polamalu before that. It was the last times that they made the big trade up. So, yeah, it's like, consider the alternative. Consider the other end of the spectrum. The Eagles had Carson Wentz and drafted Jalen Hurts. Right? It was the willingness to say we want one and then we want two, because this position is so integral that it must be treated differently than the other positions on the roster. And Tomlin, who, again, I feel like I'm saying this as a disclaimer, but it's true, I think is incredible at his job. Tomlin doesn't like the idea of this position is different than the other positions, right? Tomlin likes kind of the equality of the locker room. The NFL in 2025, again, your ceiling is defined by your quarterback. Yeah,
is it heightened, Ben, by where we are fiscally in the drafting slots now?
Oh, yeah.
We are not handcuffed by the number 5 pick, the number 1 pick even, the number 10 pick. That doesn't hold your franchise back for 5 years like it did 6, 7, 8, 10 years ago. You can take that chance almost every year now if you want to. Does that maybe make it even more egregious that they haven't tried this multiple times and seen if they can get it right in one of those spots?
Yeah, you pick any position in the third round, you can come back in the very next draft to pick that position in the first round, right? You have enough room on your roster, right? You can go add a big free agent. When Cam Ward was selected by the Titans, he became the 22nd highest paid quarterback in the NFL because of how many better, quarterbacks are up there, bigger contracts, right? Genty, for example, when he was selected at 6, because of his contract size, 11th highest running back, right? Quarterback is so top heavy. If Cam Ward had been selected at 32 and not 1, he would have been the 42nd highest paid quarterback in football, just because of how big the backup quarterback contracts are. So you bring in any caliber of dart throw, if you think there's a chance of a chance that Jalen Milroe can be a Justin Fields, running quarterback, whatever, spot starter for you, then getting that in the third round at such a cheap contract value is what allows you to pay George Pickens, which has to happen next year. Pay TJ Watt, which has to happen next year. Go in free agency, spend big, and then build that non-quarterback centralized team. Because those teams can exist. We watched the 49ers go to a postseason, right? With Brock Purdy's not that expensive. Let's pay for everybody else. You can go that way, but you have to get that pick still right in those middle rounds, which means you got to pick a quarterback, and we don't yet know if they're going to do it.
One of your boys right here, Azariah Thomas.
Good player.
Yes, just got picked.
I like this.
For the New York Jets. We also had a few more go off the board here. Landon Jackson went to Buffalo out of Arkansas. Vernon Broughton out of Texas. You were really excited about that Kyle Williams pick, and I know you and I talked about him earlier as well.
It may be my second favorite receiver in this draft. You talk about just find a way to get him the football if you're New England. That's where he went, New England, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so Drake May, man, add another weapon to his arsenal to go along with Stephon Diggs. He's a guy that quick, twitchy. You're not going to jam him at the line of scrimmage. His acceleration with the ball in the air, but also as soon as it touches his hands, I love Kyle Williams. I really do.
He's got gears on gears. First speed, second speed, third speed. Yeah, he's fun to watch.
I mean, for a team that was one of the slowest in the NFL, I feel like the past 2 years, adding a guy like Kyle Williams on the outside, hopefully Jalen Polk starts to kind of figure out the NFL game and be involved a little bit more. And again, I go back to just McDaniels. He's going to have a lot of fun now with this skill group, mixing it up, putting defenses in tough positions. And let's not forget, too, that Drake May is an above-average runner of the football too. So they're going to be able to do a lot of things that we've seen like the Philadelphia Eagles do offensively, where they're going to spread the football out. They're going to say, you want to play man, you want to play zone. If you give us a light box, we're going to take advantage of it with quarterback draws, with screens, with all these different gadget plays in between. So I really like this pick a lot. I think Kyle Williams adds another level of just explosiveness and the ability to spread the football outside the numbers, more importantly, for a New England team that has lacked explosive ability the past few years.
Hey, man,
He
and
had
they're
a jerk route
working on Drake
film
May.
that he ran versus a linebacker,
I
and
know.
I was like, my God.
You said jerk route? Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
my goodness.
What I say when they took Quinton Judkins, said it'll be surprised if it's offense. Like they know the score. Drake May had himself an excellent rookie season. Look, don't watch the box score, watch the tape. Drake May shows you I'm a franchise quarterback, right? I am what it takes. Build around me. And they're doing that here in the draft.
And listen, Stephon Diggs, yes, he's later in his career. There's no doubt about that. He might not be the savvy, explosive guy he once was. He's still phenomenal in the slot. He is still a problem for defenses. If you're going to match him up in zone with linebackers in space, he's going to make the right decision a lot in those situations. And I also really believe in Stephon Diggs as just a leader of that receiver room. With young guys now in that room, I really do think that he is also, again, like you mentioned, right, with Cam Ward and that lack of veteran leadership, Stephon Diggs is going to be that leader for that receiver room and really uplift the entire crew.
Cole, sorry, let me get this back to a place where you'd like it to go.
Let's go back to
Will
the trenches,
Campbell.
baby.
I'll just wax poetic here on Will Campbell. And also, like, we've heard a lot of people talk about his arm length. Why is that not an issue?
Do we want to go show it now?
Let's do it.
Ben,
Might as well.
we all want to go?
Yeah, we'll take
let's
it
go
now. I don't feel like this is something we
let's all
should
go
really
for
watch.
One band, one sound.
I have
actually go over here
34
and
inch
do it.
arms, so I won't be helpful in this. I got to be
Fair enough.
Well, you've got arm length problems too, so it's okay. we won't worry about it though. We can talk about how you can overcome it.
On me here.
It's something, listen, that historically through the draft, obviously, it has been problematic. People who have been drafted at the tackle position that have had issues with arm length, it has not necessarily gone well, specifically where Will Campbell's arms are. But I'm going to start with this more than anything else. He has the attitude and the demeanor that you want from an offensive lineman in the NFL. He is nasty. He is filthy. He loves to punish defenders. He is a guy that when he gets on the field, he wants to inflict harm on the person that's across the line of the scrimmage from him. But specifically with his arm length, I just want to talk about and show a couple of things that he does that I think are going to allow him to be able to overcome it. From a scouting perspective, I want to get your thoughts first, though. Just the arm length, problematic, not problematic, what you've seen from Will Campbell.
So when Campbell loses, it's often because Campbell is stubbier than other tackles, right? You will see him lose the chest plate because the length is an issue. Long arm gets into his chest plate. He can't recover. There are things you can do to work around arm length that you hope that player has. But there are absolutely moments. You know, we didn't need a tape measure at the combine to tell Will Campbell's shorter than we typically see at the tackle position. Yeah.
The thing that I love about it is oftentimes, like you said, Ben, when he does get his chest taken over and somebody who is longer than him able to get inside, he finds a way to still win the rep.
Yep.
And I think body control and balance are a big reason for that. Let's start specifically with the run game. Bring one of these dummies over here first and foremost. Harry, you want to hold that? Or, okay.
Don't call me dummies. Nice guy.
This one's like deflated. Let's just go with this one right here. Yeah. So one thing that Will Campbell is great with, and we've talked about this with multiple tackles so far in this draft, is punch success or hand placement success or landing your punch. So just stay right there. Whether it's a pass pro rep and I'm going to set and I have to punch that individual, you'll see a lot of guys whose punch immediately comes from here. And that's going to get you in trouble because if it's not quick enough, obviously you're giving up your chest, and then when you land it outside, you're not able to control that defender. In the run game, Will Campbell is elite at landing his hands. So when he fires off that football, he keeps those elbows tight to his rib cage, and those hands usually end up right there inside. So that, because he's able to do that, I think he overcomes what happens with not as long arms as a lot of the defenders he's going up with. So once he gets inside there, he's able to dominate because he keeps his feet moving and he wins the rep initially. In pass pro, where he does get in some trouble, is kind of giving up. You see the link there, the stab that's going to get inside of him. So put the dummy down just for a second. So let's just pretend this is a pass rep and you beat me inside. You get your hands inside. So you're coming up and you're just going to bull rush me. So what Will Campbell has is lower body flexibility and I think lower body control. So he can control his body as to not get pushed back. He's got great flexibility in his waist where he can bend, now push me back, and he can control that rep right there. And he's able to go laterally when it looks like or appears as though he's being controlled. So Harry's controlling me. He wants to go inside or outside. Will Campbell's able to move and control that defender when his chest has been taken over. So initially he loses the length battle, but he's still able to win the rep a lot of times. And I think it's because of his body control, his lower body flexibility. He's able to kind of move and contort, and he just has an understanding of sort of where his quarterback's going to be. I think a lot of it actually has to do with playing with Jaden Daniels previously, because he knows he's going to be on the move. I'm going to have to move. I'm going to have to get in different places. Now with Nussmeier, he ain't going anywhere. I mean, Nussmeier's going to have to get a check to run somewhere. He's not leaving the pocket. That's literally not going to happen. So now he knows I got a stationary guy there. I better figure out how to keep everybody off of him when he's going to be in one spot. So I understand that the arm length is critical. But in the run game, he knows how to win here. And in pass pro, even when he gets his hands outside of a defender, he knows how to use the rest of his body to wall that defender off and still find ways to win the rep, even though he doesn't win with length. I just think he has the attitude and the demeanor, number one, be a dominant offensive lineman in the NFL. And I love the fact that Vrabel goes out early and says, this is the type of individual we want in our locker room. This is the type of attitude we're going to build our franchise around, because he'll accept it. You already heard him in the press conference say, I'll die to protect my guy. I'll do it. And that's kind of who he is. And then just go a little bit further, I'll say this. You're getting an awesome human being. Like this guy, lost his cousin in a hunting accident to a fire in their hunting camp, and he has a foundation built around him now. He carries his name with him everywhere he goes. He plays for him, talks about him, loves his teammates, loves LSU, loves the game of football. It's all he's ever wanted to do. And that's just the kind of human being, the kind of personality you're bringing into that facility. So it feels like a bit of a reset, kind of going back about 15 years ago when they first started building some of those championship teams, of the kind of person you're bringing in to start to build this franchise around.
100%. And the guy that is that kind and also that violent, did you see him squatting 616 pounds
with
winking?
a wing?
Yeah.
I want that guy on my football
It's
team.
that's what I say with the lower body strength. Like, I have seen him essentially from here up be owned by a defender. Like, I mean, Harry's got full control of me. Like, I'm done. And he finds a way to, with hip flexibility, to kind of move and just not lose the rep.
Yeah.
Playing offensive line is not always about kicking somebody's ass.
Right.
It's about not getting your guy's ass kicked. And Will Campbell can do both of those. And very few guys can switch that back and forth. A lot of guys either have that, I have to dominate you on every rep, and what happens a lot of times, I end up on my face because I'm trying to win with my upper body, or I'm trying to dominate you every way possible, or I go after you and I get my feet together and I get pushed over, or I get run back. He has a good understanding of, when the time comes, I will run you into the ground. When the other time comes, I will hold my ground and I will give ground to gain ground to keep you off my quarterback. He's versatile that way.
Let me ask you about one thing, too, that I think a lot of people sometimes they miss out on as far as the evaluation of offense line. You know, talk about just like the football IQ, big picture-wise, and being able to dissect different stunts and things of that nature, and how good his eyes have to be with the movement involved for
Boy,
that.
he's, Ben, I don't know what you think about it. He's super clean, visually understanding things that are coming. And
right.
Let's think also the guys that this young man has played against: Jared Verse, Will Anderson, Kyle Kennard, Dylan Stewart. We just saw Landon Jackson off the board.
Really
going
average
to the
football
Bills.
players.
I mean, he had about a 5-game run this year of elite edge defenders, week in, week out, over and over. When there's a stunt, whether it's a tackle end or an end tackle, he has great awareness as to, he doesn't need that defender to get all the way to him. He can come off early and bump it over. And he doesn't get too, I guess, greedy as to thinking he has to dominate the guy. He understands how to collectively work as a unit, as an offensive lineman. I think it's because he's done it for so long. Like, he's known he's going to be the LSU left tackle for a long time.
Started as an
Not just at
18-year-old.
LSU. Like middle school, he knew he was going to be LSU's left tackle. Like people were already telling him that, already talking to him about that. He's known that for a long time. Again, it means a lot to him to play at that university and be that guy. So he's taken that responsibility, and I love the kid.
Yeah.
He was my favorite tackle in this draft. I think he's as close to a home run at the position that I've seen. Now, is he Orlando Pace physically? No, he's not. He's not Tony Baselli physically, because he doesn't have the length, he doesn't have the same mass. But boy, I tell you, physically, at the end, here's the thing about football. Like my quarterback at Auburn, Ben Leard, used to say, he's from Hartwell, Georgia. We'd do certain things, we'd see certain looks, and he'd come up and he'd be like, Cole, football ain't hard. And at the end of the day, guys, sometimes it's not.
It's not.
Will Campbell gets people blocked. At the end of the day, Will Campbell blocks people. That's all there is to it.
For
Well,
3
what would-
years in the SEC when he was 18 years old, too. I don't
Yeah.
know if you
Yeah.
Will Anderson when he was 18.
Right.
Put the Will Anderson game in the Hall of Fame, dude. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. So
But here's another part. Like, I'll call him out on the air. I don't really care. Greg McElroy, we do radio together every morning in Birmingham,
Greg.
Alabama. McElroy's like, oh, because he got worn out by Dylan Stewart in South Carolina. I actually watched the game again on the plane this morning to make sure I had not lost my mind. We all get got. Every single one of them. I know Harry doesn't want to admit it. He got got by a certain corner at some point in time.
Champ Bailey got me.
Matt got got. I got got a lot.
Hall of
Hey,
Famer.
speaking of those
Come on,
Georgia
man.
teams, I played against Richard Seymour. I played against Marcus Stroud on the same team, and Kendrell Bell, who's Defensive Rookie of the Year in Pittsburgh. The hardest I've ever been hit in my life was Kendrell Bell, who had no idea where the football was going, but when the ball was snapped, he made a beeline at me and dented my face mask, and I didn't know where I was for about 2 days. But I played against Gerard Warren at Florida, the number 3 overall pick. I got plenty of times. We all lose a rep occasionally. It happens. This young man did not lose as many reps as some people want you to believe going into this draft.
100%. And I think he is a great example of, like, we all love the NFL Combine. We love the measurables. We love the numbers. And people have been talking about his arm length for the past 2 days. And it's like, hey, if you look at the tape, the guy can play ball.
I'll tell you about like another one of
that's
his
still
teammates
just-
that just came off the board, okay? Jack Best, football player. Because when I watch Jack Best, he can run routes. He knows how to find space and get open. He's not afraid to try to block people. He's not afraid to try to run people over. When he gets hit hard, he gets up and comes and runs another route. Football player.
Right.
Will Campbell happens to be physically gifted on a different level than some of these other guys we're talking about, but still at the end of the day, he's a football player. That's what he does.
And we're overcritical of him because he's not the traditional body type of a tackle. But is it possible, too, that Vrabel is saying, hey, if it works at a tackle, great. If not, he's going to be a fantastic guard for us either way?
Think about who you just said.
Yeah,
How twitchy was Vrabel
Yeah.
coming out of Ohio State?
right.
How long were Vrabel's arms coming out of Ohio State? Because I remember watching him, he was at Pittsburgh, and he was a grinder.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike Vrabel won with effort, attitude, demeanor, physicality,
And being
knowing
well-coached.
football wherewithal.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
That's how Mike Vrabel won.
Yeah.
So I would be willing to bet that's a lot of it, him saying, you know what, this guy blocks people, this guy has the attitude that I like, get him in here, we'll take it.
Without a
He's
doubt.
going to
Amazing,
take
too.
it personal when our quarterback gets hit.
Right, exactly.
That's the guy that I want in my
See, that's the type of stuff, too, that, like, I love, too, because, you know, like, when I played for the New York Jets, Willie Colon was that guy.
Yep.
Right, where you got on the ground and he went over, he's like, hey, man, that's not going to happen again. Don't worry. Let's go. I got you. You know, and when you have attitude like that, even when you're playing terrible, you're like, well, he's got my back, so let's just keep it rolling. And it just bleeds through the entire football team, that toughness.
Well, and similar to what we talked about with Cam Ward, kind of having those other guys.
Right.
It's contagious along the offensive line. Just
Yes.
like hitting people's contagious on defense.
Right.
Just
Yep.
like stripping, like people always wonder, like, why are certain teams good at getting the ball out? Well, probably because they're pissed off that their teammate did it. Like, if he can get the ball out, I want to get the ball out.
right.
If that guy can get to the quarterback, I want to get to the quarterback.
Right.
Just like Harry probably stayed with receivers. Now, they couldn't do what Julio Jones was doing physically, but it's like, I want to go catch the football and I want to score a touchdown.
You ain't never lied.
When you go after people the way that Quentin Nelson does,
Yeah.
you want to be able to do that.
Right.
And you see it and you're like, I can go 3 seconds after the whistle. I can make sure that I go to the end of the play. I can give a little extra effort and try to get my head across so hopefully that outside zone play goes for 4 yards instead of no yards. It's contagious. So you want people like that in the building so when the guy next to them that maybe has more ability than they do
Yeah.
gets out there and plays that way a little bit longer.
And it's a great reminder, too, for all the parents out there that are watching this show. I mean, like, hey, character is important.
Yeah, a little bit.
right?
No doubt.
Showing up and being a stand-up guy for your football team. And I'm a coach. I coach youth football players. I coach mainly the quarterback position. But I just can't stress enough how important that is, the way that you carry yourself, the way that you introduce yourself, the way that you talk to people, show respect to others. That attitude is so important for the development of players.
100%.
And you can see even, too, with Will Campbell, yeah, okay, you can come up with all the things of why he shouldn't be a top pick. But you know what Vrabel went back to? The character, the attitude, the person.
The love
and
for the game.
The love of the damn game. Because that's the thing. When you
That's
play in the
that's
NFL,
a junkyard dog right there, man.
you gotta love
Yeah.
football. You gotta love it. And I know we say that, and it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, hey, a lot of you out there, I know you play it, you don't love it.
Yeah, because
you don't die for it.
There are
right?
times
And
you
Will
wake
Campbell
up
does.
and you have to do the same thing over and over
Yeah.
again.
It's Groundhog
Coach,
Day.
We've all been there. Matt, you've
Yeah.
been there.
Yep.
Ah, man. But what is discipline? Doing what has to be done even when you don't want to do it.
No doubt.
Process.
Well, and being a good teammate. His teammates love him.
That's right.
His teammates at LSU love him. And he is the first offensive lineman to have a patch to wear a leadership number on his jersey. Shows you they usually give that to a skill guy. They gave it to him to wear. That's the kind of individual that he was in the facility around his teammates, too.
And hey, you think he's a small guy? You know, I've met Vrabel before. He's a big person.
Yeah.
All right. So, you know, it's not like this guy's like that small.
Will Campbell ain't a small guy.
Yeah, the only thing that Will Campbell's done that I don't recommend anybody do at home, if you're on a job interview, do not punch the guy interviewing you in the chest. It only works if you're going to play in the NFL. We just had another Dan Lanning player go off the board, Jordan Birch. How about we go back over to the desk here?
Let's do it.
And start seeing what we catch up on here. I saw that we had Siobhan Revel go off the board.
Arizona.
To the Dallas Cowboys, I believe, was it? I think that is a massive pick. That is a guy that, had he not torn his ACL this season, probably goes day one. It's just an extremely talented player, a guy who actually was working in an Amazon warehouse with his father the day before he got his tryout at East Carolina University. Wow. The very next day, gets off the shift, has his tryout. The rest is history from there. I spoke with his coach, Blake Harrell, who was his defensive coordinator for a couple of years while Mike Houston was still there. Has nothing but just amazing things to say about the young man. Dallas should be very happy with that pick. We've got Nick Martin off the board as well. Pat Bryant going to Denver as well. And then we've got the Texans here, Jalen Noel, HD, wide receiver out of Iowa State.
Yeah, I like Jalen Noel. Did a lot of his damage inside of the slot. Quick, twitchy, hard to get your hands on him as well. So he went to the Texans. Yeah.
Yep.
Another good pick for them.
Yep.
Well, hold on. Two teammates drafted by the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins and also Jalen Noel.
How awesome is that? I mean, that is just like childhood dream type of stuff right there.
Great pick. I love what Houston's been doing. You gotta, I mean, for this team, again, from a quarterback's perspective, you're helping your guy out, And not that, obviously you felt pretty good at that position, but it's never bad to have more weapons.
Yeah,
no doubt.
This is a 4-3 guy, too.
He's a 4-3 guy, and I think, too, just really the injury of Tank Dell and how extended that time will be for him to come back healthy is the reason why we're seeing the double dip at that position here in the draft. The other one, too, Nick Martin, linebacker from Oklahoma State. Seeing him going to San Francisco, playing now and learning from a guy like Fred Warner. This is a guy that has a lot of great physical traits. He plays violent. He was really one of the bright spots of a Oklahoma State team that played absolutely awful in a lot of different phases. So really excited to see that young player get drafted by a good defensive team.
Benny Boy, what you got for him?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at Prince Umanmielen. He was the 77th pick from the Carolina Panthers. Edge rusher out of Ole Miss. I have 3 plays all from the same game, the Georgia game. Panthers fans, if you want to like Prince Umanmielen, you go watch the Georgia game, don't watch anything else. Unbelievable film. It's all on the same left tackle. I want to talk about how a pass rusher builds out a rush. So the first rep for you, these are chronological, right? These are in order. Princely is here on the far side, again, going against the left tackle. This is the speed rush. He's going to win on the outside. I want you to watch how much ground he gains in the first 2 steps. Bang! Look at how fast. Look where he is. Depth right now, relative to the rest of this Ole Miss line. That is a speed rusher right there. That is an explosive first step. Allows you to get to that punch, get to that outside shoulder. And then you see him here. He's got a little bit of bend, which we love to see. We love to see a little bit of bend. But he also is great at reducing surface area. It's slipping a punch in boxing. That inside shoulder, you want to drop it. So that way, as the Georgia tackle goes to punch, he doesn't get you square. He doesn't get underneath your pads. It allows you to slip that contact and then burst, flatten, and finish at the quarterback for the sack. So that's our first rep. That's the speed rush. We're moving on to the second rep. Now, once I've shown you speed, you're going to be back in your sets fast. You're going to be worried about that outside shoulder. You're going to be back on your heels. Now I want to come at you with power. Now I want to get into your chest because you're fearing that speed rush. So that's number 2. Princely Umanmielen again, up against the left tackle here from Georgia. Watch him give the little Euro step and then get 2 hands in the chest. Uproot the tackle. Uproot. There is no ground contact right here. Heels off the ground. That is power through the chest. We call it a forklift. You get that 2-handed bull rush and take him and put him in the quarterback's lap. No, it's not going to be a sack because you're moving that man, but you're going to compromise pocket integrity. You're going to allow your other rushers to go and get home. And so ball's out fast this time from Carson Beck. We don't get a sack, but that power rush right there, we set it up with the speed, and then we come back. Watch him give that little outside step, and then bam, 2-handed bull rush with the power. So now I've shown you speed. I've shown you power. I've gone outside you. I've gone through you. Now I'm coming inside of you. Now comes the counter. This here, Georgia is driving, attempting to cover a deficit in the fourth quarter. We know they're passing. I got to have it. End the game for me. Where's my ringer? So, Princely Umanmielen up against the left tackle. I went outside of you. I went through you. And now I'm coming inside, the inside spin. Again, this tackle, he's thinking, I got to worry about that speed rush, and I got to worry about the power. So he's waiting. He's waiting. And now he's got to throw the hands. I'm worried about that outside rush. Umanmielen gives him one long arm, and then we're going to talk about the ice pick. With that off arm right here, you take the ice pick, and you put it in that tackle's back. You arrive with contact and velocity, clear his arms, and then flatten into the quarterback. So watch him now throw the ice pick into the back of 71. Bang. Watch it again. Violent strike. Bang. Win with that elbow. Get into the quarterback. Beck has to throw this ball early. He's targeting right here, this route. Jared Ivey, going to get drafted on day 3. Gets his hands up because the ball's got to come out from Beck right now because Umanmielen won. He's going to get a little tip at the line of scrimmage. That ball's going to go up in the air, get picked. Bye-bye, Dogs. Ole Miss Rebels with the win. Princely Umanmielen was, I think, 4 TFLs in this game. It was an unbelievable performance. That's the caliber of a rusher. He's a project now. He's a transfer out of Florida. He's still figuring out how his body works. But, man, a high-ceiling pass rusher in the 3rd round for the Carolina Panthers. I loved me some Umanmielen film.
And we love some Oreos. I thought I heard somebody out there playing trombone, but I think that's just Ryan going to the bathroom. These lemon ones are pretty dang good, man.
Lemon?
Yeah. Is that what they are?
Man.
There's lemon.
Y'all got mint?
We got mint. They are double it up, though.
Go back over there and do some more little
double
just
up
do more fun. Y'all can be in.
whatever it is you're
right
doing
there.
over there.
That's what it was good.
Without a doubt.
That's a veteran move right
The
there.
lemon's not bad.
Dylan Fairchild from Georgia, guard.
Oh,
just went
wow.
to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Before Jared Wilson. That's crazy.
Yep.
Justin Wally as well, Minnesota cornerback from Minnesota to the Indianapolis Colts. You see Mel's best tight ends available there. Perhaps the Titans would like a Gunnar Helm. Rondé Gadsden. I'm there.
Yeah,
I like
player.
that. Here's your recent selections here again. We
I want
talked
to
about
ask Ben a
Noel.
quick question about Princely at the top, because I watched him a lot at Florida, watched him a lot at Ole Miss. Weight a concern for you? He's light now.
Yeah, he is. And he carries his weight where you don't want an edge to carry it. He carries it up top. He's a little bit big, high-waisted, a little bit barrel-chested. I think at 77, you're taking the body type and you're understanding I'm going to lose some reps in the running game, right? My leverage isn't always going to be great. I appreciate the motor with which he plays, and the length comes in, both leg length and arm length comes in handy with those explosive steps and then getting to the quarterback and finishing. And so, yeah, he was not, I liked him as a round 3 player, and this is where we're at as a round 3 player. There's physical limitations, but he can be a useful player.
Like you said, when you cut him loose, he's hell on wheels.
Yep.
I mean, he's got twitch, he's got quickness, he's got big-time bend.
Yep.
He can get low to the ground on some of those pass rush moves. He's fun to watch when it's just go get the quarterback.
And they were a little goofy up front, right? A lot of stunts,
Yep.
a lot of changing gaps and whatever. And that's not really for him because he's a little bit gangly.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the effort runs a little bit cold as well when he knows I'm the double team guy, I'm the crasher guy. But man, when it's just, hey, Princely, wide alignment, go get him. You can hear the bells, you can hear the dogs barking. He loves it.
Ben, I asked Coach Lanning
Yes,
about
sir.
Jordan Birch. He comes off to Arizona.
Great fit.
They have focused a lot defensively. However, I asked Lanning about that actual word. Does he fit inside or does he fit off the edge?
So Darius Robinson, last year, first-round pick for the Cardinals out of Missouri. He was a career defensive end and moved to defensive tackle. No, I got that backwards. He was a career defensive tackle, moved to defensive end. Yeah. Calais Campbell's there as a free agent. Spent his entire career, sometime at defensive tackle, sometimes at defensive end. If John Gannon were here, his answer to you would be, I do not care. Now, don't you worry about where he's going to line up.
That's right.
I'm just
Well, he's
gonna
got the ability.
Yep.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, I watched him play at Hammond School in Columbia, South Carolina. Will Muschamp's kid was his quarterback. So he's had the ability for a long time. To me, a lot of times he's been an interior body who wanted to be an exterior player.
Yep.
I think Darius Robinson was the opposite. He didn't mind being an interior player, but had the capability to play outside.
Yep. I think that you're going to see in Birch, what I really like about Arizona is that he has that ability to play in between the guard and the tackle, but be that 4-eye position, right? And have that 2-gap responsibility on the tackle, not necessarily need to exchange power for power with a guard. You don't see that position used often in the NFL. We deal with a lot of these college edges.
Right.
Shamar Stewart's a 4-eye. Michael Williams is a 4-eye. How do we deal
Right.
with these guys?
Right.
One of the few teams that you'll see that position used and those odd fronts used is in Arizona with Jonathan Gannon, his time in Louisville, and the college aspects of his game. And so it's a good landing spot for Birch.
I'm going to sort of continue to take over here, and I apologize, Harry, but I want to stay D-line. Landon Jackson's a kid that I have absolutely loved watching at Arkansas. He looks like an NBA small forward playing defensive line, and he's done it all. He's gone down to a 3 technique. He's been an outside stand-up edge defender. He's been a 4-3 down defensive end. He feels like he can do it all, and just a fun young man to watch. He plays square to the line of scrimmage. He's got good fundamentals. He's got obviously a lot of length. He's got strong hands. Not the twitchiest, quickest, but here you see him stand up. I mean, he can find his way to the quarterback, good hands. Continues to rush through Kelvin Banks there. There's a lot to like, but how do you see him fitting in the NFL, specifically at Buffalo?
Yeah, so Buffalo, in the first round out of Miami, Gregory Rousseau, a couple years ago. 6'6" and 5'8", was 34 and 3/8 inch arms. Big
By
and
the way,
long.
lined up at 0 nose for Miami, which is just weird to watch.
AJ Epinesa out of Iowa, they took him in the first round. Second round, 6'5", 34.5 inch arms. Tall and long. Landon Jackson, boys, say it with me. 6'6", 34-inch arms. They got it tight there in Buffalo. AJ Epinesa is a rising free agent for them. And they gave a big contract to Gregory Rousseau this year. He absolutely deserves it. But we talked about this in the beginning. They took TJ Sanders. They want to have lines, hockey lines of guys. Let's get to January football. Let's have dudes that are fresh legs. We're going to take advantage of those tackles who've been playing 18, 19 games. And so
How did
Jackson,
that
to me,
it makes so much sense, though, because what ate them up in division for such a long time? Now, I know Brady hit Moss downfield for a while, but what was he knifed you up, quick pass, quick game. What's Tua eating you up with? Quick game, quick pass. Some of these D coordinators we talk to now in college football, they'll tell us that interior pass rush has gotten so valuable. I can remember Javon Kinlaw at South Carolina, Will Muschamp said, he's more important than any edge we have because he dents the pocket and he's got these long arms. He removes passing lanes. And Buffalo probably thinking about that right there.
You talk about the passing downs. Sean McDermott plays with lighter boxes than anybody else on base downs in the NFL, right? Sean McDermott wants to be a nickel defense. They ain't never put a third linebacker on the field at all this season.
Right.
So if you want to play 2 deep safeties with Teron Johnson, the nickel corner, as your 7th fitter in the box, your front 4 better have length and better be able to control tackles. You need to make runs take a long time at the line of scrimmage. You want to be able to control those interior gaps. So again, talking about having a mold, right? Talking about teams knowing what they like. The Cardinals, Jordan Birch, he works for us. The Bills understand, right? If we want to play this style of defense, we have these light bodies out there for the pass. We'll take pocket pushers. We don't need sack players because we want to be able to control the line of scrimmage on early downs when we're in our light personnel.
I talked to Travis Williams, his defensive coordinator, a couple times about him. He raves about Landon Jackson. Sam Pittman, Sam Pittman will tell you, one of my favorite people in this building, just shows up to work, doesn't complain, doesn't ask for more, wants to go win. He's going to give you effort, and he's a hell of a football player at the same time.
Travis Williams is going to be a head coach one day.
One
of the great young coordinators in the NFL. I'm sorry, college football. It's an NFL draft. We just had Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa, go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
They
so
passed.
still no Shedeur.
They brought him in for a visit.
You didn't mention, though, Caleb Johnson.
That's a style running back for the Steelers right there.
Najee Harris out the building, Caleb Johnson in the building. Like, we got a big, upright runner who's able to get behind his pads. Johnson's best on the outside zone approach, right? There were moments.
Stretch play right there.
There were moments when you saw in his play how Derrick Henry affects the game at the NFL level. You can't cop a guy Derrick Henry. It's illegal. I'd be taken out back if I did it. But you can see the similarities, right? Not necessarily a lot of wiggle, not necessarily a lot of fluidity, but get him on a straight line, get him on a runway, let that build-up speed, 220 pounds moving at you, and nobody in the third level wants a piece of it. You saw that at Iowa. You saw that in Henry. I'd bring up Henry because of Arthur Smith.
I was just about to say
that. I'm taking the words right out your mouth,
Harry. About to say it.
Arthur Smith was the offensive coordinator in Tennessee, late 2010s, early 2000s, when Derrick Henry was rushing the ball 350 times for 1,800 yards, right? That running zone style, it works perfectly with Caleb. And so they one-to-one replaced Najee. I get it. I would have liked it.
So how's it going to make it work, HD?
Well, no, Arthur Smith is going to run the football. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
That's his bread and butter. And what comes off of that is now the play action, throwing the football through the middle of the football field with the big receiver, DK Metcalf, and also George Pickens. That's why when they went and traded for a DK Metcalf, the first thing came in my mind was, man, A.J. Brown and how he was able to really get off being beneficial from what Derrick Henry posed to a defense. So now you got 2 guys. Jalen Warren is back. You don't have Najee Harris, but I like Mr. Johnson.
I understand what you're saying, though, about Derrick Henry. And maybe not stylistically the exact same style runner, but the things that I see with your comp, shoulder pads ahead of the feet, finishing plays north and south on a very regular basis, and almost has that glide to him. Like, there doesn't seem to be a difference between starting speed and full speed.
Right.
It's kind of always same speed, but it's a good speed, and you'll take it.
He gets to that second level, man. You ever watch one of those movies, you start hearing the train coming in the background, like, Ooh, safety starts shaking a little bit back
Well,
there.
there are a lot of reps, too, with 2-3 defenders on him, and you almost start to fast forward. You think the play's over, and then all of a sudden he squirts through, and he's going for another 10, 15 yards.
Oh, a lot of mysterious angles by corners.
Yeah, exactly.
Very mysterious angles.
I don't know. Coach, I couldn't believe it. I don't know where we're going. It's crazy.
Ben, the Chiefs just traded with the New England Patriots to get your boy Noah Williams here. What are they getting out of the cornerback out of California?
Steve Spagnuolo corner. Noah Williams is a son of a gun. You put on Cal versus Stanford. He's going up against Alec A. Manor, who's a wide receiver out in this class. And A. Manor, he caused some trouble for some people. He's a track guy. He's got good movement skills. Noah Williams said, I'm going to punch him for 4 quarters, see how much he likes football. He didn't like football very much at the end of the game. Spags love those press corners. Williams also plays the football marvelously in the air. He led the FBS in interceptions this year. He's very comfortable with his eyes in the backfield while in contact with the receiver. You need your press corners to win early in the route. Oh, that's a nice catch. Win early in the route.
Terrible
right?
throw, too.
Knock out a lot of the picks for terrible throws, if we're being honest. But DBs don't catch the football reliably. This is the one on Cam Ward. Ward's making a knucklehead play at the end of the first half. Williams just watching him the whole way. We'll take this. But he catches the football, right? Which is a very nice trait to have. Those takeaways matter. So he's good press early in the rep. He's average size, average athleticism. So you're going to worry about him against some of the top athletes in the NFL, no question. But if you can win the first 5 yards of the route, if you can win the first second of the route, don't matter how fast Justin Jefferson is if he's on the sideline. He's not allowed to touch the football anymore, right?
That's right.
So the expectation here is going to be they have Christian Fulton in free agency, Jalen Watson, Josh Williams are free agents. They want to introduce another body to potentially win that outside corner job.
I think they've done a nice job in Kansas City, too, developing cornerbacks, especially when you don't have to draft guys in the first round.
Yeah, Spags, when Spags likes a defensive back outside of the first round, you just shut up and you listen, right?
And they're aggressive, too.
Yep.
They
were Josh Simmons in the first round, and then they've been all defense since.
Omar Norman-Lott, Ashton Gillotte, and Noah
Williams. Well, I'll tell you, I loved Josh Simmons, sure, but in terms of the defense side of the ball, that's my guy. Like, that is a Ben Solak draft class right there for the Chiefs. That's a fun group on defense.
No, without a doubt. I mean, it's Ashton Gillotte, again, that was a pick that, in my mind, it's like, all right, like what I've seen out of him at the college level, the production more so, like you said, Ben, in 23 and 24. Stands out, and then Noah Williams too. It just defensively, what Kansas City's doing, they're making a bit of a statement here.
Before Williams, Jacob Parrish went Kansas State cornerback to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That is the coolest fit in the first 3 rounds that we have seen. Jacob Parrish is a feisty, angry, physical, intelligent, Todd Bowles Build-A-Bear corner, down to the fact that he's too small to be playing corner in the first place. Right? I brought up Tyke Smith. He's picture perfect, and they don't need him at all. But Todd Bowles says, I must have Jacob Parrish. Such a dominant. Those 2 corners who went just then?
Read what I just circled.
Jacob Parrish, 5'10", scrappy cornerback. Yes, sir. Dude,
Yes, sir.
Jacob Parrish was taking 6'4" receivers at Arizona and putting them into the bench, dude.
Hemming them up like a pair of pants.
He's in press coverage on the outside. He's 5'10". What are you doing out here, son? And then it's just 4 quarters of dominance. Oh, he was so fun to watch. So Parrish and Noel back-to-back. I tell you, if you're going to get one good corner out of those 2 picks, I won't come up on the show next year, man. They are so fun to watch.
That's the second corner that Tampa Bay has taken, right?
Yeah.
Especially coming off that first round when we were kind of disappointed, not at the player, but what we thought Tampa Bay needed in their
Benjamin
secondary.
Morrison in round 2, Jacob Parrish in round 3. Those 2, and then Zion McCollum, who they got, I want to say, 5th-round pick out of UTSA in 22. Man, they are physical up in the line of scrimmage if they want to be, and then they still have the capacity to play zone coverage. That team, Tampa Bay, down the stretch last year was the worst defense in the NFL in terms of passing yardage given up, right? They were particularly weak over the middle of the field, particularly weak to wide receiver ones. They just could not disrupt route timing. Benjamin Morrison, Jacob Parrish. we're going to have a little bit of a different approach this time around in Tampa Bay. I'm excited for that class.
And we are 86 picks in here. We have only had 3 quarterbacks taken. The last time this few quarterbacks have been taken was 2022. We had Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis, and Matt Corral that year.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 15, 16 picks left.
Yeah.
Percent chance that Shedeur Sanders goes before day 3, which is a shocking sentence.
Right.
Well, the Raiders do pick at 34 and 35 in this round, 98, 99 overall.
I'm also looking at the Rams, too.
Yeah, I agree with the Rams as well. I mean, I would still put it above.
What about the Seahawks?
Seahawks, absolutely. As I said, I would still put it above 50% that Shedeur goes, but man, we're at like 55, 60% at this point. Like it's dropping here. Shedeur Sanders on day 3, man. I'll tell you, I don't know do you have Shedeur Sanders with a chip on his shoulder? Do you have Shedeur Sanders with something to prove, right?
Yeah.
Think about Amon-Ra St. Brown constantly listing all the receivers who went before him. You take a Sanders and he goes pick 100, pick 110, 120, and he starts playing well because he's going to have that I want to show these guys to him a little bit. The more picks Sanders goes, the more powerful I feel like that chip is going to become.
But Matt, how much does that matter? Because that's like Harry can go out there and run routes a little bit harder. Like I can go out there and give better effort on the offensive line. But I mean, how much does that play into playing quarterback though? Like being angry every day. It doesn't feel like it means the same thing. Like if I'm a D tackle and you skip me, I'm going to come in there and try to trade paint. I'm going to try to ruin you every day. It just doesn't feel like it would work the same way for a quarterback.
Yeah, I guess I could speak from my own experience that it works very well, right? Because I was a player that was benched 2 different times at the University of Tennessee, and rightfully so, because I wasn't playing well, right? But I kept the dream alive of I wanted to continue to play in the NFL. And fortunately for me, that negative, angry wolf on my shoulder, well, he kept reminding me of all my shortcomings in my college career. Now, hey, Shedeur doesn't have many shortcomings in his college career. He accomplished a lot. He made a lot of big-time plays continuously for his football team, right? There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of evidence that backs that. And I believed Shedeur was a first-round pick. I really do. And because of the things that we can't actually put in a statistical category, right? And again, it goes back to just the attitude, the willingness to prove people wrong, right? The competitive aspect of playing the position of quarterback, right? That is so true. And he's a pocket passer. And we've seen, and this is why, the whole debate of Jalen Milroe and Shedeur and all that kind of stuff I find interesting because it's like, without a doubt, you have to go with the pocket passer, the guy that's used to delivering the football on time and in rhythm.
Yep.
Now, we're getting into this position where what team really does it fit for him, right, going forward? And now I kind of get into this point, are we going to see a team that actually is very secure in quarterback, right, that is willing to say, we're going to pick him up, we're going to make him look really good in the preseason, and then we're going to trade him off for some assets in the draft or another player. And you know what team kind of makes me think that sometimes is the San Francisco 49ers, because Kyle Shanahan has done it before.
Dude, you want a dramatic camp?
Well,
you want
he's done it before. Yeah. And he is not a guy that's afraid. I mean, hey, he drafts Robert Griffin III, and then he's like, hey, let's get Kirk Cousins too.
Right.
And he didn't think that Kirk Cousins was going to be his guy going forward, but he knew that there was an asset to having a really good quarterback that maybe another team would want in the future. So I'm curious now if maybe
he's got
Shedeur,
the vets to manage it on that team also.
Right. So that's why I'm kind of curious. Are we going to see a random team now that is very secure at the quarterback position, right, reach and get this guy and say, we're going to use him as a potential asset to help our team in future, right, services?
It's a really interesting thought.
I don't know. I'm just curious. That's kind of where my head goes now for Shedeur and his situation
It
currently.
feels weird because given, Shedeur he's a good quarterback.
Yeah.
And given how, for lack of a better word, thirsty NFL teams have acted in the first few rounds at that position over the last, we'll call it 5 years,
right?
It feels weird that he's still on the board.
Well, the truth is, when you watch
weird.
his film, and like we did earlier, Ben and I, on the telestrator, there's so many plays where you're like, damn, that is just a good football play where he is tough as hell. There are a lot of other plays, though, too, where it's not the his O-line stinks. It's the O-line did his job. He just refused to pull the trigger.
Hold the
And he
football too
wanted
long.
to create instead of just playing in the structure of the offense. And that's, I think, the biggest concern. Because in the NFL, if you don't get rid of the ball on time, you're going to be on your butt a lot. And not only that, too, but, now we're talking about, 6'4", 6'5", 270-pound defensive ends that consistently can get back there.
Yep.
So it's not like, let me read and see what it goes and how all that. It's different that way. So I think Shedeur, with all the positives, a lot of the scouts really do see the negative aspects of his game transferring to the NFL level, right? And that inability to play within structure. That's why Jackson Dart went earlier. That's why Cam Ward went earlier.
Tyler Shuck as well.
And Tyler Shuck as well. All three of these players just displayed a little bit more consistency doing the simple, mundane things that we don't give enough credit for. Because recently, being labeled a game manager in the NFL has been a negative thing.
And I hate
Brock
that.
Purdy. But listen, game management is your number one responsibility as a quarterback. Because one quarter, from the first quarter to the second quarter, is completely different in the NFL. You can be kicking the crap out of one team in that first quarter. In the second quarter, you're like, is this the same team?
Right.
Because Spags has a whole different scheme now in the second quarter, and he is whooping us. And you know what? You're like, hey, man, just survive. Let's get to halftime. We'll take care of it.
Yeah.
We'll replenish. We'll get ready to go. And that's the difference, right, I think that a lot of people see when they evaluate him is just that inability to play in structure consistently. But he's a playmaker, and I love the attitude. And I really do think that he will be able to adjust to the NFL style of play.
9 times out of 10, give me that pocket passer.
For sure.
Give me that guy that's going to stand in that pocket no matter, if a blitz is coming, what the coverage is, that can dissect that whole 9. I played with a guy, Matt Ryan.
Yeah, listen to say.
We've got a tweet here. Shedeur Sanders was on stream and got a prank call from someone acting like they're a part of an NFL team and said, have to wait a little longer.
You can't be streaming if you're Shedeur. Get off the stream, brother. It's not worth it.
It's just, this is.
Well, that's just silly.
It's getting.
People are silly.
It's getting ugly. It's getting a little weird.
It's ignorant.
Yeah. I do have a question for you guys about something in terms of his attributes. You hear people say, like, pretty adamantly, like, he's not athletic. I feel like that's been a little, like, overstated.
Yeah.
Is that.
Well, I think what they're saying is like the wow factor, right? When you look at Cam Ward, number one, it's the arm strength, the ability to extend plays.
Sure.
You look at Jackson Dart, be a part of the run game, that whole 9. I think that's what didn't allow him to go in the first round.
Yeah.
Like, you can talk about all the other nonsense, but I think that's one of the things that really held him back from going in the first round.
Even with the Jackson Dart comparison that you're making, there's a lot of plays, too, where you see Jackson Dart going through his progression and then making runs, right, for good, solid runs in normal down and distance where he's going through the interior part of the defensive line. And these are also another small things that you see Patrick Mahomes do in consistent situations where it's covered up. He sees the lane. He fills it. He takes advantage of those 6 or 7 yards and just keeps chugging along. Again, managing the game and the situation.
Dart is a decisive runner.
That's right.
He makes that
Great
decision in
point.
the pocket quickly,
Great point.
and he goes. There's no east-west, move around, jump stop. He goes. And it's like you guys said with game manager, it's not a part of my vocabulary anymore. I use the word operator of the offense or phrase, I guess.
Right.
The quarterback's job is to operate the offense. And if that means you score 13 points and win or 33 points and win, if you operate the offense correctly and your offense does enough to win the football game, that's a success. So the whole game manager thing, it's not even a part of how I discuss football.
Well, and the thing is, like, it's a compliment. It's
Absolutely
the greatest
it is.
compliment you can ever receive as a quarterback that you're a game manager.
If you got to the line of scrimmage and got us
Tom
into
Brady is a game manager.
If you got us to the correct run 20 out of 21 times and we ran for 180 yards,
right,
and that gave us 32 minutes of possession and we won that game 14-10, you more than did your job. You excelled at your job.
Yep.
So that's why whole game manager thing is not a real thing for me. It's operator of the offense. And whatever is called upon by what the defense gives you that day is what you do to operate your offense successfully.
And that's why New England had so much success. You would see Tom Brady one week throw for 300 yards, and then the following week throw for 125.
It's why John Summerall is my favorite coach in college football right now.
Yes.
They'll throw for 400 yards one week, and they'll run for 220 the next week.
Yeah.
And I'll say, Coach, how do you just – he said, we do what it takes to win the game.
Yep.
Right.
That's it. There's no questions. There's no satisfying a receiver or a running back or a quarterback or a defensive end. We do what it takes to win the game. And again, that's operating your offense. That's right. What it takes to go win the football game.
And it's also worth noting, it's not just Shedeur that's not getting picked here. Like, this is the fewest quarterbacks we've had taken in 3 years, basically.
Right.
And it's been 51 picks now since we've had a quarterback taken.
And there's not a lot of spots open, right, for young quarterbacks on rosters right now. Let's just face it. There's not a lot of teams that are just oozing for that franchise quarterback. And now it's also like, I kind of just curious your thoughts about it too. Shedeur has an impact, and I actually talked to Harry about this earlier today. He has a little bit of totally different football players on the field, but same impact as far as media and coverage goes. It's very similar to Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
Very
It's
similar.
like a sensation, right?
Right, and sometimes I think for certain franchises, like, we don't care how good he is. We don't want that in our building.
And that's
you know?
the tricky
And
thing about these
yeah.
picks, right? Is when it was, I'll take Shedeur at 9. I'm the Saints. It's like, all right, I love the talent so much. I'm willing to go with the whole, rigmarole, the whole circus with my
Right.
QB1. The Rams picking here at 90. Do you want to spend the 90th overall pick on a circus, right? Like
Right. When you have a MVP quality quarterback already, still,
Right. So when it's we like the guy so much to take him at 9, it's okay. We're more willing to take some of the off the field, kind of craziness and hoopla. The later you go in the draft, the more it's like, we don't necessarily want to be taking, that sort of a visibility on a 3rd round pick. By the same token, the other players on the board aren't as good as they were at pick 9, right? And so where did you have Shedeur graded out? Is he completely off your board, red flag, we do not want this player? Or was he a little bit knocked down on your board, yellow flag, orange flag, as some teams say, and you're willing to go snag him?
And this is where, what we do in the media world is crazy, right?
They got a lot of flags.
But it's
I was
also
reading the tweet.
Yeah,
I
a
think
great
it's
tweet
a
here
very fair
by Tom
compliment
Cornelli.
there.
Jalen Milroe owes Shedeur Sanders a bottle of something because I'm not sure I've heard Milroe's name mentioned once as sliding down the board.
We did a great Milroe conversation,
And he was in
Tom.
the green room last night.
Yeah, that is true. He's having himself a Malik Willis, Matt Corral green room sort of time.
But let's lay this out though, because and again we talked about this earlier. Like, what is the baggage? Because to me,
for who? Shedeur?
for Shedeur, I think it's mostly his dad. I think that's how NFL teams.
But I
are
don't
doing
view
it,
that as
'cause
baggage,
I don't view him like people try to make him out to be.
He's got a football team to coach. He's not going to be in training camp.
And I
He's not
agree
gonna
with
the
that.
part that
But
people
like,
don't understand.
like to me is like he's not doing the watch thing anymore. Like he's not super loud. He's confident, but he's not that cocky.
I just think that people view it as extra. And as we all just discussed, the later you get in the draft, how much extra do you want to invite?
Right.
Sure.
You're finding guys now that are going to be fighting for the 50th, the 52nd, the 53rd spot on your roster, or you're going to send them to practice squad for 7 of the however many weeks of the season, hoping they can potentially help you in training camp, maybe make your team the next year. Do you want a film crew walking around your facility with that?
Yeah.
Do you want to have to do extra interviews? And do you want a guy answering questions with extra interviews that's not going to be taking snaps in an actual game?
Right.
And let's say,
I think, like Ben said, there are certain franchises that just
Oh, for sure.
no.
Yeah.
And let's say Milroe's the pick here at 90 for the Rams. Matthew Stafford has 2 bad games. Nobody's going to ask Sean McVay post-game presser. Now, you think about Jalen Milroe maybe stepping in. If it's Shedeur Sanders that's the pick here at 90, Stafford has 2 bad games, I'm not sure someone in the presser is going to be asking it, but I guarantee you the buzz is going to be a lot more likely just because of the name. So
But we
again,
also
of
did
course.
watch Jalen Milroe play last year.
Yeah.
And we'll fall for the trap, and we'll talk about it on television for an hour, right, and have this debate. And that's and that's how it goes, right? And
that's
and
a trap
where,
I don't wanna fall
hey,
for.
ask Sarkisian how it was making a national championship run this year, where everyone was talking about his backup quarterback.
Right, yeah.
When Quinn Ewers was playing, pretty damn good football and clutch football against Arizona State, but it was still about like, well, you think you should get Arch in there a little bit more, So this is unfortunately the baggage that comes with the quarterback position sometimes, especially in the draft. But it doesn't necessarily mean anything for him as a player. It doesn't matter if he's Mr. Irrelevant, if he's a 3rd rounder, he's a 4th rounder. If he's got the ability, if he's put in a good environment, if he has good coaching staff, and he is willing to do the work to be the player that we have seen him be at the college level, hey, this guy's still the limit for him, right? It's just,
I think we all agree that Shedeur Sanders can be a good NFL quarterback.
Right,
We haven't spent time talking about the football or maybe the extra part of Jalen Milroe and why we're in the spot with him right now.
Yeah.
Why are we here with Jalen Milroe right now?
I think, I watched all of Jalen Milroe's snaps in 2024. If you blindfolded me and you put a pass attempt in front of me, I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was going to be a good one or a bad one. Like the inconsistency, right, was really, really, really remarkable. There are a few throws. I was watching that Oklahoma game you brought up. Oklahoma, he threw a seam, man, right in front of Billy Bowman. Perfect timing, good location, gets you up out of your chair. Let's do that some more. And then it's the next 9 or 10 plays, right? He's not seeing it fast. He's got one pitch right now. He's got one speed in terms of the ball. Everything's 100 miles per hour, right? A lot of the Colin Kaepernick issues when he was a young player was I only have one pitch in my arm. I don't know how to throw with touch. I don't know how to make it easy on my receiver. Harry Douglas hated those fast.
You better believe it.
Hurts your hands, right?
And he changes his delivery when he's attempting to change speeds as well. Which
Mechanically, he's a very
that can alter what you do.
Yeah, mechanically, he's an upright quarterback. He doesn't have a good arm slot, right? He'll drop it, he'll pick it back up. There are high levels of inconsistency in everything he does, from field reading to throwing the football.
Right.
Then he scrambles against LSU, and you're like,
Yeah.
wow, I know we should
I
be
don't
able to
see
make
the other
something
problems
out
at
of it.
all.
Let's be very clear. He will be the best rushing quarterback, ball in hand rushing quarterback to enter the league since Lamar. He is better than Fields was. He's better than Kyler was. He's better than Richardson was. Once he tucks and goes, oh my,
That's a crazy,
golly darn goodness.
yeah. Look better than Lamar?
No,
Since Lamar.
Oh, since okay, I was gonna say.
And it's fair. We had them.
We
We had Alabama the year before he took over as a starter, and Coach Saban told us at practice on Friday. He said he's the fastest player on our football team.
Right.
Yeah, I'll believe
You
it.
hear that at Alabama, and you're thinking,
Damn.
I'm thinking Jamison Williams was on that team at the same time, and he was. I mean, strength coach told me, David Ballou, that he's hit almost 23 multiple times on the GPS. You see him, and he looks like an SEC safety.
Yes.
Like he is put together like a safety. Like he doesn't look like a quarterback. He doesn't move like a
at all.
quarterback. And then I think even outside of some of the fundamental things from throwing the football, there are some behavioral decision-making things that I think are also playing into this decision as well.
You want to go check out some film with Milrow?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we looking at Milrow?
I'm going to get some of these Oreos while you're over there.
You know, to Cole, to go off of what you were saying too, which I think is a great point,
Take
and
your
Ben
time, by
as
the
well,
way.
what you were saying. You know, why do we see the one pitch always? And I think the one pitch is because, well, I'm unsure. And then when I am sure, I got to throw
really
the fastball
good. Yeah.
to make up for that lost time in the decision-making process.
100% agree. Absolutely,
100%, right? Like, it's just something that's very obvious. But this is something that, to me, like, this is where he can excel at the NFL level sooner rather than later. Now, the problem is that you can't rely on plays like this all the time in the NFL for multiple reasons. But longer developing plays that are away from the line of scrimmage, that are towards the sideline, very easy for young quarterbacks to see those a little bit better than over the middle because you can see a little bit easier as far as your depth perception. You're not looking over the big guys in the middle. You don't have a lot of linebackers. You're not worried about zone droppers and all that. So this is the biggest thing right here is that when he drops back in this 3-by-1 formation, we're basically getting a simple concept, right, where it's just like a clear out post and then a corner route underneath, and then some sort of guy that's hanging out as your 3-level vertical. So it's a top-down read, a Mardi Gras read, as they say in some NFL locker rooms, right? Top down, right? Post to the flag to the check down underneath. And when you create the separation for him, right? Easy lane for him to see through the sideline, easy lane for him to load up, stay on that back foot, and drive the football powerfully. And this is where you see consistently on film, he loves these type of throws. I think the Wisconsin game, right? Wisconsin game is one of his best games that he has because it's long developing plays, play action plays down the field. He can see it and then just absolutely throw the cannon down the field, right? Now, this is the plays that really gets you excited if you're an offensive coordinator that's trying to utilize what? His running ability, right? So we got an unbalanced line here, right? We're going to have that running back be the lead guy in here, get that extra blocker, and we're going to take advantage of a team that reset their defensive line to the field here because we went unbalanced. And now, Jalen, just follow the running back, and we'll do the rest with your speed. We already have leverage with
He's
the
off
way
the board. He's off the board
He's
right
off
now.
the board?
He's off the board right now.
Where's he going, baby?
He's off the board.
Seattle.
Damn. Now that's some
that
strong
makes
hands
sense.
there, Cole. All right.
That's
Seattle.
super fun.
Seattle Seahawks.
The most different quarterback to Sam Darnold to ever exist. Sam Darnold, touch throws, operating from the pocket, right? Doesn't want to move at all. Jalen Milrow, I throw one speed and I want to get out of here.
You know what, though? I like that, though, too, because in a lot of cases, you don't want your backup to be exactly like the starter because all you're going to do is be pissed off when he doesn't run the offense exactly like the starter.
Russell Wilson was not like Matt Flynn, right?
Right.
They were two
So-
very different quarterbacks.
Exactly.
That's third round once again. Russ was what? Russ was 70-something, and Milrow's here at 81? It's like super close to 2 picks. This is something.
Yeah, it is. And now you can say, all right, hey, Sam, do your thing. All right, Jalen, go on in there.
They'll do short yardage stuff with Jalen for
There's
sure.
no doubt about it.
Clint Kubiak had Taysom Hill last year, right?
Yeah.
And they were 4th and 1, they'd walk out, Taysom in the gun, 3 wide wing, back
Right.
up there, and they just run quarterback power, baby. You have it in Jalen Milrow, a player who can do exactly that.
For sure. And I love the fact, too, like, you think Seattle's going to like this guy running down the field for them? I think so. I think that fan base is really going to get excited because this is why, right? Lead blocker again, too, with the running back. And then you just see the straight speed down the field, outrunning the secondary again, like a Lamar Jackson. It's a simple play design, but he still has the ability to be dynamic as a passer. So you do have to respect that when he comes into the football game. So there are going to be multiple advantages, I think, offensively where they can doctor it up for him to be successful as a safe, careful, explosive pass thrower when he does throw. But really, it's let's earn it right now on the ground with his legs, with his versatility as a runner, and really create some opportunistic advantages for us blocking-wise with light boxes, right?
Yeah.
And especially if you're playing a team like a McDermott who likes nickel and all that. You think Jalen Milrow is going to be okay with a lead blocker there, an extra guy?
so hard to tackle, dude.
Get a head start against
Yep.
the secondary there. So that's why Jalen Milrow is a really exciting prospect, but a lot of growth as far as just the pure drop-back passer for him going forward, without a doubt.
And now we're running out of places
back.
here, guys, for Shedeur Sanders to land because he is not going to New Orleans. Cleveland is picking at 94, and then we've got Las Vegas at 98 and 99. And then after that, we've got the 49ers, Falcons, and Texans who will not be taking Shedeur Sanders. I think I can say pretty confidently. So this could be something, I think we all thought it was realistic, at third round today. Like, I don't know that I saw fourth. Maybe? Don't even know about that now.
Yeah, and it's tough. It is. It's the NFL, man. Like, it's unforgiving in that way. I remember very vividly my brother being a potential first rounder and then dropping in the third, and it looked like, we felt like someone like ripped our hearts out of our souls right that day because of that. But at the same time, it's like, he was a third-round draft pick in Tampa Bay Bucks. Like, life is good, man. Like, you're continuing the dream of playing.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And just because it didn't happen exactly the way you wanted to, it doesn't mean a damn thing. It doesn't. Because at the end of the day, just, hey, play well between the lines, respect your teammates, and be a great person in that locker room, and things will work themselves out on the field throughout time.
That's what it's all about, taking advantage of the opportunity when it's presented to you. Listen, it's a luxury to be able to be drafted, period.
Right.
When you get into that locker room, number one, the first thing that your teammates are going to look at when it comes, even the quarterback position, and these are conversations I had with Matt Ryan. Okay, how much does he love the game? How much does he love his teammates? How can he take us to the next level? What is he going to do to be able to take us to that next level as well? So you have to figure out guys in your locker room as well, who else is going to be in the quarterback room. But for Shedeur Sanders, there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be successful as an NFL quarterback. We just got to figure out where's he going to go.
And you saw one of the quarterbacks taken there in the third round. We had a list there on the full screen. Russell Wilson was one taken by the Seahawks in 2012.
Yeah, Wilson was 75, and Milroe goes at 91. So that's 16 picks later.
So there's your list.
Yep.
Joe Montana's on there. Dan Fouts, Fran Tarkenton. It's not a bad list.
Yeah.
Not a bad list at all right
No.
there. Fran, though, man, I know a lot of fans at home might be a little too young for Fran Tarkenton.
I remember watching Fran play.
He was Milroe before Milroe. running around.
Exactly my point, Cole. He was way ahead of his time as far as his skill set and the way that he played the game, and had a very similar attitude and approach, right, that Jalen Milroe has, right, that way. So very excited. I also, like, as I look at this, Josiah Stewart, the Michigan edge player, going to the LA Rams.
I love that pick.
I like that pick a lot too, right, just because of what the LA Rams already have, right, in their defensive line. So just kind of adding another athletic freak there on the edge for them.
They picked him right in the draft last year.
Yeah, they had 3 edge rushers this year get over 100 total snaps, right?
Yeah.
It was Jared Verse, Stevens Rookie of the Year. It was Byron Young, and then it was Michael Hoke, who left and went to Buffalo, right? And so they had 700 or so snaps to fill out. Josiah Stewart's going to be an important player for them. Milroe for the Seahawks, the more I think about this, the more I like it. Contract-wise, Sam Darnold got something rare from Seattle. He got guaranteed money in his second year. Seattle prefers really not to give out guaranteed money past the first year, but they gave it to him. So in year one, Sam Darnold's contract-wise, he's staying there. He's going to be the starter in camp, so on and so forth. Year two, Sam Darnold hits the cap for about $34 million. Be $24 million dead if you cut him straight. You're probably not going to do that. It's not too expensive. But fiscally, your commitment to Sam Darnold as, hey, you are the future, we're building around you, that ends after 2025. Contract size-wise, it is 1 year, and then after that, there's some flexibility. We can post you in first year. Like, we can trade you, right? We have structured the contract such that we can move that a little bit. And so, again, I don't think this is a camp battle, but Sam Darnold signed a 3-year, $100 million contract with the Seahawks. Structure-wise, that's more 1.5, 1.75 years in terms of the commitment. So, yeah, you do want to have a young quarterback waiting in the wings to see, hey, if he really impresses in camp, impresses in preseason, Sam goes down, he plays well for 4 games. That's how it was with Wentz and Hurts and the Eagles, right? Wentz got hurt, Hurts goes out there.
Yeah.
And we got something here with this runner, and then you're able to transition your team forward.
So you mentioned Jalen Hurts there. There were some people that thought Jalen Hurts would take on a little bit of the Taysom Hill role when he came in. How possible is that for Milroe in Seattle?
So I think Clint Kubiak, who's the OC now in Seattle and was previously in New Orleans, is well equipped to get that done because of his experience doing that with Taysom Hill. And when we say the Taysom Hill role, Hill certainly lined up at tight end and ran routes. We're thinking more so when he lined up at quarterback, sometimes at running back, but mostly at quarterback in short yardage situations, goal line situations, and ran the football. Very similar runners, Taysom Hill and Jalen Milroe. Now, Hurts speaks about the challenges of trying to do that role a little bit under the Doug Peterson Eagles. One of the big troubles was it's just hard to get your snap count ready and remember what you're looking at. And he would talk about how Jason Kelce snapped the ball on him too fast and he would drop it because he wasn't in the flow of the game yet. And so people too frequently, Lamar with Joe Flacco, they did this, right? Too frequently say with the mobile quarterback, oh, well, he'll just go out there and he'll have a package. It's hard to be sideline, 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 game, taking a snap, making calls, sideline, sideline. It's hard to turn that on and turn that back off like that.
Sure.
So
That's not a problem you want to have with Jalen Milroe going to
Yep.
the NFL right now, I'm
Yep.
just going to tell you.
So that you can have a package for it. It takes a little more finagling than I think folks realize.
And so, do we like the plan of action here by the Seahawks? You mentioned obviously the Darnold deal is more, year and a half type of situation. I like, again, and this is sort of where I'm landing with the Steelers and why I'm like, hey, I would like to see you guys take a quarterback, is to have that backup plan. Because they are building around and trying to build something, but it feels like with Darnold at least, this is not nearly as a perfect, for lack of a better word, situation as Minnesota was for him last year.
I love it. It's pick 92.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great pick.
That's where I think the what if is absolutely worth the risk. What if this guy turns into your starting quarterback? I mean,
Like
we've
we were talking
mentioned
about
Jalen
with the
Hurts.
Steelers.
We mentioned other guys.
Yeah, it's such a low
Yeah.
risk investment. That upside, I got a starting quarterback, incredible.
Yes.
Downside, I wasted pick 92.
Right.
And you get extra maybe on top of that. If he doesn't turn into your starting quarterback, you get somebody that can help you in short yardage.
Yeah.
What about what Matt brought up earlier? Milroe goes out there, rips up in the preseason, somebody's quarterback gets hurt, and they say, we got to have that
Right.
guy.
No
and all of
doubt.
a sudden, you pick up a second-round pick. There's your value in return.
Yeah, I like the move. And hey, I tell you what, there has been one player in football history that has made me happily stand out in the rain, and it's Jalen Milroe. That LSU
game
game, bro,
was that?
I've never seen so much rain in my life.
Oh, yeah?
And I did not move from that sideline. I'd never been, that was the game they brought out the Tiger, which that's a whole nother thing. But
2017 Western Michigan against Buffalo. It was snowing, and Corey Davis came out.
There you
PJ
go.
Flex Broncos team.
Corey Davis.
Oh,
yes.
Came out with no sleeves on. It was the first sporting event I took my then girlfriend to become fiance, to become wife, to become mother of my children to. I said, we're going to the game.
Wow.
And it snowed the whole goddamn time, and she has not been to a game since.
Yeah.
chose him right. Cleveland Browns pick
That's
is
love.
in,
Yeah.
and it is Dylan Gabriel.
Baby doll.
Get
I like
Coach
it.
Lanning back on the phone.
I like it.
Let's
I like it a
go.
lot.
I love, Dylan Gabriel, my first
Whoa.
quarterback,
was
Dylan
UCF
Gabriel?
against Boise State. Dylan Gabriel was quarterback. This is a guy that has played in every type of level of football, college football. He's won a Red River rivalry. He helped Oregon win the Big Ten in their first year in the conference. An incredible leader, as Dan Lanning told us about it. Sims, what do you like here about this quarterback?
For a guy who's 5'11", he has an absolute rocket for an arm, and a rocket for an arm that really honestly rivals Jalen Milroe in a sense. And I'm just telling you, it's surprising. A lot of people, when they meet him in person, when they see him in person, the first thing that they say is like, dude's got a really strong arm, a rotational thrower,
Yeah,
right,
he's got-
that
yeah.
we really love. His ability to be successful at multiple destinations, and not only be successful, but be the guy that the whole franchise is relying on. So he is a guy that Dan Lanning's story is the best, right? The guy showed up on campus, had a minivan, and was going around picking up his teammates to go to practice and hang out at the field and throw and all that. Like, that to me just screams like, yeah, he's a quarterback, right? This is what he does. The amount of experience and snaps that he's had in college, that is really important, I think, for the transition to the NFL. That's my one concern, maybe also, too, for Jalen Milroe. Not enough snaps under center and really going through the finite things of being a quarterback. But Dylan Gabriel absolutely has a plethora of snaps to go along with a guy like Bo Nix, right? The guy who was there ahead of him a year ago, right? Just those amount of snaps, going to the line of scrimmage, seeing what the defense is doing, making the proper decision over and over, that stuff equates really
Obviously,
well to
a
the NFL
shocking
level.
pick here, as you see, Twitter is shocked that Dylan Gabriel has gone over Shedeur Sanders. I would tell you this: I know there are concerns about his size. That is one of the toughest players, at least doing my sideline duties. That's one of the toughest players I've ever watched.
He's tough in the pocket. He manipulates the pocket very well, understands how to move and get space. The stature is not ideal,
Right.
but he understands how to move and find and create space to be able to complete the football, and he's got better wheels than people give him credit
That's
for.
right.
He can
Yeah,
move.
for sure.
If
Yeah.
he tucks the ball and runs, he can go. Ben, I'm interested from you, though. What's the mindset of the Browns? Pickett, Flacco, Watson, and now you had 3-4 guys coming in that were going to compete and play right now. Mason Graham is going to contribute today.
Yeah.
Schweisinger probably today. Quinchon today. Fannin, I would think today. What is the plan, the mindset around bringing in Dylan Gabriel?
I'm flabbergasted.
I'm glad you are too, because I didn't have any idea either.
Developmental quarterback. We talked about these low-risk investments in the 90s. The Browns are clearly preparing for 2026. They're going to shed a bunch of money on the Deshaun Watson deal. They're going to try to get a lot younger, get future picks as they got from the Jaguars because of the trade. They're clearly planning forward, but that doesn't preclude you from taking a quarterback now. Throw a flyer on a guy, see if he's good for you in 25. If he has to start instead of Pickett, has to start instead of Flacco. That it is the third round and Dylan Gabriel has gone is astonishing to me. And even from like a how do you feel about the player evaluation perspective, nobody from a draft prognostication perspective, nobody that I saw was putting Dylan Gabriel as a potential day 2 target. Certainly not above a Shedeur Sanders, above a Kyle McCord, above a Will Howard, above a Riley Leonard. Like 5'11", 200 pounds. He's got,
Definitely above Riley Leonard. For the facts, too, of just like drop back and throw it.
I'll give you Riley Leonard.
The other two, I get it.
Yeah. It's 5'11". It's not having the movement skills of a Kyler Murray, right? It's not having the like you said, he's got velocity on his arm, but you'll see throws dying to the sideline. It's not an arm talent that leaps out. It's like, prime in the NFL.
Right.
There's a physical ceiling here that is prescribed for a guy his size. Like there's a reason why these players who are very successful at the college level get to the NFL, and it's just all the bodies are bigger, everything's a little faster, the windows are a little smaller. It's just so hard to maintain. So I did not for a minute in preparing for this show think to myself, well, what if Dylan Gabriel goes?
Right.
Well, this is why we're the experts, right? Is because we don't really know a damn thing until it happens. And the other thing, too, is to go off to the size thing. The one great example I think of that, the first time they play Ohio State, you don't notice it. The second time they play Ohio State, where it does feel like an NFL football game.
Balls batted down left and right.
You did notice that, yes, the lack of size and the ability to kind of adjust to a collapsed pocket was very difficult for him.
Yeah, Cole brought up pocket movement. A big part of that is, and this is a Kyler thing and a Bryce Young thing, he can't stand tall in the pocket.
Yeah,
he
have to.
Yeah, exactly. He has to be bouncing
Yeah.
around. They had in Cleveland Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who was another sub-6 foot quarterback, came out of UCLA. So they're comfortable with the prototype. They just traded him away to the Philadelphia Eagles, right? And so they're clearly willing to take
Would
the guy.
you say that he's a better just thrower, though, and passer than Dorian Thompson-Robinson?
Oh, certainly.
No
certainly.
doubt.
I'm just talking about from teams being willing to take a sub-6 foot quarterback. It's a short list. Browns are clearly one such team.
I think
Dorian Thompson-Robinson a better blocker, though.
Yeah.
And they would run the zone read, and he would sprint out in front of his backs and actually throw blocks. I give him credit. I'm just giving him credit. Yeah.
Before we get to the home cooking here, in the boys from the A-Town took Xavier Watts. I want your take on Dylan Gabriel though, because again, you've seen him multiple times in person as well.
Well, just quick and efficient. Gets the ball out of his hands quick. I really think he's a better athlete than people give him credit for.
Yeah.
Like 3rd and 2 late in the ball game versus Ohio State. What does he do? He runs it in for a touchdown, right? So I just don't understand the pick for the Cleveland Browns over Shedeur Sanders. I don't know what they're trying to do by drafting Dylan Gabriel in that spot. I really don't.
I really thought Dylan Gabriel was going to be a late-round guy that actually went to, like, the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Because I thought that he would be able to replicate a little bit of, like, what McDaniel is trying to do with Tua, playing in rhythm, being able to hit the back foot, get the football out quickly. He's a lefty just like him as well. So I thought that was, like, one of those obvious things. Now, the one thing, though, like Stefanski and what he does offensively, something that Deshaun Watson did not do well when he was the starter, is just, like, knock him down the play-action passes where we have the home run shot
because
for
you got to alter their entire system that Kevin Stefanski runs for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, well, exactly. He didn't get to do the things that he wanted to do as far as get under center, let's run the football, let's do play-action pass. See, I think Dylan Gabriel will actually be able to do that, in a sense, very well. Right? Because I do think he'll be able to get to the line of scrimmage with his experience and say, hey, it's a 2-eye, we're running this.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a 3, we're doing this.
He's a good point
We're going to
shooter.
manage
He
the
absolutely
football
is.
game. And then when I have the shots where I can separate myself from the line of scrimmage and see better in these play-action shots, he'll be able to manage those and make the proper decision and take advantage.
But here's my thing.
Yeah.
In order to run the play-action shots, the quarterback has to have the ability to be on the center. Like,
He's never.
you need to be on the center.
No doubt.
Yeah, the nice
We can
thing
say
is-
that for
yeah.
every college
Yeah.
quarterback, though. You know?
That was the one thing about Shuck. I watched Shuck take one play action drop under center, and I was like, oh, he's an NFLer. Thank God he can do it. You know, you don't see it with the rest of these guys. I will say the one thing for Gabriel, I think about Pickett, I think about Flacco, I think about Gabriel, and what that quarterback room and competition is going to look like. Neither Pickett nor Flacco has any twitch, not in their legs when they move in the pocket, nor in their arms, right? Those are prolonged deliveries for both those guys. If Stefanski wants to be a little bit more spread, a little bit more RPO, where he moved with Deshaun Watson. I would hope that he would move back to play action, but if he wants to be a little more spread in RPO, think about Jerry Jeudy and some of those underneath separations. You want a quarterback who can throw from adjusted platforms and has twitch in the arm, and that is Gabriel. That point guard style, right? You brought up Tua Tagovailoa, a common comparison for Gabriel. Ball out in 2 seconds, out in 2 seconds, out in 2 seconds. That Gabriel brings that Pickett and Flacco don't. That's kind of the different skill set.
Can I ask one question just kind of to the group here? We've mentioned a lot of names. We asked a lot of questions about this particular pick. Where's Quinn Ewers in all this?
It's a good question.
On day 3, probably. I mean, like, I think that.
We just had Dylan Gabriel go.
Yeah, so honestly, at this point, I mean.
So he might go here at either 98 or 99.
Taylor O'Girlsma's going to go out of Canada at this point. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, Gabriel over Shedeur is astonishing to me. I continue to reel from it. I just think Shedeur is a remarkably better quarterback prospect. And so if Ewers goes or anybody else goes above Shedeur, I'll continue to feel that way.
Do we need to start asking real questions that there could be something else here that we're not talking about?
I think, I mean, like, if there's something uncovered about Shedeur Sanders at this point with the amount of coverage he's gotten, it would be astonishing. But perhaps there is. Those things usually come to light once the player is drafted. So we'll see. But, yeah, I mean, anything could happen these next 5-10 picks. I wouldn't be surprised.
Without a doubt. I mean, but given the quarterback, Quinn Ewers, obviously still available. I mean, there's any number of different guys that could be.
Will Howard, Kyle McCord. We mentioned Riley Leonard. Curtis Rourke is a guy who I think can be on an NFL roster for a long time. I'm not saying he's an elite starter.
Yeah. A good football player.
Jared Wilson to the Patriots is sick. More offense for the Patriots. I love it.
I love
you got your center and left tackle for a long time, right?
Yes, sir, you did.
I really like, though, what Atlanta has done with their 3 picks so far,
Speak on
though, with James.
A little bit louder, Matt. Say it louder.
No, I mean, it's just, and hey, maybe I'm a little biased too. Hey, I love Buckhead, baby.
Stick that chest out.
You're right. I love Buckhead. My wife loves Buckhead even more. But Jalen Walker, right? All right. So high energy football player. We get that. Does he have all the tools that you want to see from him? Maybe not yet. All right, but. Went with like the energy and the fact that he's just going to be a disruptor. Okay, great. James Pierce, athletic freak, no doubt. Some off the field issues, but man, he's going to be an immediate impact off the edge and bring just speed immediately and length, right, to sideline at the defensive end position. And then Xavier Watts, just like a playmaker, right? That's really what
football
it is.
Player.
A football player is
ball
right,
too.
Right? And that's where I feel like Raheem Morris. Really good job. Everyone was giving him crap a year ago about you didn't get the edge rusher. It's okay. Well, you got Michael Penix. He's going to be awesome, right? I really believe that he's going to be awesome in his skill set. And now you're getting 3 really good football players that uplift your defense right away.
Harry and I were talking about it on the way in today, and I felt like it was maybe the biggest coin flip draft in the first round of any team where the high end could end up being really, really high. If Jalen Walker sort of finds his niche, fits in early, he has the ability to take over football games. And that's not just on the ball. That is off the ball as well. He has those capabilities.
Yeah.
James Pierce has twitch, quickness, speed. Unlike almost any edge defender we've seen come out of the draft in a long time, it hasn't shown up on the field the way you would want it to. I do think some of that is by design of teams they played against.
Right.
This kid right here can just play ball.
That's right.
And you put the film on, there's not a lot of the speed that wows you. The size doesn't wow you like an Anthony Poindexter at Virginia a couple of years ago, whatever, but he knows how to find the ball. He's not afraid of contact. He can play near the line of scrimmage. He can play back off the football. He is literally just that. He is a football player that knows how to go help his defense win games.
That's right.
So when I look at the Kansas City Chiefs, them losing Justin Reed, I thought they were going to take a player like Xavier Watts.
Yeah. I thought safety was going to be on their board as well. They have a Jaden Hicks, who they took out of Cincinnati last year, who came along nicely for them, but they're pretty thin at safety. But no, with Watts, you remember last year it was Justin Simmons underneath Jesse Bates. So Justin's going to be a good vet for us. He's getting a little long in the tooth. 2 years before that was Richie Grant. Okay, we drafted this guy's going to develop. He didn't come along. The Falcons are like, look, we have Jesse Bates. This is one of the best safeties in football. With safeties, you always want to have 2. Because you want to have the ability to interchange. You don't have the ability, show the field safety, show the boundary safety. Oh, yeah, he's going deep middle for sure. And then you switch it, right? At that one moment, that big third down, you get that interception. And so when you have a player like Jesse Bates, you really want to have a good Robin to that Batman, because it unlocks a new level for Jesse Bates, because you can be a little bit more disguising with him on defense. Xavier Watts, well-rounded player, does everything very, very well. I like the pick a lot.
Toughness, too. I was on the sideline for the Sugar Bowl. I'm pretty sure he dislocated his shoulder, and 2 plays later, he was back in the game. I mean, he couldn't move his arm walking off the field, comes off, gets the tent. Same series, he's back in the game, going out there trying to make tackles.
And this is why we love guys like him, like Colson Loveland, who played with the injury too. Like you can't you can't fake those things,
No,
right?
no.
The passion and love for the game, the urge to get back out there. So I love Xavier Watts. I think he's a fantastic football player. And Raheem Morris is going to get everything he can out of that football player because he's a phenomenal leader of men and a great motivator and also just a really good football mind as well.
At the end of the day, what he did, Matt, to that defense, he made them a lot more capable than they have been.
That's right.
With just athleticism, ceiling. Jalen Walker is a freak show. And the thing about Jalen Walker, too, similar to Xavier Watts, talk to him for 10 minutes and you'll cut your pinky off to get him on your football team.
Right.
Like, that's the kind of human being that he is. He is serious business, all ball, but he's a guy that you just want to root for in life. And then you see him off the ball, track down a little flare to the running back, and you think, goodness gracious, how does that guy run like that? Then you see him line up and rush the passer, and he can dip and rip, and then he can run over a tackle, he can run around a tackle. Yeah, he's 6'1", he's 240, but he does things that look a lot lighter than he is, and he does things that look a lot heavier than he is.
Right.
He's a car crash waiting to happen, too.
I think versatility is an advantage here to where some people might say tweener or how does he fit or what can he do better than everybody else. He just does a lot of things really good, and he causes a lot of problems.
And he plays hard.
And we talk a lot of times defense, like a lot of these flex tight ends. How do you identify him? Is he a tight end? Is he a receiver? Some of the backs, like that can come out of the backfield. How are you identifying that guy right there?
Yeah.
Is he a linebacker? Is he an end? Is he an edge rusher?
Yeah.
And who are they competing against in the division? Well, we got to stop Baker Mayfield. And what does Baker Mayfield do? He's got a rocket for an arm. He aggressively throws the football down the field. He occasionally holds onto the ball because he is trying to make those big football plays. And he's a very good scrambler, right, in clutch situations. So a guy like Walker is perfect because he's going to play hard all 4 quarters for you. And you're going to be able to move him around and use him in different light. And he's going to finish the plays, right? And that's something that we haven't seen from the Falcons in the past, right? They kind of lost that identity, right, that Dan Quinn built there, right? And when he left, that was never really recaptured again. So the hustle and tenacity and viciousness to the football, I think, is really what Raheem is going after with this draft.
Go put that first Texas game on. He almost operated as a different kind of spy because one thing Sark is brilliant with is releasing offensive players late.
Right.
So he'll take a tight end and he'll leak them out late. He'll take a back and leak them out late. And Walker almost operated as a spy on the late departures from the line of scrimmage, from the tackle box. He should not have been able to catch those guys. And he did on a very regular basis, but he did it in one-on-ones. So a back out of the backfield, a tight end out of the backfield, where that's usually problematic for a safety to come all the way down or a corner to retrack in zone coverage and make a play on. Walker's getting from the tackle box all the way outside the numbers to be able to make those plays on a regular basis. There's just not a lot of humans.
And what uniform is he going to be in now?
Falcons.
Falcons uniform. You know what? You know what? There's no reason
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
ask.
Yeah, we haven't seen it all
There's
night.
no reason to
All
ask.
night for that.
Bring that
We might
hat
as well
out.
just bring it out.
404, that's Jonesboro right there. Yay.
Here we go, baby. Mr. Walker, welcome to Atlanta.
Welcome to
Mr.
Atlanta.
Pierce Jr., welcome to Atlanta. Mr. Watts.
Get Chuck Smith in there.
Welcome
work
to
with
Atlanta.
James Pierce Jr. Get
You're
Chuck
right
back
about
in
that.
there and let him go.
Watts, everybody.
You know, Chuck is with the Ravens.
Well,
That parade down
Green.
Peachtree.
Probably why they were second in
Atlanta right now.
Mike Green.
That parade
Sacks
down
last year.
Peachtree, we're getting there, okay? We're getting there.
right.
You know where we're not getting, or
be there.
Shedeur Sanders is not getting. He's not getting to Las Vegas. They
Wow,
took
2
Caleb
tackles off
Rogers
the board there for the
and
Ravens.
Charles Grant.
Yeah, I don't mind- I
it
don't
does
mind
not
that.
look like we will be hearing his name tonight.
Yeah. Raiders right now, Ashton Genty in the first round. Jack Besh, a wide receiver in the second round, a player whom I love and who fits wonderfully with Chip Kelly. Can do a lot of things after the catch, extremely tough runner with the football. So that's a very nice fit. They go defensively, they go Darian Porter at corner, but then this back-to-back spot here. They took Caleb Rogers, who's a tackle at Texas Tech, is probably going to be a guard, maybe swing tackle at the NFL level. And then Charles Grant, man, the Charles Grant, William and Mary film is some funny stuff. Charles Grant, the dancing bear out there, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he is so stinking light on his feet.
Nimble.
Grant was a wrestler in high school, right? And he wasn't much a football guy. He was a Virginia State, if memory serves, wrestler. And then he started to get a little bit more serious about football when he realized the future might be there for him. Goes to William and Mary, immediate success at left tackle. He starts putting on mass. He's 300 pounds. He looks great. The transfer calls start coming. He says, this is the program then I started with. This is the coaching staff that believed in me and developed me. And he stayed there, William and Mary, the tribe, for 4 years. Yeah. And man, the senior year film, it's both impressive and useless, right? Because it's like, all right, this is amazing, but also ain't going to be throwing around 215-pound edge rushers at the NFL. So he's a project. You expect him to be a year away from being a year away. But at left tackle, the Raiders have Colton Miller, right? And he's on the final year of his deal. He was holding out of April team activities because he wants a new deal. He was apparently a trade conversation. I think the expectation for them is that Charles Grant Miller, when he came out of UCLA, was a highly athletic project, and here we are now with Charles Grant. I think they expect him to be that heir apparent at left tackle.
You said the name Chip Kelly, and what is Chip Kelly inept with? Screen game.
Yep.
Tackles got to get out in space.
Pullers, they want to be able to adjust everything. Yep.
Pin and pull.
Yep.
Counter power, tackles pulling around. He's nimble. He can do that. He can get out in space. So, especially from a developmental standpoint, give him a year to figure the physicality and the speed out. And then you've got that ability to move to fit right into what Chip Kelly likes to do.
He's going to have a lot of fun in practice, getting better at the NFL level with Max Crosby opposite
that'll be
side
a blast.
of him.
Yeah.
So that's a good way to be introduced to
Iron
the NFL
sharpens
level.
iron, as they say.
I remember
doubt.
watching Jordan Mailata at Eagles practice. He would finish every single day. They'd be all done. All the players would go back in, and he would go stand out there with edge rushers and just get mollywopped for 4 hours, right? And like bottom of the roster guys, right? We're just taking him, club rep, just beating him. And then they would walk him back and say, "This is what I'm doing to you." And so he do hands. Say, "Okay, here we go. If you're going to be a developmental tackle, right? And this is usually when they go, right? We saw Giovanni Manu out of British Columbia at this spot last year. If you're going to be a developmental tackle, you're going to take some lumps at the NFL level. And a lot of it is just, right, do you have the constitution? You have the confidence for that? If you get through it, Charles Grant moves and is built like a top echelon NFL left tackle. It's just, we're a ways away from that.
Yeah, for sure.
One to watch.
Got 3 more picks here. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders still on the board. We've got Jalen, the Royals. I'm just looking at some guys here. Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech, wide receiver. Love him. Cam Scattaboo still on the board. Gunnar Helm, Dylan Sampson. Could be another Quincy Riley, HD, another great player.
Louisville.
Still on the board. I mean, there's tons of guys here. Miles Frazier.
I was about to say, Upton Stout.
Upton
Lord
Stout.
have mercy.
Okay.
Hilltoppers. Has anybody else been to Bowling Green, Kentucky? Wonderful place.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
I've driven through it. Yeah.
I called
You
some
know.
Willie Taggart games there in my day. Yeah.
Jordan James still on the board. Will Howard.
Upton Stout is pure nickel, right? He's like, I want to say he's like 5'10", $180 if memory serves. But they had there in Diamador Lenore, 5th rounder out of Oregon. They were highly successful with that model.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to me that they go for that size of a player because they need an outside guy, right? Renardo Green is starting there. They lost Tarvarius Ward. They have Trey Brown, the veteran, kind of holding down that spot. There is no team in the league, man, more comfortable with smaller corners than the Niners are. I don't know where the spot is for Stout on the field. But again, like you're talking about fits and molds, if you want to be successful as an undersized guy at corner, San Francisco's a good place to land. They know what to do with those body types.
They've gone all defense, too.
Yeah, that was going to say.
Yeah.
Like, you think they were focused on one side of the football
Right.
here so far in this draft?
Well, I mean, they lost.
I think they also bank on their defensive line, though, right?
Yep.
Getting home.
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But they lost Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw. They lost Charvarius Ward, like we said. On the defensive line, they lost Malik Collins. They lost
Hargrave.
Yeah, Hargrave as well. They lost altogether, I think it was cumulatively around 3,500 snaps from the defense last year.
Yeah.
They didn't have the money to put around. And so, yeah, you have to go for that aggressive approach, right? Just kind of throwing bodies at problems and seeing who can start and take some reps for you. Robert Saleh's there now. Good defensive coordinator. He'll make it work, but it's going to be painful in the Niners defense for at least a season.
100%. I mean, this feels like, one of the things that people talked about over the last couple of years with Brock Purdy is like, hey, you got to take advantage of that window because he's not going to get cheaper. And you were sort of hoping that the rubber was going to hit the road. That was sort of why the whole thing was like, hey, they got to win now because now you have to hit on these picks. Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, and Upton Stout.
So I will say this, though. The San Francisco 49ers organization, they have a history on finding diamonds in the rough.
Yeah.
Like
Lynch
they have a
and
rich
Leah.
history of being able to do it.
Yeah, they've been
100%.
very good in the secondary. Hufanga was a day 3 pick. Malik Mustafa last year, I want to say was a day 3 pick. Jair Brown, they took in the 3rd round. Yeah, Diamador Lenore's 5th round. They love to fill out the secondary in this range. Oh, there's Savion Jones.
Savion Jones.
That's
There you go.
I was hoping he'd go day 3.
LSU.
They traded up with your Eagles.
The Broncos did?
Yes.
Yeah.
To get him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I kind of like Braden Swinson a little bit more. Savion Jones, a heavier edge.
It's
a little,
what style you want.
right.
Yeah.
A little more stiff, but a lot of power, a lot of strength. Not afraid to play the run. Will go down the middle of you. See 280 pounds, so he's not your twitchy, flexible James Pierce type edge defender. But the motor does not quit. He has great hands. He's creative. I think kind of. Use one of your terms that you used a little bit earlier. Like he's crafty in finding ways to the quarterback. And you see fundamentally right there, stay square, plays flat back down the line of scrimmage. Just a good football player, but probably a little too heavy to be that twitchy edge defender that a lot of people would normally think about, but he's tough. He's rugged there at the end of the line of scrimmage.
There's a wonderful draft success story on the Broncos right now named John Franklin Myers, right? Came out of Stephen F. Austin in this mold, right? 6'3", 6'4", 270, 280. Where are we supposed to put you? And same thing with the craftiness. Franklin Myers didn't win in a lot of traditional ways. You expect, he's going to be a bull rusher. He was all slants and twists and crashing into gaps. He was a very odd player. The Broncos there with Vance Joseph, we like this sort of a guy because he sows chaos, right? I'm going to put a big end out there. I'm going to be strong against the run, but then I'm going to send blitzes. I'm going to have you go screaming from the C gap into the B gap into the A gap, take the center, knock him off his heels. Zach Allen will clean up for me. Nick Bonito will clean up for me. And so when you watch TreyVeon Jones, you cannot help but see John Franklin Myers. The team that currently employs John Franklin Myers goes and gets the guy. They're going to understand how to use him.
John Payton likes big people, too. Like, he does.
That's your Bill Parcells rule, right? Big people win football games, plain and simple.
I think when you're going to move around a lot, too, defensively, like you mentioned, twists, stunts, slants, different pressures, the extra effort guys are the ones that oftentimes end up making the play.
Oh,
that big loop man
critical
coming
point,
around.
right? You crash into the center. Okay, I picked him. I'm done. Oh, look, there's the quarterback. And you want to have the hustle to go ahead and make that play. Right. Absolutely, yeah.
Last pick of the round right here, the Vikings. They have only made one pick thus far. It was Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State.
I am rooting for, I got to see who I like who hasn't gone. Miles Frazier would be very fun.
Okay.
I love a Miles Frazier. I love a Jalen Royals as well.
Nope.
Ty Felton is cool.
All right.
Yeah.
Wide receiver out of Maryland.
Very late riser in the process, Ty Felton's been out of Maryland. And it's because the early film at Maryland, late round guy, maybe whatever, check out the
Slimmer
speed.
body build.
Yeah, very slim. As the season went on, you started to see the speed manifest itself better in terms of route control. He wasn't out of control, falling down over the field, still could address the football, showed up a little bit better yards after the catch as well, and he got a lot better in his routes, right? Speed guys, you want to be able to 10 yards, 15 yards, and then slam on the brakes and get back to the ball. And you start to see, again, body control really started to work out for Felton later in the year. He's been a very, very late riser in the process, but you saw, last couple weeks, you started seeing him a lot more, right? 2-round mock, 3-round mock. This is where he was expected to go. They're the Vikings, man. Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson. They have Jalen Naylor. He's on a contract year. Naylor to Michigan State, very similar, right? 6'1", 185, that very thin build, but that herky-jerky style, and he can stretch the field for you a little bit. This is heir apparent in that sort of wide receiver mold.
And they had Ryan Kelly.
Yeah.
And Will Fries.
Yeah.
And Donovan Jackson, round one,
rounds
baby.
1 through 3. No Shedeur Sanders. Let's get our biggest takeaways. Sims, we'll start with you.
Oh, biggest takeaways. Man, I know that they might not have the quarterback of the future and all that as far as Kevin Stefanski and the Cleveland Browns go, but I just love what they have done so far in the draft. I feel like they have totally upgraded some key positions, and I think Carson Schlesinger really is probably one of my sleepy favorite picks here so far in the second round there because I think he's a plug-in player right now. I think he's going to do very well in Jim Schwartz's defense, and I think he's replacing potentially a player, like you said, Ben, earlier, who might have a career-ending injury. But nonetheless, I think he does a lot of good things. I also like Harold Fannin Jr. and how he has been drafted by them as well and what he can bring to the table alongside David Njoku on that offensive side. So some good things, I think, for Kevin Stefanski, despite the fact that they don't maybe have that future quarterback locked into place. But the Browns definitely upgraded their football team with the depth that they added with Mason Grant in the first round as well.
Yeah, you know me. I'm going to go with the home team, the Atlanta Falcons. Being able to go all defense in this draft but get 3 quality players that can be starters right now on day one.
You can't go past quarterback here, and that's not just that Shedeur has not been off the board. Our man's speechless over here that Dylan Gabriel's drafted when he was. So outside of that, I'll give you 2 teams. Carolina Panthers, you go get Tetaiore McMillan, who is a catch radius machine, who's going to be able to help a quarterback that looks like he's beginning to come into his own again. It might end up being that franchise guy. Nick Scordon, I think, is a heavier end with twitch. He kind of fits the Panthers mold of the entire length of that franchise. But then you go get a guy who on third down can come in and give you that twitch in Princely Umanmielen, who I think can come out there and be a guy that gives you elite pass rush skills. And then, honestly, the Baltimore Ravens being the Baltimore Ravens. Malachi Starks is a football player at safety, can do everything. Mike Green, there are some concerns off the field, but he can get it done off the edge. He is a big, physical, twitchy end that can make plays. And if he's the later Emory Jones that we saw towards the end of last year, you got yourself another tackle that's going to be able to play for you. If it's the early Emory Jones, maybe not. But late last year, he really came into his own. He's got great snaps in him. And if you can consistently get him out of him, he can help your football team.
Dude, Panthers defensive line, they added Bobby Brown, Tershawn Wharton, and Patrick Jones in free agency, and then drafted Nick Scourton, Princely Umanmielen to join Derek Brown and Jadeveon Clowney and DJ Wanham. Bodies on bodies, and everybody's big. I mean, that is a front right there. Panthers are officially on interesting watch this offseason. But for me, Patriots draft is the one with which I'm the most impressed. Will Campbell at 4, I thought was a lock it, shut it, forget it, excellent pick. I loved the selection. They chased it with TreyVeon Henderson in round 2. We talked about the juice at the running back position, the Drake May outlet, the ability to run the ball and take some of the stress off of him and off of that defense. And then they go and they add in the 3rd round a receiver in Kyle Williams out of Washington State, a very high ceiling player, a lot of wiggle, a lot of speed, can be a good separator for you. And then Jared Wilson out of Georgia. I'm so surprised he was still available at pick 90. But Jared Wilson stepping in at center for David Andrews, and that vacated spot. He's a franchise cornerstone for them. Will Campbell and Jared Wilson are going to be franchise-defining players. Like these last 2 drafts, the Patriots are going to become quite a good team on offense over the next decade. And we're going to look back and we're going to look at Drake May, we're going to look at Will Campbell, Jared Wilson, TreyVeon Henderson, and what those players were as cornerstones of this offense. Wide receivers, a lot to figure out. Kyle Williams, Jalen Polk. Those 4 names I just said, I think a very, very rosy future for offense in New
I'll
England.
just follow that up with, if people could hear Stacey Searles, the Georgia offensive line coach, talk about Jared Wilson the way that he does, you would believe everything that he just said. He references him as that guy, one of the smartest players he's ever had, takes all the responsibility. And honestly, Georgia has had that guy at center for the last 4 or 5 years. There have been a couple of different players that have sort of accepted that role, and Jared's next in line. He's got quickness. He can get outside. He can get in space. He's physical. I agree. It's hard not to like the Patriots draft so far.
Day 1 starter in the 3rd round. That's good.
You know what I like?
Baby.
I like this group. This was fun. Hopefully we get to do it again next year. But hey, before we get out of here, Matt Sims, Harry Douglas, Cole Cubelic, Ben Solak. All of these guys are fantastic at what they do. They bring a diverse just viewpoint of the game of football at all levels. Highly recommend you go find these guys on social media, follow them, make them a part of what you digest as a football fan, because you will be smarter for it. As you have seen tonight, whether we were all over on the board eating Oreos, how to eat Oreos, am I right, Cole? Or if we were over here talking about how if you got T-Rex arms out there, it doesn't matter. You could still be great at it. So thank you for joining us for rounds 2 and 3. You'll have to tune in somewhere else tomorrow on ESPN or ABC to see if Shedeur Sanders gets picked. We appreciate you joining us. We will see you again, hopefully, next year.
Lemon Oreo is good.